Nobody wants to entertain your sky stuff, I guess, man. I don't. Anyway.
Don't even get me started on pendulums. I'll have everybody converted in this channel to Globers. You let me start talking about pendulums up in here. So don't get me started on that.
Mushkane, the pendulum doesn't prove that the Earth is doing anything.
Damn, y'all are just over it.
It doesn't, man. Like, I mean, we've heard this point being brought up like a million, zillion, gajillion times. You can't conjure up what you think is happening just by looking at a device. You need to ask. You need to look at nature and see what nature's doing, and then ask the question: why is nature doing that? And then perform a test as to, like, control. You're gonna try to figure out why nature is doing the thing you see it doing, and you can ask some how-why questions, figure out what the dependent variable, how to change that causal reaction using an independent variable. You're not doing that with the pendulum, man. It just doesn't pass the smell test.
AB, you know what that pendulum does prove real quick? It proves that there's a lot of gullible people that'll accept anything for evidence. Go ahead.
Yeah, you see something, swinging around, you automatically jump to the conclusion that the Earth is spinning.
Well, it's actually, it's taking a measurement is what it's doing.
You know what actually doesn't pass the smell test by any metric, gas pressure without a container, because you wouldn't be able to breathe, to smell without the container.
Jimsy, we got a container, though. Nobody's saying we don't have
smell tests don't work on a globe.
We got a container, Jimsy.
I mean, when you say we, you mean like you and I?
Globe. I'm thinking the globe's got a container.
Globe? What globe? What globe are you talking about?
The globe.
You mean like you have a globe in your house and you use it as a container, like for coins or something?
The collective globe, the globe we all share. I'm not talking about any specific globe.
The collective globe, like you collect something and you put it in the globe. Is it like a instead of a piggy bank, it's a globe bank that you have in your house?
No, it's not like that. It's like me, you, we're all on this one globe, the globe, the globe team.
Wait, you mean like you are standing on one side of the ball, I'm standing on the other side of the ball, like under the ball?
No, we're probably pretty close together, I would guess.
That's complete nonsense. Who in the right, coherent, sensical comprehension of reality will believe that you can stand on the side or the bottom of a ball that doesn't? Like, just think about it.
Well,
There
is no bottom of the ball, though. There's no top of the ball.
Oh, so there's no up and down on a ball? There's no such a thing?
Yeah, there's no absolute up or down. It's just relative to you. So you can say,
there you go. So there you go.
You're always on.
So there you go. You debunked the globe right there. You know why? Because in reality, we do have up and down. You know that, right? We do have an up and down, but then you said there is no up and down on a globe. So up and down debunks the globe. Easy.
Yeah, but it's visually represented on a globe as there being an up and down, but in reality, it's because of this thing called gravity, which stops you from falling off the globe.
But listen, up and down is presented in a real is level. A representation of a globe is a strawman of reality, a fantasy. You're representing let's say, water with crayons. You're representing the Earth as a sphere, and that's a representation by people that are drawing cartoons on a piece of paper, putting ideas
I don't
as a
quite follow what you're saying.
concept. Okay,
I think
water.
you're going around
Think
a lot
about
of
it.
terms you don't really understand.
No. Because you got to comprehend this. Water presents itself to be the way water does it, right? You and I don't present water. Water presents itself. Now, you are trying to represent water by using crayons and painting blue around a sphere, right? The globe, remember the globe
Yes,
that you
because
put
that's the color
piggy
of
bank,
water.
the piggy bank that you paint water, you paint blue. You're representing water with crayon, but guess what, dude? That is not real water. Okay?
Yeah, that's true. Whenever
It's
water
true.
is drawn,
Yeah, I
it's not
know.
real water.
It's not real water. That's why you
If
represent
I were to
it with the
draw a
crayon.
picture of the ocean, that doesn't make it the ocean, it's a drawing of the ocean. What's your point?
So the point is that real water doesn't do what you claim it does in the representation that you draw on the piece of paper, or the representation that you do with the piggy bank globe that you said you got, that you put in your coins in, the container globe that you have in your house. That's a piggy bank.
I really don't understand what you mean, because yes, if you draw something, it's not going to have the properties of that thing that you're drawing, because it's a drawing.
Exactly, and if you draw complete nonsense like the globe is, that's just all nonsense. Because when you go to reality, you're not gonna find that drawing and those claims. You're not gonna be able to find them or confirm them in reality. Water doesn't curve in the outside of spinning balls. You also need a contained environment to have water in the liquid state. That contained environment is based on a pressurized system that has gas pressure, right? And the gas pressure requires a container. You don't have a container around the globe or the piggy bank outside of it. So you don't. Any of the things that you find in reality are found in the representation of the globe. So the representation that you're presenting is complete nonsense. That's why it fails in every way possible. That's why it's an impossible. It's an impossibility. The stupid globe that you think you're standing on the side or the downside and that's why you admit it yourself that there's no up and down on a globe when we do have up and down in reality. So everything that you're claiming about the globe is complete nonsense. It doesn't work in reality. Just accept it. Come on, be honest.
It inherently does work in reality because of gravity that wasn't just made up because we wanted to cope about the globe. It was discovered and tests were made, and it's been worked on for hundreds of years.
Correct. The globe was invented, never discovered. Just like the outer space religion, that was never discovered, that was invented, made up. Not even an invention, it's just a made up idea that you cannot conceptualize in reality or made any examples of. The globe that was invented, it has to be drawn and conceptualized in the mind, because you cannot do it in the real world. So it's just a made up fantasy. Like Naruto, Superman, Marvel Universe, Thanos. The same thing.
Trying to get in there.
The same book, you can put it.
So you believe that space isn't real?
Oh my God, and he got in before me anyway.
Sorry, no, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
What was his point? I'm asking you, the guy that said sorry. What was Jimsy's? Because you're asking if you asking him a question about space. What was his point about it?
His point that it's not real.
What did he say though?
Sorry?
What did he say though?
I don't remember. What did he say?
He said it wasn't discovered, it was represented. Is that a lie or is that true?
No, it's a lie. It was discovered.
All right. Why don't you pull that up for me right now? Cite it.
Okay.
I'm asking you to do it because it doesn't
Quick Google
exist.
search
Just
here.
so you, Mhm. It doesn't exist.
I'm just saying, a quick Google search here says that it
What
wasn't
about it?
discovered in a single moment, but rather throughout gradual understanding and exploration process spanning centuries. Whenever astronomy was developed, and
That's not a.
also if we talk about more recently, the millions that have been invested.
Can you slow down? You're telling
Yeah,
me
of
what
course.
they said they. You're telling me what they said they did. I just need one
Well,
concrete thing as far as discovery is concerned.
okay, the millions that have been invested in space stations, satellites, and exploration of space, people that have been sent up into space.
So the space station wasn't discovered, was it?
No, but it's part of the process of discovering space.
Listen. How old is the space station?
I don't know. Probably quite recent, I'd say.
Don't you want people who discovered space to have done it way earlier than the ISS? What I'm trying to, because why would it's your brain? It's the way you're thinking. Because you're gonna say, well, ISS, and that's not what I mean. Because the reason Jimsy's saying the things that he's saying to you is because he's trying to get you to think. So if I ask you, or he asked you when it was discovered, telling me that it was discovered over the span of hundreds or thousands of years, however, whatever answer they give you, you got to understand that that's bullshit.
Okay, so anything I say is bullshit inherently.
No, if you ask someone when something is discovered, I don't care what it is, and they give you a span of an amount of time that you can't validate, you can't validate it.
Okay, well, the reason why it spans centuries is because...
Give me a reason. You don't even have...
I have a reason. If we go back to ancient Greece...
You can't have a reason, but listen. You can't have... Why do you have a reason when you
You're getting angry. You're getting very angry and you're interrupting me.
Why? Yeah. Because it's annoying. But it's not like I can't relax. I cannot give a shit about you and go on mute. I'm doing this because I think you actually want to engage. This is my engagement style. If you don't like it, I don't have to pour into you at all.
Gentlemen, okay, well, am I interrupting anything?
I guess a little bit.
I have one request, right? Will one of you gentlemen please unban Star?
Okay, so I don't know what that was, but I'm going to continue. The reason why there's no concrete moment that space was discovered, well, you could say...
You're already answering the wrong question. That's why I stopped you. I don't want an answer to that question. Because right now you're justifying. Listen, no, because it's my question was for your benefit. You sitting. I'm not the one that needs to be convinced, and I'm not saying you need to be convinced of anything either. But I'm trying to point out to you that you can't know something, especially if someone is telling you that something was discovered over the span of X amount of years, an amount of time that's invalidatable, you telling me the reason that it can't be validated is just validating what I'm saying about what you don't know.
Okay.
You can believe you can believe what you want. I'm not going to fight you on telling you something. If you want to choose to believe it, that's fine. I don't even know why you're here. As a matter of fact, I jumped into Jimsy's conversation. Usually I ask people why they're here because I don't normally fight people on what I'm trying to tell them. And I'm not trying to make you. I don't know what your deal is, whether you're trolling or if you're serious. And if you're serious, I don't want you to think that I'm just some dude that came in here ranting and raving about flat Earth. We can stop talking right now, bro. I just thought I could help you out.
Okay, could you give me a moment to talk? Sorry. So I think what's happening.
Like I'm going on mute, bro. Good luck.
That's all right. I'm trying to convince you. You're trying to convince me. Yes, I'm fully serious. I'm not trying to troll or anything. The reason why there's no, I'm going to continue what I was saying. The reason why there's no concrete moment, if we go back thousands of years, over many centuries, if we go back to ancient Greece when astronomy started being developed, and people started having these questions about, the stars, constellations, and what was really out there. That's whenever these ideas of space started being developed, right? And it was only until recently where we developed the technology to be able to truly discover what is out there, is whenever, I guess, you could have called the first expedition that was made into outer space, you could have called that the concrete moment. I guess we could go into a whole different discussion about whether the moon landing was faked or not, but I think that's irrelevant right now. Is there's satellites out there in space, there's space stations, and there's expeditions being sent out daily. Yeah, of course.
I'd like to correct one thing for you as well.
How new? I was gonna do that, but I just need to know how new he is, because and you know why I'm asking. How new are you? Like, how long have you been in here? Did you have a full conversation in which someone actually showed you how it is in a globe and how it's flat, or one of the two things?
I'll tell you one thing, man. For the past
no. I don't want to lie, because
I'm answering your questions.
You can keep talking. I just want to know if someone in here has told you how the Earth measures flat, or how it isn't a ball with a radius of 3,950 miles. Yes?
Are you familiar with Indio?
All right. Then
I've had many conversations with Indio over the past couple nights.
Okay, so cool. Yeah, Indio's my boy. So I have nothing else to say. I'm sorry.
As well as many other people in here. I don't know if they remember me, but for the past couple nights, I've spent many hours talking to these guys. I'm not new, I guess. Well, I am new. I've only been here maybe 3-4 days. So, but yeah. Anything else?
Well, the topic's kind of moved off the point.
Yeah. So about space, I guess.
Well, I remember it though. If you want to hear it, basically, it wasn't that once the Greeks came about that's when they started pondering about the sky. Has always been people have always pondered about the sky. All cultures. It's just before the Greeks, it was more couched in the religious views of those cultures, whereas with the Greeks they had more variance, and so you had it's not like all the Greeks were like globe believers. That was just like a couple of Greeks here and there, and then you had a couple of Greeks here and there with all sorts of other freaking ideas.
Yes, I completely agree with you. Many civilizations before that definitely did take a more religious approach to the idea of space. I'm just saying that, the Greeks are known for their great scholars, philosophers, and astronomers, and that's whenever these ideas started truly being thought about in a more logical and in-depth way. I don't know the ins and outs of it.
Well, we only have the surviving documents from some of these people.
That's true.
And a lot of it's been lost, like the Library of Alexandria. And so we have a very cherry-picked view of the history and the ancient Greeks. And what we do know is the ancient Greeks were religious. And so, even though there were philosophers who had different ideas and different sects, cults basically, where their acolytes taught their religious views on, and what you're living in today is the remnant of that cult.
Yeah, of course. Well, the Greek mythologies, the Greeks were very religious people. They believed in Zeus, Hades, and the other members of the pantheon. And of course, a lot of the texts and the books that were made at this time were lost, unfortunately. But that's due to that's just the nature of things with a civilization that was around thousands of years ago. But again, from what is surviving, we can take the remnants of these ideas and expand upon them with a modern science. And again, in modern with modern technology, we've invested millions into NASA and SpaceX.
Yeah, with modern technologies, we have proven them wrong. So the ancient
we've proven a lot of their
looked at the horizon and claimed that boats disappeared because of Earth curve. We've definitively proven that other effects cause Earth curve, and that was a false cause fallacy and a begging the question fallacy. So we've proven that the half-naked Greeks with their invisible laser beam vision were wrong. And then they also claimed that, well, we see shadows on the moon, therefore that's the Earth's shadows cast on the moon. Well, no. A circular shadow cast on a sphere would distort as it goes along the curved surface because shadows conform to the shape they hit. And so we know for a fact that their proofs were just errors. And since we have we have really powerful optics, and we have really tiny optics, and we have very powerful lasers, and we have different wavelengths, we have access to technologies they don't have. And so we can test their assumptions, and turns out the Earth is flat. It's not a ball.
Okay, I agree with you for the fact that we proved some of the things wrong, and again, that's because of our modern science. But you talked about laser measurements. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, lasers are a unreliable source to measure the curvature, and that's because of laser beam divergence. They spread out over long distances.
We are aware of that.
And after several miles, they widen, and then that will cause false results.
No, we're aware of the beam divergence, and that is factored in when we try to use laser beams. There's also the simple fact that we can see way too far, so we can see over 10 times further than the geometric horizon should allow. So the only excuse the globe believers have is that light is bending around the globe to hide the globe, so that's why nobody can find it. However, that would have consequences, because if light is refracting around the globe, we would see the separation of different wavelengths at anything at a distance, and everything would look rainbow colored or gay if the Earth was a globe.
Okay, so you don't believe in the atmospheric refraction then?
No, I'm saying I know that we have distortions in the air. However, atmospheric refraction does not account for being able to see over 10 times further than the geometric horizon. That's not terrestrial refraction. If I add terrestrial refraction to a horizon at 1.22 miles from my observer height, then the horizon would be like 1.44 miles away, not 10 plus miles away. That's not terrestrial refraction.
Okay, I'm familiar with the how far away the horizon is and how far we can actually see. That's not something I'm familiar with, but I'm just talking about the lasers because.
What I'm talking about is we can see over 10 times further than the geometric horizon. The only excuse is that the light is bending, and that's why we can see it. However, we can also look at infrared, and we can look in infrared, and we can see if the horizon moves closer in infrared when we can see too far. If that happens, then we can say, well, infrared refracts less, so the less refraction is causing us to see less around the ball, therefore the Earth is a ball, and refraction is causing all this stuff. However, when we look in infrared, we see further. So that is the opposite of what you would expect if you were a globe believer and you were expecting the light to bend around the ball to hide the ball. So reality debunks completely the globe idea. All that exists is an ad hoc excuse like, well, my observation doesn't match my globe belief. Therefore, light must be bending to make up for the difference. That is not scientific. That is not measured. And that would have effects. And we don't see any of those effects. And when we test for it, it doesn't come up. We see slight variations due to atmospheric effects, but not enough to make the ball appear to be the size of the sun.
Okay, so if we're looking for things that are more based in reality, then I guess we could talk about surveyors that use theodolites and GPS that actually account for the Earth's curve, and we could also talk about architects and engineers that use.
So we're just going to run away from the fact that the Earth is observably measured flat and try to run to geodetic survey instead of planar survey, because geodetic survey also bends the plumb lines and the light ad hoc, not with any verifiable measurements, just ad hoc to make the geode work. We really going to jump to that instead of just addressing the fact that the Earth isn't a globe?
Look, I believe the Earth is a globe, and I'm trying to.
I know you believe the Earth is a globe. You're not going to convince me with nonsense. That's the problem.
Also, GPS uses the fact that the Earth is flat because the receivers are receiving transmissions that include the elevation. Like, all of this is important: elevation angle, and you can't get an elevation angle unless you have a flat baseline. So what are they doing? Any of their math for positioning, tell you where you are?
It doesn't.
My question is, how am I watching Israeli videos
when you look at the calculations for the time,
and then
somebody
daytime over here?
Something about that.
Okay, several people are.
Can somebody answer me? I tried asking before.
Multiple people talking.
So, like I was saying, especially when it comes to how they calculate the speed of light and time and all of that. Well, when you look at the technicals, like what they're actually doing practically before the calculations, they're doing measurements. And those measurements treat the Earth as flat. Is basically what I'm saying. When the measurement comes before the calculation, and the measurement treats the Earth as flat in GPS.
Okay, so
this is.
You probably think I'm bullshitting, I guess.
It doesn't. I think you're misunderstanding it. It doesn't represent. It doesn't use a flat Earth model. It's
not. It's not here to represent. Earth. No, GPS is not here to represent. Okay. GPS doesn't represent. It's giving you a location. Yours.
Yes, I know what GPS does, but I'm telling you, in and how it calculates this, it represents Earth as a slightly flattened sphere in order to do this.
Well, what does that have to do with it? It's not about representing anything. It's about what you're doing practically. Because if the Earth is a sphere, you can't get an elevation angle off of a continuous curving surface.
It's satellites.
Like I said, you can't get an elevation angle as a receiver on the ground of the Earth with a continuously curving surface.
The satellites that orbit around the Earth triangulate your position. That's how they get that elevated angle.
So why? All right. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like this is silly. It's like on one hand, you complain that things like Google Earth or Google Maps doesn't use the flat Earth model, but we remember that when I go to Google Maps or Google Earth and I zoom out, it is a curved Earth. They are using a curved Earth model, yet when I go from point A to point B, flat earthers never offer up, hey, if you use this flat Earth map instead of this curved Earth map that Google is so brainwashed into using, we'd get from point A to point B faster. Give us some practical uses for this flat Earth. Get me from LA to Japan faster.
Google Earth uses flat Earth. What are you talking about?
Google Earth does not use flat Earth. Okay, first off, you can't give me a flat Earth map if
I'm not going to do two of you. Okay, so somebody's getting muted, and I didn't think the other guy was unreasonable enough to mute him. Okay. So
no, I'll let the other guy speak. I've spoken up.
One of don't talk when I'm talking.
Well, that's what you've consistently done to me.
Are you a moderator?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, it is what it is. So, again, where were we? What were we even talking about? So stupid in here, I forgot what the last guy said. Google Maps, right? Google Earth. If you look at the elevation profile, you're going to see things that are higher with respect to mean sea level, which is a horizontal line that they use with Google Earth and Google Maps. Or Google Earth. I don't know what that. I think you're talking about Google Earth. So, what's that got to do with? Let's start there. Google Earth elevation profile uses a flat Earth. What say you?
You're talking to Hung Like Tic Tacs?
Yes, I'm about to unmute him now unless you got it for me.
I got it.
Thank you. So let's start with the elevation profile on Google Earth. Is it a flat line or is it a curved line?
I don't even know what you're asking right now.
Why don't you Google Earth elevation profile then? You're the one that brought it up. I thought you would know what elevation profile
You just
was.
did. You brought up the median sea level, or mean sea level. I'm asking you where on Google Earth's projection does it use that? Because, by the way, Google Earth on your flat computer screen is certainly using a curved Earth projection.
So again, Google Earth elevation profile. That's where it's flat at. Because when you're zooming out to look at whatever that is, You're not using that to navigate. It's a nice little piece of software. But what does the actual data say? This is how high this mountain is. This is how high this land is. This is how high this anything is above what? Mean sea level, which is a flat line. I could drag my mouse. So translating this, I could drag my mouse from New York to Tahiti or somewhere. Elevation is not going to change.
I'm slightly confused here about what you're saying.
You're confused about me saying Google elevation profile. You don't know what an elevation profile is. That's what you're confused about?
Yeah, could you explain a bit more?
Have you Googled it yet?
No, I was just wanting to know what you thought.
I already explained it. Things that are a height with respect to a flat line. But I said all that already. Which part of that was that confusing? Was the part where I said Google it? Was that confusing? Which part?
I just didn't know what you meant by elevation profiling. There's no need to.
I'm not talking to you, man. Am I?
Okay, that's all right. We originally were speaking until you muted me.
And I'm muted now because I'm not asking you the question. So, Tic Tac.
I'm listening.
You gonna remain silent? I asked you a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Repeat the question.
Elevation profile on Google.
I don't think you're using Google Earth properly.
Elevation profile. Is that flat? Is that curved? Oh, yeah.
I think the way that you're using it, you're interpreting it as flat.
Or is it round?
I already answered. Quit interrupting. You would have listened. What
is it? Don't tell me what I said it was.
Yo,
what do you think it is?
Oh my
fucking
God.
short take, quick take. Most flat earthers have low IQ. Thank you.
Yeah, you can tell.
You don't even know what an elevation profile is. You just told me to.
Google Earth doesn't show live elevation under your cursor just by moving it around the map.
Answer the questions I'm asking you. I don't care about the infinite things that you do not know while telling or agreeing that flat earthers know little. The elevation profile that you looked up, I'm assuming, since that's what I asked you, could be any random, just type it in, pick whatever random source you want. What do you think it is? I don't want to hear anything about me or anything about what anyone else in this room, but what do you think it is?
And most widely accepted foundations of atmospheric physics and building his model for that, which this combat test failed to demonstrate in reality compared to his own simulation. And then he's arguing with me that there might be some fudge, like the freaking U.S. Navy when they set up these lasers on the mountain, we're leaving information out, or we're not logging certain errors, because he was just arguing from incredulity's sake that there's no way that these lasers and the receiver on the other end could be that accurate. And so he's trying to find, like, there's a lack of proof of its accuracy.
Sounds like
so. it is a cope. And then the third point is this whole thing wasn't really designed to test whether or not terrestrial refraction exists. That was a foregone conclusion for them. They were actually testing for turbulence. But what happened is the expectations in some cases were the opposite of what really resulted. And they're not blaming terrestrial refraction. Terrestrial refraction basically is amplifying some of the results in their simulations, which didn't occur in reality. That's what's actually happening. And like I said, they're all keeping terrestrial refraction, and they're just modeling everything around it to fit.
Well, that's what they do.
It's what they do. Yep. So I've just been kind of disturbed by all of this, and the coping measures are just extraordinary. I mean, not so much on part of the researchers. I kind of get what they're doing. They're trying to land big money contracts. But the people that I'm talking to in back chats who are just grasping at straws and straw manning and creating arguments from incredulity, it's just so slimy.
Yep. Anti-flat earthers, I'm guessing.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they'll do anything. They'll say they'll throw anyone under the bus. They'll throw anything, any globe claim under the bus that doesn't fit their argument. They'll just instantly throw any scientist that says anything that goes against, their belief under the bus. It's crazy, man.
So I've spent almost 2 years with this demonstration and some of these documents, just kind of reading them off and on. Now, I haven't really sat down and committed a month to investigation in one entire sitting, but I'm familiar with a lot of this and some of the issues and problems. I'm familiar with the setup. I've researched some of the equipment that was used. I've researched some of the physics that they're simulating and stuff. I'm not an engineer, I'm not an expert, but I know how to read these things, and I know how to investigate. And some of the people I'm talking to are also not physicists and engineers in my back chats. The point is I've spent a lot of time researching and giving thoughtful consideration to what's happening here. And in one case, this one guy in my back chat last night, who'd been arguing with me off and on about this for the past few weeks, said that he'd finally read the paper last night in order to get down to the details. And then after he reads the paper, he comes back with postdoctorate level critiques, coping mechanisms. I'm like, there's no freaking way, dude, that you're acting alone in this. That there's no way that you're able to ingest all of this information that quickly and come up with these very slimy, intentionally misleading objections. I mean, I'm able to smack these down, right? But I'm just seeing holy crap, your ability to move the goalposts and dance around shit doesn't match everything else about you and your character. It almost makes me conspiratorial about some of these popular anti-flatties. Like they've got a team of experts behind them, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm glad we keep them out of the English hub. I went in politics for 20-30 minutes yesterday, and it was a shit show, man. Anti-flat earthers, Bacon, and just listening to myself and Jedi debating with Bacon over that you can have just the same arguments we've had thousands of times, and he was saying that there's always a gradient in a static system, even if the temperature's controlled and all this sort of thing, and just the way he was refusing to provide any evidence, and and making assumptions and just saying, oh, look, I know physics, so I know exactly how it works. So it's like, okay, and people have done it. Okay, present who did it. And then he'll use some little tactic to weasel out of actually having to present someone that actually did what he was talking about. And they're so slimy, dude. These people, like all of these anti-flat earthers, are just slime balls. Waste of time, in my opinion, or good to use as boxing bags to sort of like practice.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Switching to Bluetooth room. Yeah, no, I get you. I was there for, I think, maybe the midpoint or tail end of that.
Yeah,
and
true.
I I was like, what are you talking about?
Like they'll go against what the mainstream says just to argue with us.
Well, what's interesting though, I mean, this kind of parlays with our topic yesterday. The mainstream itself is contradictory, right? They have contradicting claims. So they're able to actually argue within the mainstream and be contradictory with us.
It's a good point.
Right? So, take for example, Einstein, all right, says you can't would expect to be able to measure Earth's rotation due to relativistic reference frames. And then he explains, space-time contraction around us. Meanwhile, like classical mechanics with Newton, they say the opposite. They say you can. And so what do? They provide demonstrations by way of things like Foucault pendulum, Coriolis drift of gyros. So how do you square that contradiction, right?
Yeah, the whole globe concept is a contradiction. It's just filled with them.
I go.
Mic check.
Coming in clear.
Is it just me, or is like the internet acting fucked up?
Yeah, I was getting that a lot yesterday.
I just played the bot. No sound came out of it. The music bot. But it was playing.
Really? I didn't hear it at all.
I know. And then I'm uploading a bunch of stuff somewhere. And the rate is just like fluctuating wildly, going from like 4 megabytes per second to down to like 600. And like everything I try to use is just like freaking flaked out. When I tried to log on to my cloud, because I got a virtual private server, I got a host. I've had it for years through Linode, which is, got data centers all over the world. It's run by ECMI. I couldn't log in. It was giving me like a 404 error on their webpage, not on my shit, on their shit. And they got like unlimited bandwidth. It was just freaking really, that shit's acting kooky.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I doubt it.
How often
I've
do you see,
experienced
like,
strange throughput issues too. Strange
Are you?
latency. Oh yeah, I'm actually trying to upload 8 images right now to Super Grok just because I needed to do some text extraction, and I'm on my 3rd attempt. And I've had other
Wow.
things, like our business has had issues with this. So we have like Microsoft's cloud services, right? And we're getting sync issues.
Today or? Wow.
This is yesterday and the day before too. So
Yeah,
I don't know about
I did notice like last few days getting flaky, but today is like really flaky. Dude, Linode hosts like, gazillions of data centers all over the freaking world, and like for their head end, it's just like go 404. That's like what? It's like Amazon being down or something. It don't even make sense. Then I checked the internet weather map, which they have, and it looks too clean. I don't know. I mean, they wouldn't tell you anyway if like whole data center frickin' went up in flames. Wouldn't even be a data center. The problem would be like some internet node somewhere.
They can simulate telemetry data for Apollo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. What's up with Jesse, man? Dude, Jesse's just...
Dude, I don't know.
Jesse's a snake. Didn't I warn you? Didn't I warn you? I thought I warned you.
You did. I know. I wanted to try. You know how it
Dude,
is.
he's nice. Like, I understand. I understand. Like, he comes at, like, he's trying to be... want to give people the benefit of the doubt. I actually did that. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Until, like, he showed me that boat one with that graph. And I was like... And then I just, like... all I did was take the largest distance and the shortest distance, typed them into the curve calculator, got the drop difference, and I'm like, dude, something don't match up here. Like, the drop you're saying matches is like 12 feet, and the globe says it should be like dropped like 90 something feet. Something's going on here. And then I realized all he did was like compress the graph on the y x-axis or something. Just little games like that.
Yeah. So I'll tell you where he's at right now. He's doubting the accuracy of the combat alignment accuracy and the co-alignment and retro-alignment accuracy. He's calling into question whether or not the lenses are like clean. I'm totally serious. And he's making it out too that like Bricker's simulation was a straw man of the globe.
What?
Yeah, he's basically David Bricker's how like he basically modeled U.S. atmosphere, other things which bakes in curvature. And he's saying, well, the 4 meter spread is actually not significant at all because David Bricker was creating an unrealistic scenario to begin with.
Well, that spread graph
could be true,
but the spread graph shows like the spread between each beam. It's not like that's the total spread. That's like the spread between like the reference beam is that much, and then because they have the reference, like the reference is the x-axis, the flat x-axis, so they have a reference wavelength, and then they have 3 other wavelengths, and those are the spread of each from that.
Focused on the conic dispersions.
So you have like a cumulative. So yeah, you have a cumulative separation. You know what I mean? So if one is, let's just put it this way. Say you have the reference beam that's dead center, and one's 1 meter away from that. Well, then the other one's 5 meters away from that, and 4 meters away from that. You know what I mean?
Right. But the centroids were all aligned, which were not amplified by any like terrestrial refraction. And the scintillation was the opposite that happened based off of the wavelength. So what they're doing, right? They're thinking that they're shooting a beam through a hump of air. So it's going in through more density layer and then leaving that higher density layer as it exits that hump, right? And then hits the receiver on the other end. And so they're modeling that. And that's not what's happening in the turbulent effects that they're examining. And I think it's because they're baking in curvature. They're baking in a density gradient that doesn't exist. The hump.
I mean, that's possible. I know Bricker, he went and he looked at 3 different ways to try and model it, and none of them worked, actually. I've seen the phase screen one before, like in other, unrelated to this, just it's kind of like they do it because they invented, what a spatial light modulator is?
No, I don't.
So it's basically like an LED screen that you can beam a laser through, right? But you can completely shape the wave front, right, of the laser as it passes through by changing, by constructively and destructively interfering the wavefront at the frickin' spatial light modulator. So as it passes through, you're basically reshaping the wavefront. So
okay, cool.
What they can do with this is so the idea is, right, if you know what's out beyond the spatial light modulator, you can cancel it out. This is like a form of like adaptive optics. This was, yeah. So that's the plan. So basically, in that field, they use this phase screen model, and he tried to adapt it to this laser test, and obviously it's too complex for that shit. Not over 147 kilometer beam path, like you're crazy, bro.
I don't know. My contentions with him and what he's bringing up are less complex.
Oh yeah, like he's dude. Like
he's focused on the conic dispersions and not the centroid placement.
Yeah, he doesn't know that. He doesn't know what a centroid is. I guarantee if you ask him, how does a laser beam, like what's its intensity profile? He has no clue. He has no clue what the intensity profile is even supposed to be. He isn't even going to know what that word means.
Right. And that was obvious. And then, so I'm like, yeah. So he's arguing with me about the centroid placement. Where you have that your intensity profile, and you see where.
Doesn't even know what that means, though. Like what it means to have a centroid, right? It follows a radial Gaussian from the center, right?
Exactly.
He doesn't even understand it.
Right, you're looking for the most intense point of that disk. And so, there's like predicted wander, right, in the subapertures that didn't happen with the centroid.
Yeah.
That would be amplified by terrestrial refraction. So,
oh yeah, there should have been time periods where the fluctuations made it so they didn't even pick up one of the lasers, right? So
right.
they'd have like a time series of samples, and then they'd have like blank spots where like it didn't even hit the telescope at all.
Well, so Jesse's even saying that could be happening, but they didn't log it.
I guess their polling rate was too slow. They needed to poll it like goddamn million samples per second or something.
So it's this whole like argument from incredulity, right? Oh well, it probably happened, but they didn't log it, or they claim that they had this amazing alignment, but they must have been tweaking it in order to match, and like, what are they tweaking it to match against? So I don't know, everything's just asked backwards with him. I'm like, this is some like next level coping. Like the amount of technical knowledge that he's acquiring on the fly, and then being able to work this into affirming the consequent fallacies and all these other same frameworks that we deal with on a consistent basis is actually pretty disturbing to me. I mean, I've spent so much time off and on over the past couple of years just looking at these documents and researching the equipment, looking up, atmospheric physics terms and stuff, just trying to get my head around it. This guy reads the paper for the first time last night, he tells me, and comes up with these kinds of objections. It's not normal. There's something else going on here. There's something weird. And, my paranoid...
He might be feeding it into AI or being coached or something. That's possible.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's very likely. Very likely.
I mean, either way, it's being coached, right? Either being coached by a freaking computer or being coached by a human. Or maybe both.
AI.
You never know. Maybe they have a little crew of people that are going over this stuff.
I kind of wonder that. Like, if it's AI, it wouldn't be making these kind of like logical these human kind of mistakes, right?
Yeah.
AIs make mistakes that aren't human, and that's how you can tell it's an AI. Like the kind of screw ups it does are not like predictable in human behavior. He's making human mistakes, and it's hard to describe.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I gotta go here. I'm gonna listen.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll just say this: if Jesse thinks the whole thing was just freaking complete bullshit, then he really should call the peer review, wherever that was published, and complain. And he needs to call the U.S. Air Force and try and get their money back or something. You can actually get 10% of whatever you get for. I think it's you can sue. You can sue for fraud on behalf of the U.S. government. It's like a whistleblower thing. He can get 10%. So maybe he wants to go do that since he just discovered, that Boeing or who can't remember. I think it was Boeing and the University of Dayton and the U.S. Air Force don't know what they're doing. But Jesse, freaking Sailor C. Theodolite, freaking salesman. Somehow he's got to figure it out.
Did you have any luck with the bot, Indio?
DJ. Nah, it's still. I invited it and everything, but it still told me I needed to pay up to shut up.
Really? Oh shit. Okay. Sometimes if it doesn't work in this chat, right? You just disconnect. Like use the little arrow, right? Disconnect, and then join, and then it works again. It does it all the time. I don't know why.
Oh
yeah, I'll ask Vivek.
When I tried to play it.
I'll send Vivek a message and see what he did. See if it cost him anything or whether there's a way to set it up for free.
Yeah, when I use it, it's that I tried to. What did I try to play? Yeah, that's why I pinged you in that chat. Did I? I pinged you in the wrong chat. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, I saw the ping.
Oh, okay. Doesn't.
But yeah, I couldn't use the commands for the other bot. I think I've got access to one of the music bots, like the main music bot in the home server, but not Musox.
Yeah, I don't even know how to do that. Let me look.
So you said you installed it and it wants you to pay.
Yeah, when I tried to play a YouTube video, it just gave me the message, which it eventually deletes, that you gotta pay for YouTube. You gotta pay for premium.
Ah, all right. Let me have a look.
And then if you go on their site, it says that like if you pay the $2.99 a month, that you get unlimited YouTube. I mean, obviously $2.99 a month isn't freaking a lot of money, but
dude, those subscriptions, they all add up, and it's like dead money. I'm sure there's a cheap way to do it, like a free way to do it.
Dude, my friend, he's like, go on my PayPal and look at my subscriptions. I want you to get rid of a whole bunch. Dude had like 240 fucking subscriptions to just bullshit, dude. $2 here, $3 there, $4. Like he'd been accumulating it for like a decade. Like he spent like $500 a month in subscriptions, man, on nothing.
Yeah, I fell in that trap once. I was checking my my account. I was like, what the hell is like? Because I never really looked through my my list on my bank account of my transactions. I'm like, what the hell is this? I'm like, because I was trying to sell stuff on Amazon for a while, and then I realized I'd been paying $40 a month for a seller account to Amazon for like a year. I didn't even notice. So yeah, I canceled like all my subscriptions down. Pretty much everything I do is now for free.
So what I don't. You probably don't have it in Australia. Cash App. You know what that is? It's like a little app.
Yeah, I know what it is.
Cash.
Yeah.
So I try to put everything on that, like any recurring thing, and so I just don't put money in it, right? So and then like you know what I mean, and then like I'll know it'll say failed transaction. I go, who the frick are those guys? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's one way to control it, because when I've done it to my regular bank account, it'll just ding you. Right, there's no way to kind of like stop it.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. All right, so
what I do is, so it'll ding my Cash App account. I'll go on whatever that is that tried to charge me. I'll go into that and then pay with my regular bank account. Just pay manually. It's almost like I use it like a payment reminder. It's weird.
So did you say you put Musox 2 into the home server?
Yeah. That's what it was.
Is it in the music bot commands channel?
Yeah, if you type /, you'll see the list, and then there'll be the little M.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can't see that.
No, like you know how like it has the You see that?
Yeah, when I / I see me, I see message, but yeah, I don't see.
You don't see like a side. You know how it has the.
Yeah, I can see the thing on the side. It just has built in, and then it says Wordle and chess in the park. That's all I see.
Let me figure out how to add you to the bot. Roll permissions. This one, me look real quick.
Parkies in there or what?
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 How old are you?
One of your beeswax.
None of my beeswax, so you're 3.
How'd I be fucking 3, you fucking spaz?
Dude.
You're fucking American, you fucking stupid little nigger.
Oh, gosh.
Dude, you kiss your dad with that mouth?
Yeah, shut your fucking bitch ass up, you stupid fucking American.
Oh my god, learn how to swear, dude. You suck at it.
That's funny. You
You
fucking
just learned
suck,
swears
Batman.
today, like, and this is the best you can do. Come on, you can do
Oh my
better.
god, dude.
Oh my god, dude! Like as if.
I popped him on mute. You want me to leave him that way?
He's gone. He'll go channel to channel doing the same thing. Oh,
I
well,
sent
once
some
he gets
screenshots
unmuted.
of him though. So if we can file a complaint about his punk ass, maybe he can be removed. He doesn't even sound like he's old enough to be on Discord.
That's yeah, that.
Troll in the makings. Yeah. Or not
Yeah.
in the makings.
Trying to figure out how to. Info. Oh, do you have the DJ role?
I did.
Yeah, you
I
got
did.
bot DJ. I don't think
Yeah.
that would matter though, because it doesn't. It's not obvious that the bot. Just type like. Hold on, let me do something first.
Well, the commands in this server is just to do that little back arrow. It's not like that?
No, it's /.
Hmm.
When you type /, what happens?
It's pretty limited. One sec. I'll just go back in that server.
I just want to get rid of.
Yeah,
I'll
take a screenshot.
Huh. That's weird.
I'll send Vivek a message now, and I'll ask him.
It doesn't. I can't see like. It's anywhere where it has permissions. Where you can set. I can change the prefix though. So let me change to something else. I'm gonna change to the same thing that's in here. You need premium use in order to use it. Suck ass, dude. God, you can't do shit with this.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, what's up?
Hello, Indio. Yo, DJ, I have a suggestion
Nico.
if you want to start an event today.
Yeah, what's that?
I have a suggestion for a question for the Globers. Why
Yep.
would we lie? Why would we?
That's
why
very
would
good.
Vlad
That's
do
funny.
Yeah. We'll run that event today. I'll check the event schedule, see if anything's coming up. If not, I'll get it started. Get some people in here. Gotta crank up our hours so the other channels don't even stand a chance at the number one place. Anyway, I'll just finish sending this message to Vivek about the music bot.
Yeah, you heard me say it. I tried to change the prefix and it gave me the you need premium again.
Ah, okay.
So, I saw code.
Yeah. When Vivek gets back to me, I'll ask him how he was able, like what he did with the permissions to give the room moderators permission to use the music bot as well.
Yeah, nice one, Clipcorn. He said that tomorrow's event should be UFC 3959.
That's hilarious. I love it. All right, the Christians are running an event at the moment. Yeah, they're in the mod chat, right, trying to tell everyone how they need to get to number one spot, and we need to do what we can to get back to number one. So they're running.
Right now, they're going to be coming in here trying to gaslight us. YouTube don't matter. Come to Christ over here. Flat Earth doesn't matter. You're wasting your time. Trying to get their.
The Bible's literal, but Earth's a globe.
Yeah, you know, that's a crazy thing. That's the craziness. Who was arguing that the other day? The Koran is... Dude, there weren't no globe earthers back, 1,000 years ago. I don't know what they're thinking.
Yeah, the Muslims will just listen to whatever their, prophet people or whatever their leaders tell them.
Yeah, that was crazy. That other guy, he's like, well, all the scholars agree that 100%, freaking 100%.
The Hindus do the same
100%
thing.
agreement, even if there's two people. Like, what are you talking about?
That's why all the Hindus come in here and say, no, our ancient texts say that it's a globe, right? And you ask them for evidence of it, and they'll present some semi-recent scholar that, he's talking about a globe.
Yeah, they did. They did calculate. They could calculate certain things, but they didn't use orbits or anything. They just used the same thing, like so the ratio of days to lunar cycles, right? So if you looked up in the sky and got like, okay, the sun's at this point and the moon's at this point, how many days is it going to be? How many times is the sun going to rise and fall, and how many times is going to moon rise and fall for them to both get back at the same place in the sky? So they calculated things like that. They didn't do orbits or anything. This is what a lot of these guys are confused by, is that the math that's being used almost invariably has nothing to do with any type of dynamic model with where they're calculating forces and masses and motion and inertia and all those things. They're not doing any of that. They're just data fitting repetitive cycles, right? And coming up with mathematics, which you can predict the next, basically I remember when you had I don't know if you ever had the standardized tests, and then one of the questions would be, it would give you a series of numbers and say, predict the next number in this sequence.
Oh, all the time, yeah. I used to hate
basically
those.
what they're doing, only the next number is more complex than 2, 4, 6, 8, predict the next number. It's just way more complex, right? It's a complicated mathematical formula to predict the next number, but they're not using any dynamics, physics, or anything like that. Because like I just said, they can predict if you, so just by mathematics, you could say, okay, the ratio of solar appearances, the solar to lunar appearances, so they get to the same spot in the sky is 1 to, say 250,000. And, but they could also say, yes, that's how many orbits it took. You know what I mean? Because in their head, it's taking an orbit. But it's in their brain, they think they're modeling an orbit, and that's how they got that, right? They're doing the math. They're like, okay, that they're full of gravity, and then it's going this fast. It's going, 200,000 miles per hour around the Earth, and that means it would take this path, and blah blah blah. Doing vectors, calculating vectors based upon some gravitational model. But they're not doing anything like that. First of all, it would be crazy complicated to even do something like that. But they have techniques that techniques you can do that don't require all that. Why not just use that? Why would it just be why make it hard on yourself, basically?
And then you have one phenomenon when is that happening, all this orbiting stuff. It's called late changing time in different locations. USA changing time, comparing UK 2 weeks later. But you have all the time the constant speeds and everything, but somehow you change the time 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
What's that phenomenon? Because what's happening in the physics?
Yesterday we were talking in the Awakening server. I think it's starting to revive somehow, and the globers that are known to go there. We were talking about the horizon, refraction, and those things. We were trying to argument the black swan observation by that GIF where you see that propane tank and some objects behind the propane tank appearing to rise and being visible instead of being obscured by that tank. So the thing is, my question was to them, which the layer is denser than the other? On the surface of the water, is it denser than above the surface of the water? So you have the surface of the water, that layer where the water ends, so it's the surface, and that layer above it, just above it, touching the surface and above. Which denser? Is it denser than going higher than that, or less dense? Because what I know on the surface of water, because of that constant changing of phase of water, but water changing to gas, so creating that vapor, it's denser than when you go higher above. So it's a dense gradient of density from denser that is below to less dense above, meaning that their argument about refraction doesn't work at all. Because they claim, even if I use their claim, they claim that light decelerate or lower its speed when it enters a denser medium. So, meaning that light will bend down when it's going from a less dense medium to a denser medium. But in reality, the light that is bouncing from the surface of water and going to your eyes, it's not going from a less dense medium to a denser medium to claim that it is refracting down. No, but it is going from a denser medium to a less dense medium. So their claim of refraction making the horizon or the surface of water appear higher, it doesn't work at all.
Why do you think it can? Why can you? It could be either though. It could be going like from a less dense to more dense, or more dense to less dense. Because we're talking about optical density, which is just, it's mostly due to the temperature.
Yep, it's due to the temperature. But when they claim that the refraction, the light is refracted down because of that light beam is going from a less dense medium to a denser medium, then it will bend down, then it will reach your eyes. That's the claim of the globe. To have the globe, you will have to have that light arcing down, going from the surface a little bit up to and arcing down toward your eyes. It's not the case because the mediums are not like that. The denser medium in the bottom at the surface of water where that light is coming from, because it's reflecting from the surface, it's touching the water and then it's going on its trajectory toward your eyes. So it's going from a denser medium to a less dense medium. Their claim is not working there, because it have to go from a less dense medium to a denser medium. That's the claim of the globers.
Isn't it funny how it always just looks like flat water, and and they say that's due to the bending of light? That's ridiculous. Like, if that was the case, sometimes it should be like concave water. It should look like concave water. It wouldn't just stop at just flattening it out, right? Sometimes we would have, a condition where that never happens. Never once has that ever happened. Like, it's the dumbest claim ever, right? They have no idea what they're talking about, even when they say the word refraction. But
that's why I told them yesterday, because they were showing two observations of those oil rigs. The one which is being hidden by that horizon, and the other one which you can see the horizon behind the oil rigs. So I just asked them to see that image and asked them if the elevation from where the picture were taken is the same. And they said yes. And I told them to see that horizon in the image where you see that obstruction, the horizon obscuring the oil rigs, and compare it to the other image where the horizon is behind the oil rigs. So that surface of water were lowered down. The part of the surface of water that were obscuring those oil rigs, you can take those images and watch it, and you can see what I'm saying. So that part, that image that have the oil rigs being obscured, that part of water in the other image is lowered down, and then the part that is behind the oil rigs is lifted up. So refraction there is lowering a part and higher in another part, making it seems to be flat. And it's just nonsense to claim that, because of refraction, the part that were obscuring those oil rigs in the image is lowered down because of refraction, and the part behind the oil rigs is just put it up in the image because of refraction. So refraction is making surfaces appear to be flat by lowering some parts and making other parts higher. And then they just couldn't.
I keep it super simple with that. Yeah, with that second one, like the one where it looks like platform habitats hidden behind the horizon. I mean, that you can easily just dismiss that by just showing them the definition of what sinking is, and just show them that and say, look, could that be happening? They can't deny it.
Yeah, I showed them the GIF with the paper boat, showing the exact same phenomenon happening in a small scale.
Yeah, exactly. That's like exactly like sinking is like a less extreme version of what's happening in that one, right? That one's an inferior mirage, and then sinking is like a weak inferior mirage where you don't get that mirroring effect, you don't get that total internal reflection.
Yeah,
that's not present, but it's just sinking. It's when you have a slight difference in temperature where it's warmer down lower, and then it gradually gets cooler as you go up.
Yeah, and in that GIF, in that video with the paper boat, you can see the exact same phenomenon. So that part that is between you and the boat, like that horizon that is obscuring the boat, both oil rigs. So it's the same thing. It's lifted. It's been lifted up because of that refraction. It's not the refraction because of that mirage phenomenon. It's not the same exact definition as refraction. There is many things happening there, not just one single thing.
You see, this example, what I posted.
Oh yeah, I'll have a look.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, question. Which one is refracted? picture?
The second one, the gray one, the one
the gray
the
one.
right side. Yeah.
But they're claiming
They
that the
both
left
are.
one. They're claiming the left one. It's also refracted.
Oh, it is.
because
But there's always. Well, hold on a second. Right. So we're not talking about the law of refraction here, right? That's Snell's law. That's not applicable in the single medium here. We're talking about what the mainstream calls atmospheric refraction, which is essentially a list of miraging effects on varying levels.
On the horizon.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, like the right one fits the definition of what sinking is, and the left one, it's kind of, you know, there's a little bit going on there, but it's not really much. There might be a little bit of looming or something like that. We can see some effects taking place, but we can see a band, right? We can see a band. Let me show you an example of a more extreme day with the same oil platforms.
What I see in the left one, like heat haze, you see a distortion left and right. Like
have a look
heat
at these
haze.
images. Can you see the bands? Bands of heat in the sky.
Yeah, like the heat haze. Like when you have fire and you are just a little bit above that fire and you are watching an object, you will see that distortion left and right.
Are we on live right now? Shit.
So QE told me, right, that he picked that particular observation because of the bendy cranes and stuff like that, because there is some distortion going on in the image. He wants them to say refraction, so he can then give them his Snell's law speech, right, and completely shut down the conversation from that point on about this particular observation. He picked this one, whereas if you have a look at the 8-foot one, right, that's done late in the evening, that we don't see any visible miraging effects in that.
Yeah,
bro, what is he talking about? What is he talking about?
We're talking about. One second, sorry, Sasha. I'll just fill this. Okay, go ahead, Sasha.
Okay. No, I only want to say we have 3 examples now. 3 different examples. Look at them. And all of 3 examples showing you can call them, let's call all of 3 refracted images. All 3 of them showing refracted flat horizon. There is no example of any of these phenomena showing anything curved or to suggest, okay, this phenomena is happening, okay, that means it's curved. No, all phenomena showing, again, the flat horizon. That means whatever is happening, horizon is always flat.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, right, the difference is, like the image on the right, where it looks like the oil rig sinking, it fits the definition of sinking, and it also fits like all of the variables that go along with it, right? They'll say it usually happens on a clear day, it'll usually happen during the night or early in the morning, and they'll say that it makes the horizon appear much closer than it would in the absence of that particular sinking mirage. Now, the one on the left, that isn't possible. That doesn't fit the definition. I mean, that doesn't fit the meteorological conditions that would be possible to have the horizon that far away, right? So if the horizon should be at 1.22 miles and we're seeing it beyond 10 miles, right, there has to be an absolutely huge difference in the temperature that's low, right, and the temperature that's high that would cause that effect that they're saying is taking place. They're essentially saying it's like a looming effect. It's not possible for that to happen.
You
can see it also. Sorry.
It's not that it's not possible. That's what you're seeing. That's the best image what you can get that left on. That means you see the surface, you see the oil rigs, you see the ocean behind the oil rigs. You can now go whatever, 10 miles, 11, 20, 30, doesn't matter. But you see the surface of the earth. And that's what you see. There is no phenomenon, there is no something, it's tricking you. That's what it is.
And you can, I know she is an artist, so you can ask her. So she will tell you the same exact thing. Look at both images. So if you take account of perspective, the one in the left, in the right, not our black swan, but the image where the horizon is obscuring those oil rigs. The water, the surface of water, is ramping up harder. The angle is stronger than the other one. So that surface of water, the ramp up of that surface is so strong, and the distance between you and the horizon is much smaller than the other one. Meaning that surface in the other image have to be lowered down compared to the other image, compared to our black swan, where you see the horizon behind the oil rigs. That surface of water is so much lower down. The angle is so big compared to the first one. Meaning, if you compare it to, like I say it again, to that GIF, you can put it, I have it, I can share it in the side chat. It's the same exact phenomenon. The horizon in front of the boat, the ramping up of that surface is stronger than at the beginning of the video, than when it was behind that paper boat. I just shared the GIF again. So compared to using perspective, yeah, that's the surface of water being appearing to appear higher than it should. So it will make those oil rigs, like the paper boat, sink inside that horizon that appears now in front of you, between you and those oil rigs.
It's a similar thing. It's it fits the definition of particular miraging effects. It's when you have a warmer air closer to the surface and cooler air above it, makes the light bend upwards, and it makes the object appear like it's being displaced downwards. That's what that's what the mainstream says is happening here, right? And it always happens, right? That's the inferior mirage is the easiest one to test because it's very easy to find a flat, hot surface like a road or a pavement, footpath or something like that, and then we can get down low and we see the same thing happen every time. Right, so we can confirm that that's what's happening with that paper boat or toy boat or whatever it is. But Necros, have a look at the images above that, right? So this is a big ship. Well, hold on a second, I'll repost. Okay, see this ship? Necros, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you and I see the ship.
All right, see this ship, right? So this is called the Mandarin Arrow. I looked up the ship. Okay, so here's the tracking radar screenshot. Okay, so that ship's anchored and it's 12.4 nautical miles out to sea. Okay, so in the morning, the guy goes there and he zooms in. He's just standing on the shoreline. And he zooms in and this is what he sees. And it kind of looks like the ship's hidden, like the whole bottom of the ship's hidden behind the horizon, right? Once again, fitting the definition of sinking early in the morning, looks very clear. Horizon appears much closer than what it would in the absence of the sinking. Now,
and there is
1 second. Now, 4 hours later, 4 hours. Yeah, there's a little bit of the inferior mirage happening. You can see a little bit of the mirroring at the bottom right of the ship there. Yeah, you can see the miraging effect. Yep, absolutely. And look, 4 hours later, right? So what happens 4 hours later is the air temperature heats up during the day, right? And that mirage effect actually goes away. And not only does it go away, it actually kind of reverses, like that optical density gradient reverses. And then we see the same ship, right? This is the same ship in the same position just 4 hours later. And now we have a little bit of like stooping, right? Like it's squishing the ship a little bit, and it looks a little bit loomed up as well. But this is like an example of what we're seeing in the Black Swan as well, to an extent. This is a more extreme example. Same thing. Look, in the morning, I bet that guy took that white swan observation early in the morning. I bet he did. I'd like to know what time he took it, actually. But Yeah, it's the same thing. It's like nothing's actually hidden behind the horizon.
You said that somebody has the geometric horizon of 1.22 miles.
1 point. No, I've never seen anything like that. Yeah, that's the craziest thing, right? Not even anywhere close. Like that one Sasha where they see like that's 6 miles away, that horizon in the one that they say proves the globe. We could just use that one and destroy the globe just with that.
They will always use the only the picture without data. They will say, "Look, there is, there is covered, And when you are the distance, I don't know. That's the point.
Yeah, I've never seen any observation that even fits their their horizon distance where it should be on a globe, or where it should be if there's standard atmospheric refraction taking place.
Or something near, let's say from 2 to 3 miles that you can have a doubt, because you can say maybe it's doubling the picture really, but this is 10 times that.
Yeah. I've never even seen one where it's double. It's always like 5 times further away or something, or 10 times or 20 times. Like that Great Salt Lake observation I like to present. That's 21 miles from 5 foot height, and there's no horizon over the entire distance. And it's crystal clear. There's no miraging effects that you can see taking place, right? Nothing noticeable. So yeah, it's rough for the globe side. It's very rough for them.
Does ships navigating there near that oil rigs?
What's this one?
DJ, you see the video I posted?
Yeah, I'm just watching it now, actually. Oh, wow, that's cool.
Yeah, that's a nice one, Indio.
I'm saving that.
Yeah, if you just looked at this, right, you're like, oh, you can see the rigs. You wouldn't even think anything of it, that was even there, that there was a mirage out there. Until you saw the freaking payload freaking merge with itself.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's actually great. I'm adding.
There's a boat in there. They're dropping that off into a boat. You just can't see the boat. The boat
shit.
is within the mirage or within the inferior mirage. You can't see it at all. It's not dropping it in the ocean.
That's crazy. That's a great example. Yeah, I needed something like that. Nice find. Is that a platform habitat or some other rig?
That's alien. So. Aliens. It's coming from the mountain.
It's crazy that we can see the legs of the oil platform pretty well, but the boat's like completely missing.
Oh no, I don't think those are the legs of. I think it's the legs are just mirroring, so you see the double of the length, like just like the boat, that thing, that black thing that you see. It's the top of that boat. It's the upper part of the boat. You can see there mirroring.
Yep. Good point.
And
Yeah, so it's like a band right across that that whole section.
Exactly.
Damn.
Yeah, horizon is there where the ship that behind, that small dot will disappear. That's the horizon.
Yeah, that's definitely mirroring. Even the box, when you see that box, that payload getting lower and lower, you will see two. Well, yeah, nice one, Indio. You see two boxes there, one in the bottom, one in the top, and they will merge with each other.
So that thinks it's curved.
There's a crazy. I'll show you guys this video. This video is freaking insane. It's taken by Plain Truth. He was filming, and it looks like there's a horizon, and then like it's hard to even describe. It like dissipates, and there's like it looked like water, and then it like the air dissipated, and you can like see through it. It's really freaking strange. Let me find it.
Have you found? Is this available on YouTube or not?
Yeah, I want you to watch this and explain how this happened. It's freaking insane.
It's somewhere going to be end. I mean, somewhere it's going to be connect.
What?
I said somewhere it's going to be connect, right? Like the whole thing. It's somewhere going to connect. The horizon you're talking about here.
You talking to us or you having your own conversation with somebody else?
Are you talking to us? He's asking you. Are you speaking to the panel, or are you having a conversation with someone else?
No, I'm asking you that it's going to somewhere connect. In the like the whole video you showed us, somewhere going to be connect, right?
You mean connect with another flat area? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, maybe if it's flat, if it's round, whatever.
Yeah.
Somewhere going to be connect, right?
It's not round. Yeah, it's definitely not round. You're not going to have a completely flat area on a round surface.
How, if it's flat, how am I supposed to think it's going to connect? Round can be connect. Do you think a flat? How do we imagine the surface?
You don't have to imagine.
So, like, do you have any picture to show us that it is flat? And how does it look from the space? If it's not round.
Yeah, that's a loaded question. You have to know that space is an actual place that you can go to, right? As far as we can tell, as high as we could go, this planar surface goes on for miles and thousands of miles, right? With no curvature, right? So can't get high enough in altitude to be able to see the entirety of this vast plain. I hope that helps you visualize this.
Sorry, but can you please tell me this game? If you can.
Yeah, you have this idea of outer space, right? You have this idea of this near perfect vacuum that people have been to, right? You got to get that idea out of your head, right? Number one. Number two, you go up in altitude, eventually you're not going to be able to continue to reach higher, right? Now, why that is, not exactly sure. But as high as we can send things, it's flat. And as far as we can see, right? So making an assumption that you could eventually get high enough where you'd be able to see the entirety of what this planar surface is, that's just guessing, it's making assumptions. As far as we can see, not curving.
And if you think about it, even if you get high enough, you can't picture the entire surface of this plane. The most you can reach is what the light can, when the light can reach your the aperture of your camera. So those places who are not illuminated, who are in dark, so you won't be able to picture any of that shit. So you will never be able to picture the entire surface, even if you reach high enough altitude. You can't do that because you can't reach those altitudes to take those type of pictures.
Yeah, I get your point here. Like, we can't fully capture the area of it. I really get this point very well, and I kind of convinced he at some point.
Is it you or her? I couldn't hear. Was it just me?
What?
Yeah, I have her turned up to 200%, and she's still pretty quiet in my speaker system. So.
I think I'll come back again because my manager came again. Okay. Bye.
Ash, I think you just need to. Yeah, it's okay. I think you just need to turn up your microphone in your settings next time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, cheers.
So DJ, you watch that video at all? Look at some of the screenshots I took.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's so much going on in that video. I've never seen one like that.
It looks like it's so it looks like it's behind the horizon, right? Like Cobra say, and then you can see through it. You can see through it. That was never water, or I don't even know how that happened. I've never been able to wrap my mind around how that was even possible.
It's crazy. Yeah. Like I'm gonna rewatch that a few times and try to work out what's going on, but it's like, I've never seen that effect before.
If you just look at it, right?
Water temperatures might be different water temperatures in DO, like different currents
water.
like at the surface.
Yeah, I mean,
no, I'm just talking about the amount of evaporation going on in different areas between you and the target.
Yeah, it's just very. If you looked at took a screenshot and you just showed somebody, hey, this one where you can see through it, they'd be like, well, that's clouds or fog or something. But then if you showed them one of the other ones where you couldn't see through it, they'd be like, oh, that's the rig is over the freaking globe Earth. You know what I mean? They couldn't tell from looking at it. And it's obviously not clouds because, it separates and then, you know what I mean? I mean, that would be really weird that the clouds are the same color as the ocean. Because you have this one.
What is that dark band that goes in front of the platform? Is that's water?
No,
I saw.
That's the thing. It's not. It can't be water. What do you think? Water's in the air? It's floating floating water.
Yeah, like a mirage. I don't know. What else?
Monday.
What else is it? Some land? Like what? It's crazy.
No. Monday, I went to the beach with the family, so I saw a phenomenon just like that, but. It was a little bit. You are able to say what it is because it was close to us. So it was foggy during that day. It was too hot that day, and it was foggy. And when I went away from the family to smoke a joint, we went to a little bit higher place and we sit there to smoke the joint. So what we saw was a little bit like that. So the fog layer was just a layer above the surface, not touching completely the surface. So like if the surface have a layer that is more transparent than that fog, and the fog, which is like a little bit opaque, and above the fog where we were in that altitude, that elevation where we were sitting, it was also transparent. So there was just one single layer in between the surface and the sky, which was the fog. And in distance, there was a rock there is a house above that rock. So we were able to see the top of the house, the bottom of the rock, the beach, and where people were sitting on the beach. But that middle part of the house and the rock, it wasn't visible. It was like fading with that orange, because it was near the sunset. So it was like orange fog area mixing with the sky. So it was like that, just a little bit like that. I am not saying that it is fog in that image. I don't know what is that, if it is fog or something like that. But I saw something like that just Monday. My brother-in-law was there with me, and he's just here. He can confirm that shit to you if you want. In that image, that moment, I don't know. I'm just speculating. Who knows? It was foggy during that moment, and when the fog dissipates, I think it's getting higher and higher. So when the fog dissipates, it just doesn't fade like that. But I think because of the temperature and the density of that fog layer and the replacement with the fresh air that will be cooler than that fog and replace that fog, and the fog will do like vapor, it will go up. So I think it does like that in those images. So during those images where it's merging with that horizon, I think the fog was a little bit on the surface. It was dependent to the temperature and the weather at that moment. It was at the surface. So when the temperature change, it just elevates up. It's replaced by fresh air, a little bit less humidity on the surface, and that fog will just continuously try to go up.
Well, what I think is happening here now, I think about this is like we're typically used to seeing like inferior mirages. I think this is a superior mirage of the ocean, so that it's an up-down, top to top, right? So that would be like in regard to a building, right? A superior mirage for a building is when the tops are touching, right? And there's a double image with the tops touching. I think this is a double image of the water. And at some point, the air, like the mirage, dissipates and you can see through it. But there's still a reflecting layer where you can. So think about it like this: that there's a mirror. There's a mirror over your head, higher than your head, that extends out over the water. Now, you're gonna see, if the mirror goes far enough, right? You're not gonna be able to. It's hard to describe. You're going to see an upside down image, because typically we see the mirror reflection off the water, but we're seeing a mirror reflection off air in the sky, right? Air above our head. So there's like a duct, like a layer, a cool layer that's higher than the camera. So from the camera's point of view, it sees a reflection of the ocean. But when part of that dissipates, and that section of the duct or whatever you want to call it, you can see through it, but it's only like a portion of it. So you see a portion through it and can see like the bottom parts of the rigs, and at this points where it dissipates completely. This isn't fog or anything like that. This is just some sort of, I don't even want to say refraction, because I think it's a reflection. I don't think it's refraction at all.
And also, there is mirroring when that in that part where you can see through. So you see the legs of that oil rig, like in the image that DJ sent 58 minutes after the hour, and the image that you sent above it, just above it. So you can see the legs of the oil rig that are appearing through that layer. It's mirroring there. In the image of DJ, you can cut that part in half, so it's just a mirroring. And in the part with of the image that you send, you will cut the image in the leg where that line, just below that line, there is some black traces. It's just bottom up image of those legs. You can trace a line, a red line, like you did earlier. So it's just mirroring in that part where you can see through. You see the legs, and at the same time they are.
I'll show you. I got it, dude. I got it. Got this. I found it. They're gonna trip you out.
Yep, that one. Yep. That's the one that DJ sent.
But the mirroring stops after a while, right? So now there is no mirroring, and you can see through it, and you can see like through that mirrored effect to the rig itself.
Yeah.
There's like multiple layers. I got one with the sun that kind of does the same thing that I got a while back.
Try to trace a line. Try to trace a line in the one that you sent. This picture, I will just resend it to you. This one. You will be able, if you zoom on the legs, that bar, that horizontal bar that is traced on the legs, you can see it on the surface of water.
Second, what is this on? This one.
Baraka bize.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one's got the same thing. You can definitely see that. Yeah, it goes right through the center of the legs. So this is a screenshot I took from a video, dude. There's like 3 suns. If you zoom in on this, you can see there's like 3 different suns. Right? Because go get the reflection of the water, right? You see 1 sun in the water, but you see 3 suns in the sky.
Yeah, exactly. The reflection doesn't resemble to what you see in the sky at all.
Yeah. You know, I find a lot of different stuff, and it's just like there's a lot of evidence out there. But it's just it's hiding in plain sight. It's out because this has nothing to do with flat Earth. This video, you know what I mean? A lot of this stuff is just it's out there. It's just hiding in plain sight. Yeah, DJ, what you just showed, that's a classic, what they call a superior mirage, classic version.
Yeah, I thought it looked a little bit similar to that Plain Truth one.
But like people, I think expect the band to be like straight, like the horizon, but like the air is kind of like it isn't like that. So it's discontinuous. It's not going to be some super straight line. I think it's hard to decipher just because of that expectation. So it's hard to figure out that if that's just a reflection of the water that's upside down, floating in the air, which is just
that seems most likely what it is. Yeah, but I think a lot of the times it's like a big mixed soup of all different combinations of effects taking place at once, and over like different distances, like completely different conditions at say 4 miles, and then 6 miles it could be something else crazy going on, and it just makes this big
elevations soup. Right? So you're going to look at some object, right? So that line of sight to the bottom versus the middle versus the top versus some part higher than that versus the water, all those lines of sight are getting a different, I don't know, optical path or effect, you know what I mean? Because of the angle differences, right? Is that portion of whatever's out there, is it being reflected? Is it being refracted? Is it being it's like you said, a mixed bag of stuff.
It makes it so difficult for the globe earthers.
It's always Earth.
Yeah, it's always definitely for them to make hyper specific claims with these long distance observations. It's a big stretch.
I'll play something I played last night. It's pretty funny.
I just sent a video. This one is from Mitchell from Australia. It's called Australian Black Swan. Also, it has that effect of mirroring, and you can see the objects that appears way behind that line.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Yep. Hey, Indio. The other day, I was thinking about something, and it was to do with how they say that when you see the sun on the horizon at sunset, it's already actually gone behind the curvature of the Earth. But what I was thinking is, when the sun's directly above you, they say it's not really refracted much, right? You're seeing it where it is. And then if a cloud or anything comes between you and the sun, right, those heat rays coming from the sun instantly don't reach you anymore, and you get cold. But the exact same thing happens when the sun's right on the horizon, right? Like if it's like just about to dip behind the horizon and a cloud goes in front of it, you get cold instantly. But that sun's not really there according to the globe side. And then when I looked into it a bit further,
I heard you saying this the other day. Yeah, I heard you. I remember you saying this the other day.
Yeah, then when I looked into it, it was saying that the infrared rays, right, the heat rays from the sun, don't really refract much at all. They pretty much go in a straight line.
Yeah.
And it is a contradiction. Like, it doesn't refract like the light is said to refract. So it doesn't really make sense to me. I need someone to explain it. I was wondering what your opinion is on that idea.
Yeah, according to those guys, according to the Globers, right? That blue should curve the most, and like when you get into the infrared part of the spectrum, that should curve the least. Right? So according to them, that's what moves stuff up or down.
And also the red spectrum is because the infrared is just above the red, and the blue one is the one who is refracting the most. So it means that during the sunset, you should have the complete opposite effect. You should have that bright, super bright light go into the blue spectrum instead of the red, because the red won't refract around that curvature to reach your eyes, and the heat also because it's infrared. So what you should get is the one that is refracted, which is the blue.
Yeah, so it should get green. Shouldn't it get cold though? Like, Necros, shouldn't it get cold 10 minutes as soon as the actual sun that you can see, as soon as the sun dips below the horizon, like they're saying, like, you're not really seeing the sun. You're essentially seeing a mirage of the sun. So the sun's already gone. So as soon as that sun actually goes, like they're claiming, you should get cold. But that's not what happens, ever. Because I was thinking about it, because I remember I used to, you'd surf for hours and then you'd get really cold and you'd get out of the water because the sharks are about to come out. And you're standing there and you're getting that last little bit of heat warming you up from the sun. And as soon as it dips behind the horizon or a cloud, you're cold instantly. But that would have to happen 10 minutes earlier if it's really disappearing 10 minutes earlier. I don't know.
Here, I want to play some.
We are not going to see the geometric horizon.
Just the
no one's claiming that we see physical geometry.
It's not a visual horizon.
Having this
the
globe spinning,
and the geometric one is the one we don't see, because if we don't see it, it's not a horizon.
Because there is nothing.
It's not a visual horizon, so we don't see it. So it's not a horizon.
Can you hear the music bot? 1 second.
Yeah.
The music. You were
that was a mess, bro.
Hey, Necros, do you have the music bot muted or?
Yeah, I had it muted.
Yeah. India was just playing a clip.
Yeah, I'm muted because I want you to hear this because it's pretty funny.
All right, can we start it again?
Yeah.
You are correct. We do not observe geometric horizon.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Changed by refraction. Do your eyes always tell geometric
I got to start
truth?
from the beginning.
The short answer to that last question is
okay. Let's try this again. I did it wrong.
we are not going to see the geometric horizon.
No one's claiming that we see physical geometry.
It's not a visual horizon. The apparent horizon is the one that you see. And the geometric one is the one we don't see, because if we don't see it, it's not a horizon. It's not a visual horizon, but it is. So we don't see it, so it's not a horizon.
You are correct. We do not observe geometric horizon.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Changed by refraction. Do your eyes always tell geometric truth? The short answer to that last question is no.
Unorthodox. Is a tangent line straight?
Yes. Of course, what Mr. Oakley will say is that we presuppose
what the Earth is, the shape of the Earth? Well, yes, because that's how models are made.
In other words, how it's not Earth curve, that's the rebuttal to the Black Swan. We wouldn't expect to see geometry. What, the geometry that blocks boats and buildings? Well, okay, we wouldn't expect to see Earth curve. Earth is flat, welcome to the club.
So, since I've been in this topic, there's been one thing that they do not want to lose this particular argument about ships over the horizon, refraction, all this stuff. That argument, they have been fighting tooth and nail not to concede it, though they've already lost it. So it's like, that's why we get into this refraction thing. What's the horizon? What's the geometric horizon? Doublespeak, contradictions, all that nonsense. They can't lose that. Okay? They can't lose that argument, because if they lose that argument, then anyone that goes, hey man, the Earth looks pretty flat, all their reasoning to say, hey, it's not actually flat, that your observation is false, any clue to that is would be gone. They've been fighting this forever. I mean, they started off with there'd be no horizon at all on a flat Earth. Part of it's morphed into, oh, it looks flat, and that's because of refraction, and it just refracts perfectly so that it looks flat. Like, all these successive, arguments. Now, the newest one is, on a flat Earth, the horizon would be fuzzy, and things would just slowly fade into the distance, and you wouldn't see them. This is the new hotness they've been trying to show. And that a crisp horizon would only be on a globe. There's really no basis for saying that.
Ask him to draw it, the one who claimed that shit, that the horizon.
Yeah, I have. But they don't care about what the truth is. They only care about whether they have some excuse to confuse people that aren't familiar with the topic, right? I'm talking about anti-flat earthers. I'm not just talking about the run-of-the-mill people. The run-of-the-mill people, they don't know anything, right? They'll come in, ships disappear over the horizon, blah, blah, blah. And we'll tell them why that's not the case. But some, like Professor Phil, like you heard at the end, him talking, he'll go in their DMs and say, well, it happens because of refraction. You have anti-flat earthers that actively work against us in the shadows, right? Because they can't come in here. And even if they did come in here, they would say, like you said, you'd ask them to show it, and they would just deflect, obfuscate, do whatever, all the games you see them play. They need plausible deniability. They need some plausible excuse why it still can be a globe. And we've chipped away at each one to demonstrate that's actually not a plausible excuse. And the last one, hopefully this is the last one, is, the horizon would be fuzzy on a flat Earth, and it's not only would be crisp on a globe, which I can demonstrate is not the case. Okay, easily. With the RC boat videos, right? The RC boat, the water's way too close, has a nice crisp horizon. We know that surface is flat, so you can easily demonstrate that that's false. But I was just making a broader point about this particular argument. The horizon / refraction conflict. These guys won't let that shit go. They will do whatever they can to maintain it. Because they've been saying it for so long.
Yeah, they're pretty much forced to use mental gymnastics and throw all of the mainstream stuff under the bus and formulate their own idea about this thing. So they're kind of forced to lie. And that, like you said earlier, they've already lost.
Yeah, there's literally no justification for any of their refraction claims other than we presuppose a globe, and under that presupposition, the only way these observations could happen and us to maintain a globe is if there's some refraction condition changing.
What kind of refractions?
Why are you over talking me? Okay. I guess you're not.
Yeah, I muted him.
Yeah. Yeah, so like this is the double speak, right? Oh, we don't see the true horizon, we see the geometric horizon, and they like it's the only way that they can deal with the fact that we see too far. They have to say that there's some thing making that happen. They need some phenomenon to make that happen, where nothing we see is geometric. But as we all know, they also make the simultaneous argument that ships over the horizon is geometric. Right? They won't let that go. They like the ships over the horizon, dude. You gotta remember, that's been being said for a very long time. Like 2,000 years or something, whatever. It goes back until like the earliest record I could find was like Ptolemy or something. That's like freaking, I don't know, whenever he was alive. 600 AD or 300 AD.
Like Nathan Oakley said, like the geometric horizon, no, it doesn't fit the definition of any type of horizon anymore, if that's what they're claiming, right? So, we can just
see it, yeah.
Exactly. Like in the side chat, I put the National Geographic Society definition. What is a geometric horizon? And it literally says like the visible boundary between the earth and the sky. So that doesn't work for them anymore, right? Because that's not they're saying that that's not it.
It's almost like saying there's an invisible color, right? Like you can't be an invisible color, man. You have to be able to see it for it to be a color in the first place.
Well, the geometric horizon is a physical fixed location that has to be at the exact place, and as long as you don't change your observer height or position or whatever, it stays there. It can't move, and it has to be right where it's supposed to be. Right, so that's what they need to validate, but they're kind of screwed. And now they'll try to say it's not physical. When you bring that up,
I'm gonna start asking them like, is there a weather condition in which you actually would see the geometric horizon?
Yeah, a vacuum.
And they get them to tell me what it is, and then once they're locked into that, and it's freaking game over.
Oh, they'll avoid that like the plague.
They'll say,
I usually force them into it. Yeah, I force them into it. I say, all right, we do a hypothetical. We're going to remove the atmosphere. Okay, do you agree that the horizon's at 1.22 miles exactly from a 1 foot observer height? They have to say yes. And then you say, okay, now we're going to add the atmosphere back in again. Right? The geometric horizon's still at 1.22 miles, right? And they have to say yes. And then we can switch it back around on them and say, like, all right, prove it's there.
It's kind of pathetic that we have to like go through things step by step and box them into like a cow pen so that they can't use some sort of rhetorical escape. That's fucked up, dude, that we even have to do that. Because why are they trying to obfuscate the truth? They should be like, it should be a conversation where both sides are trying to come to the truth of the matter. That's how it should be. But it's nothing like that. It's actually sad in a way, now that I think about it. And pathetic in another.
Dishonest. They're dishonest because, like I have to use that tactic to get them to agree to something before I make my point. Otherwise, they won't agree to it because they're not honest. It's crazy. Like,
I know, but what I was thinking of teachers, like, how many things, like little steps in between, to get them to agree to something. You're like, do you agree that liquid water is wet? Like, freaking, you gotta do all these little freaking obvious incremental steps just to even get to your point. It's like it gets exhausting at a point. Like, you have to establish this crazy groundwork, right? Establish all these premises just to get to
we have to.
Point.
It's not just the anti-flat earthers either. It's just regular globies, right? How many times have you heard people have to go through? Okay, if I have a bucket of water, it's flat on the top, right? And then now we're going to increase it to a pond. You have to go through this like childish process to establish, like, to have them admit, like, because if you didn't go through that,
and then they go, and then at the end, DJ, they go, well, water droplets are curved.
oh man, then you have to go through the water tension thing. Yeah, damn it. Another funny thing is they can't cite any of their claims when they're talking about their version of refraction.
I know they can't. Of course they can't. Because the academic literature is just as confused as they are.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the textbooks, now I'll say this, the textbooks and like science, so-called science sites on the internet, they make claims. Obviously, there's no evidence for them. They just say it, right? Like, they sound like, if you read it and you were just a layman, you're like, yeah, they know what they're talking about. Why else would they say it with such confidence, right? You see these diagrams of mirages, and then you see, like, you know, formulas for refraction. And it never occurs to them, like, is there any actual evidence for this stuff? It never occurs to people that maybe these people, that whoever wrote that, they're either parroting something, or there's no evidence for it, or this is completely theoretical. Like the mirage one. Oh, a superior and inferior mirage is caused by this, you know, cold air over hot air, and the other one's called hot air over cold air. How do they know that? Like, did they go out and, like, measure air temperature gradients, you know, 20 miles away? Like, they don't know that's what's causing it.
You derive theory. You derive theory from measurements.
So let's take superior mirages. Where's the data to support the current refraction model for superior mirages?
Have you looked for the data?
Yes, I've looked for the data.
Right.
Yeah. So here's the funny thing. I just told you I asked you for the measurements, and your brain must have went, oh shit, I don't know of any actual measurement data that actually exists. Now, you should automatically go, I don't believe that anymore until I see the data, but you'll continue believing it.
Yeah, I could sort of just do that with anything. But it's not, I don't think it's a rational reason to reject, like, the theory behind something that I haven't personally seen.
What is irrational? Well, let me ask you. I didn't say personal. Nothing involved personal. Who said that?
You're asking me about, right, my, like, level of research.
No, not your data, anybody's data. You don't know of anybody's data. You don't even know if any data even exists at all.
You can just go on anything like Google Scholar and just look at studies as to, like...
Okay, is that what you did? Is that what you did?
For refractivity in different conditions.
Is that what you did? Yeah. Answer the question. Is that what you did?
I have done it. You need to just calm down.
Oh, okay. You read a paper where they took data on the causal mechanism for a superior mirage.
I don't know specifically about a superior mirage. Do you realize these things are just named specific phenomena? Where it's like a spectrum of what sort of optical effect can be obtained. Okay, take it this way. It's like
I know what it is. It's called a qualitative description. Superior mirage, inferior mirage are qualitative descriptions of what you see. Now, the causal mechanisms, the things they say cause it, is that there is a temperature inversion out there somewhere. Say it's at sea, there's a temperature inversion out there.
No,
is there stop talking over me. Because we're getting to the point, and that's why you want to interfere. Is there measurement data to support that theory? Not by you, by anybody.
Yeah.
You don't know. You don't know at all.
If anyone thought it was made up, isn't it like quite an easy thing
now
to
a
just test?
sociological argument about what you think fucking human beings would do. That's fucking retarded. I think if people thought it was look, bro. I'm telling you, there's no data. Okay. Are you gonna go investigate?
Can't you just look online? Check.
Oh my god. Somebody else talk to this guy, dude. I can't take this shit, bro. This is just too fucking low tier, bro.
I'm not going to talk to him either. He's not qualified.
Low tier.
Yeah, this is low tier shit. Can't you just look on? Don't you think I've already done that?
Why don't you just talk to
Cosmos? I have looked online. There's no data. I didn't just make it up and just say it. Okay? I looked very thoroughly. I read probably 100 plus academic papers on refraction going back 150 years. There's no data on the causes of superior mirages at all in any of the literature. None. Zero, zip, nada.
What did you type in?
You don't know of any to exist, so you can't even... Hold on. You don't know of any to exist, so you can't inform me. But you believe the theory even though there's no data to support the theory. But you're going to continue to believe it.
Yeah,
and you told me it's irrational not to believe the claims of a person, even though you have no evidence for those claims. And that's irrational not to believe it. That's fucking... Dude, you're actually driving me mental, dude. That's even crazy to say.
Okay, well, let's just do it. Your turn, my turn. I won't interrupt you. You don't interrupt me. I'll keep my responses succinct. What do you think is responsible for like seeing a supposedly
Doesn't matter what I think.
Right. So again, like what? we were saying,
there's no data from which to form a hypothesis. Do you understand?
People can't just measure atmospheric conditions.
They could, but they didn't.
Nobody has done this in human history.
Not in this regard, in this particular optical phenomenon. No, nobody's done this.
How do I even argue with this? So somebody hasn't just taken a barometer, a thermometer, gone at different heights in different locations and said, it's 25 degrees C here.
Okay.
It's 105 kilopascals here.
Cosmos, first they have to observe in a superior mirage out there. Like say they're at the beach, they see a superior mirage. Now someone has to rush out there to where they see the superior mirage and take the measurements you just talked about.
What do you mean rush out there? You could have just multiple points measuring temperature, humidity, pressure. Have you driven? I live in the UK.
You could do that, Cosmos, but nobody did do that.
I live in the UK, right? We have.
Yeah, you're gonna just whistle past that graveyard. Nobody did do it. I don't care about where you live, dude. You're trying to deflect that nobody's done it.
So you realize most commercial ships, right, will be able to measure like
that's fantastic.
Pressure, temperature,
show me where
humidity.
They did it. That's great. I don't want to know what you could do. I want to know what you did do.
Again, you're asking me.
Anybody.
You can just look this up.
I have looked it up. You already covered that. You're fucking like an NPC. You just reset to the beginning. I already told you, and we already covered this. I did look it up.
What did you type in
again?
What did you type in? I'll just type what you typed in.
Oh my god, dude. It's insane to me that you can't just hear what he's saying and comprehend
he's clinging to his fantasy.
Now you want him to walk you through his research and where he searched and what terms did he use? I mean, are you kidding me, bro?
Yeah, it's almost like if you make a grand claim, you'd be expected
to unbelievable to me It's unbelievable to me that because you haven't done research, you want him to walk you through every step he's taken and all of the research that he's done on the subject matter.
He's
It's
also
insane to me.
John. He's also trying to make me prove the non-existence of evidence that he hasn't provided. It's first of all, you're trying to, in the first instance, if you claim a superior mirage is caused by X, Y, Z, it is not up to me to disprove it. It's up to you, or not you personally, but the person making the claim to provide the evidence to support the claim, right?
Right. Okay.
Okay.
I mean,
is that evidence available?
I'm sure it is.
You're sure? How sure?
In fact, I'll just go 100%. I'm 100% sure.
Okay, or what? Are there going to be consequences to your foolishness?
The consequence is I say I'm wrong, and all of human knowledge has never.
You're already wrong. You have no shame. It's easy to tell you're just one of these people.
Okay. So your position is all of human knowledge and endeavor has never once produced like any research paper or anything.
No, that is a crazy straw man you're building, bro. I said very specifically, and I'm going to make you repeat it to me now. Okay? Nobody has ever measured.
You're such a power trip.
Okay, no, you're a snake, and I'm going to stomp on you. Okay? So it's very simple. Look, bro, if you're straw manning me, you're being dishonest. Okay? You heard what I said. I said nobody has ever measured the causal mechanism in any way, shape, or form of a superior mirage. Period. There's no data to support the claim that an inferior mirage is caused by a temperature inversion. And it might be impractical to measure, but that's not my problem.
Oh my God.
The problem is it needs experimental support, right? Is science empirical? Yes or no?
Yeah, of course it is.
Okay, so without the empirical data, I am not going to believe it. You shouldn't believe it either, because you don't know what the empirical data is, or if it even exists.
I mean, neither do you for claiming the Earth is flat with virtually no evidence. But
Are you crazy, dude?
Yes, they have that Cosmos. They have
Virtually,
evidence.
like all the oceans of the world are flat on their surface, but I have virtually no evidence.
Yeah, you don't, because you then claim you don't know what the Earth looks like. So claiming all the oceans are flat
now
becomes
think
a
of how
P and
stupid
not
that
P.
is.
Yeah, it is stupid. It's a P and not P.
No,
because you're
what you
claiming P
just
and then
said.
you're claiming
No,
not
what
P.
you just said is that if I don't know what it looks like, it can't be flat.
Okay, so
I don't know what your mom looks like, but I'm pretty sure she's a female.
Yeah, but she's a
so
whore.
that's called a reduction to absurdity. Your the whole logic you just went down is just absurd. I don't know what your mom looks like, but I know she's female. How did I know that?
Okay, right. Can I give a comparison? I don't know what a pancake looks like, right? And I know a pancake is flat. Do those two positions contradict each other?
You don't need to know what a pancake looks like to know it's flat.
Thank you.
How would I?
Just a minute.
Because you look, brother.
Can we?
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you how. Because you want to know how I can know that? Because you can measure segments of the pancake and sum them without seeing it. You don't have to quote unquote see it. You can measure it.
So could your segments, right, not reveal the totality of the picture?
Well, yes, but in this case, all the water is connected, and they have a physical property that when all the water is connected, it does the same thing on its surface. It isn't like like you have a bunch of connected water. The water in one part is curving, and then the water in the other part, 100 miles away, that's flat, and then the water 100 miles from that's concave, right? The water's all connected. It reaches hydrostatic equilibrium.
So,
it makes it flat on its surface.
No.
Yes.
No. So
No.
Again, you have to know the large scale picture if you want to claim
No,
what
you
the
don't.
Earth looks
No,
like.
that's false. I just demonstrated that's false.
You didn't demonstrate anything. You just
Water
said you can take segments.
Because water
right?
has a property, and it's a shared property as long as the water is connected. So if I measure a segment, that property is universal. Are you arguing that water does a different thing in one place than the other place?
No, it's all influenced by gravity.
Okay. In what way? How do you know that? Okay, hold on. Let's go. Let's do this. Okay, I'll take your hypothesis. What's the empirical evidence for that hypothesis?
The empirical evidence being that everything I see on Earth is influenced by gravity, including myself, and that would extend to water because water's not outside of the laws of nature.
What does that mean, though? But you're claiming that gravity makes water curve. You're not curving. What are you talking about?
It's almost like I'm not covered around the surface of Earth.
Yeah, but you said, we're all influenced by gravity, but that gravity would have to make the water curve. Wouldn't you actually have to empirically demonstrate that your theory is gravity curves water? Okay, go out and get the empirical evidence. Gravity curves water. We don't look at you to figure out if gravity curves water. We don't drop an apple out of a tree to figure out if gravity curves water. We go measure the water to figure out if gravity curves water.
Yes, so you would just take some sort of measurement, right, of the Earth's shape using some sort of empirical, testable, repeatable.
You mean like a laser? Could we measure the surface of the water with a laser?
If you can show in repeated experiments and with reference to the physics at hand, and then you could show, for example, say if you're disproving a theory, in science, you kind of have to use its reason. Well, no, you'd use its reasoning to make an abductive case. So you're saying I use their reasoning, right? I use their physics, their maths, and it falls flat on its face using their own conditions and own scenarios.
Okay.
So you'd essentially disprove the globe Earth if you were able to show through repeated observations using
I said measurements. Maths. I didn't say observations.
You're going to measure observations. You're not measuring nothing.
No, you're measuring a physical thing, dude.
Yeah,
if I measure the board, if I measure the 2x4, is that measuring an observation?
You're observing the 2x4. You're observing.
Wow. Is this how deep this conversation's going? Do you think we can move it along a bit? Fucking hell.
So it turns out we need sense data to do science. Wow.
Yeah, we need to read the fucking instrument. Yeah, thanks, Captain Obvious.
Yeah, that's what an observation is called, Captain Obvious.
No, it's called a measurement. Observations are when you make. Yeah, so there's a difference between qualitative and quantitative descriptions.
Yeah.
We are talking about a quantitative description, not a qualitative one. You're talking about a qualitative one.
I don't know what your grasp of the English language is.
I know,
seriously.
because you've never been at any level of higher education, so you don't know what these words mean.
Okay, hello.
Okay, since you spitball between random points, what's your level of
Why don't you just Google
random.
qualitative versus quantitative, since you're the Google master?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what numerical versus just like categorical.
What the fuck?
Kind of stuff.
He's a straw man factory, bro.
He really is, isn't he? Are you deluded, mate? Do you know what's going on?
Yeah, I can see
so why the
when we
fuck are you
switch.
talking about that shit then? It's not addressing what's actually being said.
Okay, so let's get back to the point.
It's
you
almost
said if
like
there's
you got off
repeated.
point.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the point, so you can't weasel out of it, which is what you're going to try and do. You said if there's a bunch of observations, I said measurements. So I'd say measurements because we're trying to measure the form of something. right? We're not trying
Bioobserving it.
well, we're trying to just like we measure your height, right? That's what we're trying to do. Earth as a globe is a geometric claim.
Are you measuring my?
Is a globe a shape, brother?
Yeah, it's a shape.
Okay, so it's a geometric claim. When you say
He's
shape,
doing the
you're
same
saying,
thing. I'm just returning him with his own.
So when you say shape, you're importing a geometric claim, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you tell what a shape is? You measure it. So we're going to measure the shape of the Earth, and we can eliminate curved from flat. We can check curved or flat. If curved, then ball. If flat, then flat. Right? Simple.
Yep.
Okay. We've already done this, bro.
India.
No, you haven't.
No, you haven't.
Admitted that.
Hello. Let me
No,
ask
you
a question.
haven't.
Hello.
So he's
Actually,
lying, Cosmos. We have.
What? How big's the Earth?
What?
No one's taking surface measurements. No one's taking surface measurements, Cosmos.
What
Is that what
shadow
you're
do we
saying?
see on the moon? What
Hey,
shadow do
stop
we see on the
interrupting.
moon?
Don't need 5 people talking at once, guys. Thanks.
Yeah,
What
just a
shadow
moment,
do we see on
Widowmaker.
the
We'll. Yep. So actually, maybe Oliver can mute up for a bit so we can talk to the new guy.
Yeah.
What do you
What
think?
shadow do we see on the moon? Tell me. Give me the answer.
The guy openly trolling.
What shadow do we see on the moon? Do you have any answer?
How do you know it's a shadow?
Wow.
Excuse me.
I'm asking you. What do you mean, wow? Oh, wait, you got a sacred cow that we have to bow down to? I'm asking.
You stand below the sun. You have a shadow, right?
Sorry, what is a shadow?
Then on moon
Excuse
you
me.
can see the shadow.
Question for you, sir.
How do you know?
Can you define a shadow for me? Can you define a shadow for me, please?
If there is a light and you stand, wow, then you find a shadow, like where the light won't fall.
Okay, so a shadow would be an absence of light, right?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So when, for example, we see a lunar eclipse and the shadow upon the moon, is the shadow red?
What?
When we see, excuse me, I've got thousands of these observations, dude. It's called a red moon. It's also known as a blood moon. We observe these when we have a lunar eclipse. You told me that the shadow is an absence of light. Is red a colour, an absence of light?
Yeah, but if
no, that's a question. Yeah. Is red that is a colour, an absence of light?
If it not the complete absence of light, it might be red.
Okay, so it's not a shadow then, because it's light, isn't it? It's red.
There is a border between a shadow and the light. Okay.
Thank you.
There
So
is a
it's
very
not a
minute
shadow
border.
then. Excuse me, you have to concede it's not a shadow, because a shadow is absence of light. When we see an eclipse upon the red.
Bro, you are noob math.
The fuck, dude? You said shadow, that's an absence of light. I'm pointing out it turns red, that's light. Have you got a problem with this? Fair enough. Sorry to interrupt, guys.
Yeah, he just left. Yeah.
Right, I'm going to fire up an event just now. Right, so we could get a whole bunch of new people.
Ended that conversation. We shouldn't have entered that conversation for little Mr. Shadow interrupting everybody in the middle of the conversation. I was getting ready to tell Cosmos, it's like, yo, you're in the room where we are. No one's holding a gun to your head. You don't have to be here. If you don't like getting interrupted, don't go coming into the room. You know what I mean? Like, the people who are here trying to educate you can interrupt you. Why? Because we're the moderators and no one's forcing you to be here, dude. Jeez.
Yeah, Oliver's such a well-known, like, douchebag, right? I don't need to go into it, but anyway, he's gone now. So I'll fire up an event. Well, I think we'll go with what Necros suggested earlier. Why would we lie? Why would we lie?
That Cosmos dude is another freaking whack-a-mole glober. Where, like, you can't, like, it's just, like, freaking whacking moles, dude, on the machine, dude. Just keep popping their head up, dude, with just nonsense, dude. You have to keep smacking down.
Exactly.
Because his point is to obfuscate so that you never get to anything, right? Is to like, because you're constantly chasing around his straw mans, his logical fallacies, just chasing him around, going, no, not that. No, not that. I didn't mean that either. And they're like, so that like your actual point never gets addressed because he's just doing the smoke and mirrors routine.
Exactly. You know, and while he was hogging, you know, the airtime, I saw about 4 people come in and, you know, open their mic up but then leave. So, yeah, we'll try to get some genuine people to chat to. I'll fire up the event and share it around and go in the general chat and lure some people in. All right. What do you think, Indio? Why would we lie? Good event title.
Oh, yeah, I like that one.
All right, let's do it.
Could put, why would Earth lie? Why would the flat Earth lie?
Yeah, good show, guys. Good to see you all. I hope you all having a great day. I'll be at work, so.
Yeah, good to see you, John.
John, man, you do a great job moderating, dude. You got, like, seriously, you have my support.
Really does. Thanks, man. Appreciate all your help, dude.
John's been like at number 1 or in the top 10 as the most active voice user in the entire server of over 300,000 people. Very impressive.
Give him a round of applause. So is that Cosmos guy? Is that Oliver?
Yeah.
I see.
Hey, Indio, what's your opinion on like atmospheric magnification?
Well, it definitely happens. No doubt about it. In the literature. It's in the academic literature.
Yeah. So, I mean, it seems like well, explaining why, you know, it looks like some buildings or the sun or something in the distance could be appearing to disappear bottom up so drastically like that. And when we set up small scale demonstrations using a lens to try to, you know, sort of simulate what the atmosphere may be doing, this exact same thing happens, right? The objects that are being slid away don't reduce in angular size, and it looks very similar to what we see you know, when we're looking over these vast distances through thick air. Do you think that
We noticed this like with some of the windmill photographs, where the windmills are like cut off. They appear just like abnormally large. Like their proportions don't seem right. Like they're blown up. Like they're off in the distance, but they're blown up so that they actually look, you know, because if it's like, okay, it's 56 miles away or something. Okay, and you have a windmill, and you know, you have the horizon, but the windmill itself looks way closer to the horizon than should be cut off. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
yep.
It should be like on the quote unquote globe should be cut off that much, but it should look way farther away than that. You know what I mean? It should just be. It just looks like it's magnified or something. I've noticed it like a bunch of times. I've seen this with the oil rigs too, like different oil rigs, mountains. A couple of the cruise line videos. You actually posted one of the images. I noticed it. Hold on, let me look real quick. One of the boat ones.
Yep. I think we even see it a little bit in some of the Black Swan observations where that second oil platform's like 4 miles further away, but it only looks slightly smaller than the closer platform. Something's going on there as well.
In my opinion, that's just turbulence, you know.
It's just what, sorry?
Turbulence. You know, I can post a guy walking 12 miles, and they will see that same thing there. You know, hot air.
I mean the angular size. Like, if just say like you had one car, like one giant truck at 6 miles away, right, and then you had another truck that's roughly the same size at 10 miles away. Surely the one that's at 10 miles away would look tiny compared to the one that's at 6 miles away.
Yeah, that's not relative size. So things farther away, they appear more small.
Exactly, but that's not what we see because the closer platform's 6 miles away, the further one's 10 miles away, but it doesn't look much smaller. And maybe there is some magnification going because you're looking through so much more air over the 10 miles than the 6 miles, right? So maybe it does make it look a little larger than what we're actually seeing. I'm not sure. Just an idea.
You know, I have seen with my binoculars, you know, in a hot day, you can see this, you know, this turbulence, you know. You can see with the wind, it's going to left or right. It's some turbulence going on, and, you know, it doesn't change too much, but it makes, you know, things, let's say, twinkly. Let me see if I found the other guy.
There's one particular one I'm thinking of. It's like, there's some offshore windmills. I think they're Thornhill windmills. And there's a picture that they took like from, so it is an elevated position. So they're like at 100 feet. So the horizon should be something like 12 miles away. But these windmills should be like I think it's like 30 or 50 miles away. But they don't look much farther than the horizon. They just look like they're blown up. Like these are only 300, like, what are they, 300-meter windmills, dude, or something? But they look way closer than they should be. They're just way larger. And you can see way more detail than should be possible for something that's 30 miles away. I mean, that's pretty far away.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah,
that's definitely. The video. So if you watch this one, you can see that turbulence. I mean, you know, sometimes I see documentaries, you know, and there's too much hot in there going on, and you see like this.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, that's kind of like just it's like he's like hazy.
Yeah, that happens too, you know, in a hot day. You see that haze going on. Sometimes I don't see, and it's a clean day, you know, let's say a clear day. The sky is blue, you know. But, you know, sometimes I don't see mountains that belong to Spain that I normally see. And that's because of that hot going on. So, in my opinion, the second Ulrich in the Black Swan, you see some turbulence. Maybe some difference in temperatures. So anyway, but it's just some turbulence. It's not.
I hit the jackpot. Oh my god, dude! Looking for window photos. I just hit the jackpot. You see the problem? I know sporadic does. You see the problem?
One sec, I'll just have a look.
Well, I mean, just how come it's like a linear slope, right? It's just a slope. There, just like perspective is a slope, right? Like the top slopes toward the center.
Like converging.
Yeah, because you got linear perspective, right? So the distance, double the distance outside should be a linear thing. I also got another one from that Danny Faulkner had on his site. That when I corrected it for the shit that he fiddled with, because he cropped it. So when I corrected it and used like the same scale for the so there's I don't want to get into how I did it, but it also had this linear drop, dude. Like beyond the horizon. Now the drop behind the horizon should be exponential. It shouldn't be linear, right? Because it's supposed to be a curved surface that's square of the distance. That wasn't what I was trying to show. I was trying to show her. Trying to find the right windmills. Jeez. It's just like leaving and joining over and over again. So if you look at the windmills, so I posted, right? If you look at the blade thickness, so that's the thing about perspective. Everything should shrink proportionally. So it's not just its height. Everything should be, just twice as far away. Everything that it looked like, all the angles of all the components of whatever that object was, should also be half their angular size. Now, if you look at this, these windmill, which is way far away, its blade thickness is it's close to the one that's way in front, right? It's like that shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't have that. That should have shrunk. Let's say it shrunk like compared to this one in height, like 30%. It should be smaller in every proportion. It's pretty it's things like that I notice. I'm like, that are like who is leaving and fucking joining over and over again.
Hey there.
Yeah, I'm here. Anyone else here? Testing.
So what are you talking about?
Look, well, topic, room topic, man. Event topic.
What are you talking about?
Why would the Earth lie about being flat?
I said, what are you talking about?
I just told you. Why would the Earth lie about the Earth being flat?
Okay. So why there was that?
No, dude. Like, we're here for questions, man. I mean, I can tell you what's up, what's down, dude. But it's better. It's better if you if you ask questions, and it tells me where you're at, basically. Because this topic is pretty complex, and there's different levels of familiarity with it. I wouldn't say knowledge. I would just say familiarity. So, just want to know where you're at. What do you know about this topic? What do you know about flat Earth versus globe?
Just answer the question. Why do I have to be expert in that?
I'm not asking you to be an expert. Who said that? How did you get that from?
You're saying I don't have any knowledge about the flat Earth, so I'm asking you about that.
It's not what I meant. I didn't say you didn't have any knowledge. I don't know what you know about this topic, dude. I don't know what you know or don't know. Do you think we think the Earth is a disk in space?
Sorry?
The Earth. Is it a disk in outer space? Do we think it's a disk? Like a pizza or a frisbee?
Oh, of course not.
Okay. I think good. No, us. Do you think we think that?
So you think the Earth is flat?
Yes, but not a disk in space.
So what's its shape then?
It doesn't have a shape like that. Same way a rock does not have a shape. What shape is a rock?
Depends. It depends on.
It doesn't have a shape.
The shape of the rock. Yeah, it doesn't have a shape.
It's rock shaped. Whatever that is. And Earth is Earth shaped. Whatever that is. We don't know. All we know is that the Earth is covered in water, right? Most of the Earth is water
So,
on the surface, and that water lies flat and level. Okay, and as such, if that's true, then the Earth cannot be a ball. Cannot.
I can give you evidence that prove.
That the water's curving?
What are you saying? First, you got to prove your theory. Yeah.
You can give me evidence that water's curving. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I have it?
First, the gravity of the moon and the.
Oh, are you serious? How does that prove the water's curving into a ball? Just saying gravity of the moon. Did he bounce? Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, he gave up. Sisu, welcome.
Hello, bro.
Oh yeah, he didn't leave. He said he can't talk right now. Maybe he'll be back soon. With quite a few people joining though. Welcome Eric, welcome Contrix, welcome Coom Stains, sus name. Contrix, welcome man. Welcome to Josie. It's got the Flat Earth tag, I see. Very nice. MK, welcome. Sisu. I saw Sisu open their mic, but they didn't say anything. Hello, Sisu. Yeah, Owen responded to your inside chat. Indio, he said the gravity of the moon and the other planets and the centrifugation of the Earth when it goes around itself.
God. That's like a Rube Goldberg device right there. No, their responses are so weird.
Yeah, it reminds me of that South Park episode when the guy says, "Oh, just because things are imaginary doesn't mean they're not real."
I legit had to go over and say, Photoshop pictures can look more real than the original.
Yeah, they're photoshopping the images for our benefit, you know. Hey, they're more aesthetically pleasing, wouldn't you say? It's like, come on, guys.
I just don't understand how it could look more real than the original. Like how does that even work? Like you have the original. How can you make it look more original than the original?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Gravity is not a force.
It is a force. Isn't there force in it?
Forcing the force.
Sorry. So any newcomers in here? Questions, comments, concerns, anything about the topic?
We must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force. We must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
It's like the geometric horizon. It's not a horizon, but you can think of it as a horizon.
Okay. Sorry, I had to go for a sec. I'm back right now.
It's like they can't measure Lorentz contractions directly for Earth's motion, but they claim they can for vertical deflection.
They measure what they want.
Sorry? What are you talking about?
We're talking about esoteric occultism. Anyway, what's up?
So I have a question. So flat.
You want to know if the Earth is flat? Well, what have you experienced? Hey, what's on your hot mic, brother?
Hey, man. What's up?
Yeah, your hot mic. Oh, you're gonna talk, man. What's up? How's it going?
Yeah, good.
Good. Fantastic.
So the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you give me a little bit of proof?
Yeah.
Can you explain a little bit? Because I am new here.
Okay.
Can you explain?
Yeah, I'll explain real quick. So most of the Earth is covered in ocean, right?
Yeah.
And in order for the Earth to be a ball, that water must be curved, must have a curve on its surface. And if there's not a curve on the surface of the ocean, then yikes, dude. There's not a curve. Okay, dude. Whoever's yelling into your mic needs to stop. So if the water of the oceans of the world are not curved on the surface, then it can't be a ball. The water lies flat and level, right? So water in a bathtub, water in a lake, water in a pond, it's all flat on the surface, on the top. You know what I mean?
Yes, you're right.
So if the oceans are also flat on the surface, then the Earth must also be flat, because most of the Earth is water, right, on the top.
Yes.
Yeah, that's flat Earth. That's the explanation in a nutshell. Is that no one has ever shown or measured that the surface of the water is curving into a ball.
Yes, no one can do that, right?
Yeah. So you can take a laser, right? You can take it like 2 meters off water, and you can shine it like 40 kilometers, And then at the other side, you can measure how high the laser is, and it's the same height off the water. It's the same height, right? So it's also 2 meters off the water. But if the Earth was a ball, it should be 127 meters off the water. Should be 127 meters high. Yeah. So the Earth should curve down and away from the laser, but it doesn't. And these tests have been done. Like there's a whole bunch of them, lots of laser tests across large bodies of water, showing that the water stays the same height above. The laser stays the same height above the water. I mean, that's just one piece of the puzzle.
What I think. Okay. What's the question?
It's very simple. Like we see too far. That's another one. Like you can go to, for example, Lake Michigan in the United States. You can be on one side of Lake Michigan, and the city of Chicago is 52 miles away, which is something like, what would that be in kilometers? That would be something like 70 kilometers. It'd be like 70 kilometers away, 80 kilometers. And you can see the city of Chicago.
Yeah, what's the problem with that?
Yeah, it should be under the curve of the Earth. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You should only be able to see the top 10 stories of Willis Tower and the radio antenna, and nothing else.
It depends on your height, also.
Yeah, we know. I'm taking that into consideration. We know that. From 200 feet.
So you measure it for the curvation degree?
We tried, but there's no curve to measure.
No, you can measure.
Yeah, you can. But we don't measure any curve. Here, hold on a second. I'll show you.
Yeah.
So in the text chat, I posted just 2 laser. Well, the first video has 7 measurements, or 5 measurements, 3, and then 3 weeks later, 2 more. Repeating the first 3, right? So this is in Lake IJsselmeer, which is in the Netherlands. Okay, so the laser at the other end should be 127 meters off the surface of the.
What's the location of the laser?
Lake IJsselmeer. It's 2 meters high off the water. 1.92. 2 meters off the water. 41 kilometers. When did they do it? Hold on. They did it a couple years ago.
What is the location of the laser? Sorry.
What is the what?
The location of the laser that is beamed.
I told you. You know, look, Lake IJsselmeer, laser is 2 meters off the water of the lake.
And where it's pointing at?
They shine it to the other side of the lake, 40 kilometers away. And the laser at the other end is 1.5 meters off the lake. The Globe Earth model says 127 meters
That means you should have to be in the air 127 meters to get to see the laser.
Yeah, wait a second.
Here, I'll get you a document too that you can read. At least you can look at the
I
numbers.
need to. Wait a second.
So I have another question though. So if you like, what about the satellite? It's so if the Earth is flat, then there is the end of this world. I mean, there is some place where you gonna go and fall off.
No.
Then
No one thinks that. No. We don't think that Earth is like a pizza in space. We don't think that.
Yeah.
And you can fall off. How would you fall off? Where would you fall to?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, you're gonna fall to outer space. Like, where are you gonna fall to?
I mean, if the Earth is flat, then everything is flat. I mean, the ocean is flat. Then we're gonna take a boat and gonna see the end of the sea, and there is something.
No, because when you sail, right? When you sail on a boat, you have to sail like to know your direction. You have to sail like with reference to something, right? And typically, we reference the North Star, right? And we like if the North Star is on your left hand and you keep it there, you'll go in a circle around it, right? You're not going to sail off the ocean. And even though you're like, hey, I'm going east, east is actually a circle. East is not a straight line.
So I watched the second video. It says the mirror high is 3 meter. It's obviously not 70 centimeter, as you can see. So there's a number problem there.
Oh shit, I was muted. It would need to be 125 meters in the air to see that laser, buddy. Even if they're wrong by 3 meters, who cares? It doesn't even matter because they need to make up more than 100 meters.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
That stuff is flat.
I'm done. I'm done. The space station.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
I'm done, edit. Space station.
Well, I made the general chat go wild. They're all spiraling out. Hopefully one of them comes in here. Peace Warrior, welcome back.
Bro, do you not realize that what you believe is that everything is an illusion? Like, we're moving at crazy speeds, multiple different directions. Everything will appear as if it's completely stationary. To such an extent, we'll see the wind go in all directions and we'll have completely still moments. right? We're moving in multiple vectors, but everything is as if we're completely stationary, so much so that we actually detect deviation from the stationary position, like we call them earthquakes, and that the horizon's curving, but it's actually horizontal, and the sun and the moon appear to be the same size, but the sun's actually 400 times bigger. And whenever we try to use interferometry to measure the Earth orbit around the sun, actually time slows down because it's stretched out, and then the measuring apparatus contracted, and it just made it look like the distance didn't change, even though actually it did change because we're moving around the sun. And like, do you not realize that you believe that everything is an illusion? Like, that's what you think. Or whenever we see things way too far based on the globe prediction, that just coincidentally light bends to the more dense medium, lifts it back up, but just stops it right at eye level to make it look like the Earth is flat. And when it's clear outside, we see further, but somehow actually when we see further, there's more refraction, so it makes it look like it's flat. Like, everything you believe is an illusion.
The world is really the greatest conspirator of all, because the globe Earth is trying to convince you that it's not moving and that it's flat, and it's working.
And the stars just continue to reset, but really they're not. The sun and the moon appear to both be above the horizon during the stellar eclipse, but actually it's not there. It's actually below the horizon. Looks like the sun is setting, but actually it's not there. And it looks like you see the silhouette of the Kenegu Mountains should be blocked by 10,000 feet of curvature, but actually it's not there. It's just all an illusion.
And no stars have ever crossed each other's path because of parallax. Never ever have two stars crossed each other's path. That's like driving next to a forest and none of the trees change position.
What we do is say, okay, we think the Earth's in the center of the universe, the Earth's not moving, the interferometry should not detect motion. Oh, look at that, it doesn't detect the Earth moving exactly like it should be. And since the Earth is in the center of the universe and not moving, when we look out at the universe, we should see that everything is moving around the Earth. It should make us look like we're in the center of the whole universe. Then we looked out, we got really good telescopes, and guess what we saw, bro? That everything we see shows that the Earth is in the center of the universe. Did we accept that? No. It must be another crazy illusion that the Earth is in the center of the entire universe, even though it actually is not. So who's it that's denying? Which side's denying objectivity?
Hello, governors.
What's up?
Another day in paradise, my man. Long time no see.
Oh, yeah.
The hero for you and me, Mr. Miguel Sosa. How are you, sir?
Doing okay, thank you. And you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
So we have this peace warrior. He thinks by going to the Google and or ChatGPT to get some answers, not by himself. He thinks, for example, going read a school book talking about some curvature. He thinks that's proof.
Of course, yeah.
He thinks the book is the reality, or some text.
Of course, yeah. So when I write a story about Vulcans and Tribbles and Martians and Venetians, it's true that it's in a book, it's on paper, so it's real.
There's a problem, when people go, even ex-Globers, when they went to the field to check if there was that curvature, they claim, with that radius, 39, 59 miles. When people went to check it, honest people, that curvature is not there. So we have a big problem. What is that curve?
Well, I'll tell you what, I can't tell you where it is because I've never seen it, but I can tell you where it's not. I've not seen the entire world, so I can't tell you the entire world, but I've traveled throughout a huge chunk of North America, and I can tell you for certain that there's no curvature anywhere that I've ever been.
That's it. Maybe these globers have seen that curvature they're on twice. I don't know. Or they are just believing in some text.
Yeah.
If it doesn't curve on a let's say a lake or a big lake, why it has curve in some place, other place, Why these clubbers think that curvature must, if this is not curving there, why they think there's curve somewhere? And is not that enough to those guys?
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. It's crazy is what it is. It's craziness. I don't get it, my friend. I promise you, there's all kinds of things in this world I don't get. And globe logic is one of them that I don't get. I guess that's kind of a contradiction, that talking about globe logic.
The problem is that they cannot prove it, Like this peace warrior, is not even opening his mic. So he has no proof, By, going Google and get some text is not proof of anything, He's not proving by himself. So he has nothing. And, he just keeps posting some stuff just to defend an illusion.
Yeah.
That he doesn't even realize it's a lie, that he did believe it at school or, from TV.
Well, what makes it unbelievable is that, there's a lot of subjects that I consider myself an expert on. Not like an insane number of topics, but I've got a few different topics that I consider myself an expert on. And I'm the first one to tell you when I don't know something for certain. And in those capacities, most people will tell you they don't know something for certain. They'll just tell you that they'll tell you what they know, and then they'll help you figure out. So if you want to know something more, then you've got to go research it, and they'll help you research it so you can understand some of the context, the nuance. And the globies, they don't seem to be able to do that. They seem to come in, sure they know certain things, and as sure as they know certain things, then they find out that no, they didn't actually know what they thought they knew. And there's really nothing at this point that can be, that they can present that gets them off of their little bad spot they're in. And my point with all that ends up is simply, it'd be far easier for them to say, like Matthew learns, I'm sure the earth is a globe. Maybe there are certain things I can't prove to you, but, X, Y, and Z, and leave it at that. It'd be really easy for them to do that. And so it tells me that the globies that come in here are far from the experts they present themselves as.
Yeah, even Matthew learns, presenting the Black Swan, I did ask him, are these calculations correct? And the guy said yes. In the Black Swan, until the first all rig, 1 foot observer's height, until the first all rig, it's 26 times larger than the radius of 59 miles. So the first all rig until the second, if you count 10 miles, that's 67 times larger of that radius. And they, I did ask to him, to Matthew Lawrence, are these calculations correct? And he did said yes. So it's 10 miles, 1 foot of surface height. It's that radius is 67 times larger. So but he's running away. Then talks about refraction. You see. So anyway, they like to just run away from what is presented. That is reality. No curve, no ball. How can you have a ball without curve?
Yeah,
it's just
100%.
simple. And then go on. Gee.
No, just my point being that 100%. You and the problem, their problem is they have a hard time of coming in here and not understanding that they don't know what they think they know. That they come in, okay, well, this scientist has said this and that scientist has said that. They're in a position to know these things, so therefore I trust them. Which, sometimes in life it is appropriate to listen to what somebody else says and say, you know what, such and such told me this, and until I have better evidence that it must be that. And it is appropriate to do that at times. But because you can't literally digest and become an expert in the millions and millions of topics and concepts that you run across today. Sometimes you have to just say, it is what it is. And I think that's the hard part for the Globies is that they have a hard time comprehending that, I just think this. I don't really know this.
These Globers, they forget that we were Globers too. We did get the same information, but they don't want to think about that first. They want to. I'm gonna get something to defend that globe. So they are not proving anything. Copying and pasting some text doesn't prove anything.
No, it certainly doesn't. Whether you do it with actually copy and paste or whether you're just doing it by verbal memory, my friend, it does not and absolutely will not prove what they think that it might prove. The truth is, it doesn't prove anything. It just proves that they're good memorizers. And remembering something is not actually knowing something.
Yeah, you say, remember something like that that they learned at school, or some documentary. So, they just remember something, but, they came here and they try to debunk us. But when we present stuff, we are the ones at the side chat presenting the stuff. And they are not presenting anything, They are saying, oh, that's not right there. It's not right like that, They are the deniers. We present stuff, and the guys, you can present a 10 miles, that rate is 6-7 times larger. You can present a big lake, 69 miles without no curve. I mean, do they want to make that ball bigger?
Yeah.
Because they don't get it, They just don't get it. You can present the formulas, distance to the horizon, and they are not. They don't care about that. They just won't care about defending their, what they believe it. That no one will prove the globe to them at school. They just believe it, and they don't know to accept that. It's a lie. So they are skipping defending ally, and that's it. Because they don't want us to destroy, that illusion. Because they like, they love to watch space documentaries, and CGI animation, and movies talking about space, and they love that. So, that's it.
Yeah. Well, hey, let me let you go, my friend. I gotta get back in here to the house, so I will talk with you soon and have a good day. It's been a while since we got to talk, so good to run into you.
Thank you for talking with us. Okay, see you later. I'm gonna eat something too.
Hi. Hey, DJ brother,
Hello.
how are you?
Good, bro. How are you doing? You're
I have
doing
one
well.
question. Yes, I'm good.
Good to hear. Okay, what's your one question?
Are you don't mind it because my English is not good.
That's okay.
My question is, are you on a spaceship? I mean,
Sorry? Can you say that again?
please wait. Just 1 minute. Yes. Are you an astronaut? Astronaut?
Am I an astronaut? No. No, I'm not an astronaut. Are you an astronaut?
No, I'm not astronaut.
Okay. Well, neither of us are astronauts. Okay. Is you said you had just one question? Was that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank
Yes,
you.
but
Thank you for your question.
oh, just one question.
One more question. Okay, go ahead. What's your second question?
My second question is, Jean is your friend?
Mm, Can you say it again, please?
Jean is your friend?
Jin? Yes. What about Jin?
Yes.
Yeah, what was your question about Jin?
Your friend, Jean is, Jean, your friend.
Yes.
He from his Germany.
No, he's from England, but he lives in Japan.
Oh, Japan. Yes, Japan. So do you know who I'm your friend. My name is Mr. Beast. I'm Mr. Beast. Again, this
Okay.
is
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Well, welcome back, Mr. Beast.
yes. So that's my question. I have no question.
No problem, man. I have to go on mute because I have some work to do. So have a good day, Mr. Beast. Most best.
Yes. Okay.
Peace Warrior, can you speak in the VC? Or Peace Warrior, can you hear me speaking in the VC? Okay, so on a globe, you have to have a geometric horizon, right? That's what must be there if the Earth's a globe. Now, that will be a certain distance away, depending on the height of the observer. Do you agree? Okay, so let's go over an observation. Okay, here's some mathematics in the Earth curve calculator, right? So in the observation I'm about to show you, the height of the observer is 5 foot. Okay, so the Earth curvature calculator tells us that the distance to the horizon has to be at 2.7 miles away. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that, or do you need to go and verify it for yourself? Yeah, Peace Warrior, if you're not listening, then I won't bother. When you have time, we'll go over it in the VC. We'll go over it properly next time you're in here, but right now, just have a look at this. Okay, this is 5 foot observation height 21-mile distance, and there's no horizon, right? There's a zero horizon over the entire 21-mile distance. The horizon has to be at 2.7 miles if the Earth's a globe. It's not there, right? It's not anywhere over the lake. And the shoreline that we can see on the other side of the lake has to be obstructed behind 223 feet of Earth curvature.
Hello. Why is everyone quiet?
Yeah, if you have any question, please ask.
Is the Earth flat or round? Yes or no?
The Earth is flat, 100%. Because when you go to the beach, all you can see is flat level water. You can't have flat level water on a globe. On a globe, the water is curved.
Are you talking seriously or you're joking?
No, it's serious.
Seriously? But the
Yeah.
Earth is very big. How can you see the curve?
How come when you go outside, yeah, you can measure it flat with a laser beam?
What do you mean? But the Earth is too big for you to notice that. It's like a piece of dust on a balloon. How can the piece of dust see the curve? It's even smaller than that.
Yeah, but you don't know this. For you to know this, you have to go outside and measure it. You have to take the measurements.
I think I have been outside once.
No, but did you take the measurement?
What measurement?
Okay, say for example, you got. Yeah, go on. Who's that? Go ahead.
It's John. It's John Luna. Sorry, Ultimate. You know what Ultimate Flat Earth Final Boss was telling you is that if you don't measure against the alleged radius, right, you're not going to know if the Earth is curving or not, right? So do you know what the alleged radius of the said ball is, Brow?
Why when they send, like, you know, that atmosphere?
No. I just
balloon?
asked you a question. I said, do you know what the radius of the alleged ball is, like the sphere, the Earth? Do you know the size?
No, I don't know this mathematical stuff.
Okay, so you don't know the size, right? Did you know that there's something called the Did you know that there's something called the Earth Curvature Calculator? Do you know that there's like several of those that universities have put out? Do you know about that?
No, I don't know.
Okay. So there's several Earth curvature calculators that you could utilize, and what they'll do is they'll tell you how much curve you should witness depending upon your observer height, okay, and how far off in the distance the thing being observed is, right? So that's one tool that you can utilize, and these are created by globe earthers, people who believe in the globe, okay? So based on that radius, over 10 miles, okay, 10 miles, that's it, just a short distance, 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop over distance from your position.
But there are mountains and stuff,
no,
you know?
Listen. I'm talking about where you have no impeding things to take into consideration, right? You have no impediments in your vision, right? You don't see.
You cannot find
a
that
mountain
place
in your vision. Yes, you can. It's called oceans, right? Oceans, lakes that are large lakes, seas. Yeah, you do have areas and plains, right? There's large plains too.
You can't consider the plains because the plains, even if they seem like
flats, right? There's the Bolivian salt flats. There's a ton of places.
Even if they seem flat to you, they're not really flat.
Listen to me, sir. There's plenty of places that have very, very little elevation change, right? Now, elevation is measured compared to sea level, right? So you have mean sea level, right? Now, that's where you get your elevations from. Now, you can look across certain large lakes, like the Great Lakes here in the United States and in Canada. You could see across these large lakes, and you could see 56 miles across these large lakes. Now, that's impossible. Why? Because the number, right, the drop over distance increases exponentially. Why? Because you're on a alleged spherical object. So if you're on a spherical object, the further you get away from the observer, the greater the distance is going to be exponentially, right? So the first 10 miles is 66 feet. The second 10 miles, so you're at 20 miles now, that's 266 feet. Okay. Now you go another 10 miles and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse, the amount of drop over distance. Okay. So over 110 miles, you're looking at 7,800 and something feet. of drop over distance in just 110 miles. So what I'm telling you is there's been observations that debunk the globe 100 times over. Okay. Not only are we not finding the curvature that matches this radius, that all this space, and mind you, these are all the government space agencies agree on this radius value, right? It's not like people are like, oh, well, that's not a true number. You can't really use that number in reality. No, everybody's in agreement upon this. And they even have curvature calculators that say that are supposed to back up their claims. But that's not what we're seeing here. We're finding that not only does the curve is not matching their radius, there is no curve. There is no drop over distance. So to say, oh, you guys are too small. No, you didn't even know how much drop over distance you're supposed to see based on a 24,901 mile circumference at the equator. So if you don't even know that, then how are you going to say you're too small if you didn't even know how much drop over distance you're supposed to see? So this is the problem. Most people come in here acting like it's a slam dunk argument. They don't even know.
But the Earth is not like smooth circle. It's not like a smooth sphere. It has
it doesn't
like
matter if it's a smooth
geological
sphere, dude.
things.
If it's a ball of any kind,
just let me say something. Wait. You said that water is flat. You said that water is flat, right?
Of course, water is flat.
How is there tide movement if the water is flat? The moon is pulling the water.
What the hell does that have to do? What does that have to do with the price of rice in China?
Because the moon is pulling the water. It's like creating a curve on the water.
You have no idea what's causing the tides, dude. So stop acting like you know. You've been taught that it's the moon, but you have any evidence to back that up? No, you don't. You've been taught it. You believe it. You trust it. Let's just be honest. Okay, Let's be honest. You're not making a knowledge claim. You're making a belief claim. You trusted your educators. They gave you some data. They also told you the Earth was freaking 29,901 miles at the equator. Now that's false. So now that we know that they're giving you false information, how much of
the movements? You didn't prove to me that. You just said.
And if we don't know, does that change the fact that the Earth's not curving?
What made the tides?
If we don't know, does that change the fact that the Earth is not curving?
Yeah, because you're saying the water is flat, but it's moving, so it's not flat. Because on one side it's high, and the other is not.
Regardless if there's waves and there's changes, dude, it's still flat. It does not matter, brother. Are you talking about?
What causes tide movements? It's not flat because it's bulging from one side.
Listen, if you can't prove it and I can't prove what's causing it, where are we at? We're at an impasse, but we still know the Earth isn't curving. We still know the Earth isn't curving. So can you explain how the tides happen? Are you going to say it's the moon, but you can't prove it,
So the Earth is not curving?
You can't prove it. The Earth is not curving. We can establish that. That's something I can check. That's something you can check. That's something anybody can go out and check. Okay? It's not curving.
And how do you go from United States to Russia? Where is the line? Like, what is the shape of Earth?
Surface. You fly over a topographical plane that has no curvature, no consistent exponential drop over distance. That's how you go from one point to another point. You fly over a surface. Of Earth? What do you? Earth is a planar.
What does that mean?
It's lake-shaped. It's a planar surface, meaning there's topographical changes, meaning there's mountains, hills, valleys, there's water,
like a disc?
But there is no curve. There is no curvature, meaning that there would have to be a consistent drop over distance in order for you to be on a ball. Now, the extremities of Earth, we have no clue how far it goes. Why? Because we get to a certain distance and it gets so freaking cold, you can't operate any machines. Why? Because it'll freeze the fuel lines. You have tons of issues the further you get away from what the known map of this place is. When you start getting into the far off extremities, you have average temperatures of negative 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, do you want to be messing around in negative 80 degrees Fahrenheit if that's an average?
So what's the shape of the Earth? Is it disc?
How would we know? How would we know? We can't get high enough to see the thing. It's too big to see everything. No matter what we send up, to the highest altitudes. The only people who are claiming to have a view of it are government space agencies who lied to us about the radius value. Okay? So if you're going to trust known liars for facts, I would say you have a serious problem with your logic.
You
and
know, there
reasoning.
is a simple invention that balloon you fill up with helium. Like people put cameras on that and
We've
make it fly.
sent up helium balloons, right? We've sent and we've sent up helium balloons. There's amateur balloonists
And
that
you
have
can see
sent
the
up
curve.
helium balloons, and they don't see the curve. No, that's what you're experiencing there is lens effects. You're seeing lens effects. That is not curvature.
But why does the lens effect don't happen in?
They happen.
And
They
like-
show a convex Earth too. They show a convex Earth too. What are you talking about? So is the Earth a freaking bowl or is it a ball? Which one? Because you see both when you see these high altitude balloon footage. You also see them using wide angle lenses, fisheye lenses. So you have different lensing effects. You do not see any curvature.
So do we have
Like I
like
said,
some?
if the Earth was curving, it would be measured, dude. We would be able to measure it. Why? Because we have surface observations for hundreds of miles, dude. Hundreds.
Maybe the instruments are
miles.
defective, or the tools you're measuring with.
Okay, so everything just is out to make us think that the Earth is flat now, right? But it's really a ball. But everything just makes us think that the Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying? There's a conspiracy.
Can
The
I
Earth
ask
is
you?
just
Do you believe in
conspiring
God?
against everybody to appear to be flat?
Do you believe in God?
What the fuck?
Do you believe that you can measure something, and once you measure it, that it
I'm just
should be?
asking you a question. Do you believe in God?
So when you measure your height, do you say, "Man, the ruler's just faking me out, telling me I'm this tall"? Do you, when you measure your foot,
No,
do you
because
say
it's clear.
the ruler's just faking me out to make my foot look this size? So when we're telling you that there's no curvature over any distance that we can measure, what's your deal with that? What's your problem with that? You think there's a bunch of flat areas that make up a ball
Maybe
or
the
something?
gravity pulls the light.
Oh, gravity. Okay, another thing that hasn't been proven. Another thing that hasn't been proven. So which gravity are you talking about? Einsteinian gravity, Newtonian gravity, or
The
specific
gravity of Earth.
Oh, the gravity
That
of
pulls
Earth, the thing that
objects.
hasn't been proven. Okay, the thing that hasn't been proven. Okay, awesome.
What do you mean? You can clearly see it. Just fall on the ground and it's gonna pull you.
Oh, that's called specific gravity, brother. That hasn't been proven to be mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. That's called something moving through a fluid medium and finding its equilibrium based on what?
That's all
It's
bullshit.
relative
That's all
density.
bullshit.
It's relative density compared to
Nah,
the fluid
man.
medium that it's in. Yes.
All
What do you
bullshit.
think air
Oh, there is no
brother?
gravity.
It's a fluid medium. It's a fluid medium.
And how
No,
are you
there's
attached
specific
to the
gravity
ground?
based,
How do you
based
walk?
based on what's up?
How do you walk? How are you not like flying or
Same way
getting away
everybody
from
else
the
walks,
Earth?
brother.
Yeah.
Same way everybody else walks. Gravity is not a force. Gravity is not some mass
it's
attracting
force,
mass.
man.
It's not the bending and warping. It's not the bending and warping of space time. You know how we know that? Because it's never been proven. It can't be
Nah.
isolated.
How do you
can't
how do you
isolate-
walk, not
you
fly?
can't isolate and you can't isolate and test concepts like time and space. You can't isolate and test them, dude. Come
Yeah,
on,
I'm
guys.
physicist, man. I'm
So
physicist.
if I see an effect and I just say, okay, I'm going to take the effect and I'm going to give credit to something.
Hey,
Is that the scientific method? Is that the
You
scientific
didn't
method?
answer me.
Right.
You just
So I
false
say
count.
not at all.
9.8. So I say 9.8 meters. 9.8 meters a second squared. Right. If I say
Yeah.
that, I point down and say that's pointing towards the center of a ball, and I don't even prove that I'm on a ball. All of a sudden, everybody's got to believe I'm on a ball because I said it, and it worked. So just because the things fall down, and down is the same for everybody, you guys are scratching your head. You can't wrap your head around it. But you believe people that
that's
haven't even
not how it
proven
works,
their
man.
theory.
That's
No,
not
you
how it
believe
works, man.
people haven't even proven their theory. Okay, Einsteinian fucking gravity has not been proven, dude. Why? Because they needed to make up dark matter to even make it work on what's observed in the skies at night.
I don't believe it,
when they're
man.
looking through their little telescopes. Okay, so
are you
it's
chemist?
not even proven. It's not even proven. So
You're
you
not
guys are
even
sitting there believing in something. You guys are believing in something based on zero scientific evidence.
what
meaning
you say,
it
man.
has not.
Can I
The
ask you a question
scientific,
and answer me?
listen to me. The scientific method
No.
has never been employed to prove either Newtonian
man.
gravity or Einsteinian gravity. So, because they've never been proven using the scientific method, you can throw them right out the window as pseudoscience. Why? Because they're being propagated as truth.
That's some bullshit, man.
Gullible students like you who don't even want to learn, they just believe, okay, you're smarter than me. Tell me more about my reality. Listen,
He
it
left,
is
bro.
not a ball. It is not a ball. Bending and warping in space-time is not been proven, has not been proven, will not be proven, and neither will mass attracting mass. All
Oh,
of
your
those
brain is
things
a rock. You
will
can't be
not be
convinced.
proven, dude.
So there is no, like, we don't have even to try to convince you because you're not gonna get convinced.
No, what? Okay, hang on a second. Sir Isaac Newton did not agree with the mass attracting mass theory, which he didn't prove. And I put the citation in there out of his own mouth. He said it was an absurd idea and he didn't want to be associated with the theory that he never proved, okay? He didn't want to be his name associated with it. Read it there, it's there, I put it in there. GIN CBR1. So Newton didn't prove gravity, and Albert Einstein...
Bro, I'm not asking about this.
Hang on.
I asked him a question. Why are you talking to me?
Please, you're interrupting me. Thank you. Let me just.
You
finish off.
are interrupting our conversation.
No, I'm not. I'm not at all. I'm helping my friend.
Who are you talking
Johnny,
to?
because he's trying to. Look, he's trying to explain to you people. You're not listening. Just shut up. If I'm not talking to you, then shut up. Thank you. I'm trying to. People are listening in the YouTube live stream. So basically, what I'm saying is this. Gravity has never been proven, which Johnny told you. I've posted Sir Isaac Newton's disapproval of the mass attracting mass theory, and I'm now telling you that Albert Einstein never proved his bending and warping of space-time fabric. So when you mention gravity, it doesn't exist, it hasn't been proven, and none of you have proven it. Those of you who are discussing it. I can't prove it, Johnny can't prove it, Einstein didn't prove it, Newton didn't prove it. So what are you talking about? That's the problem. Thank you. There you are.
Yeah, it still doesn't change the fact that there's nothing curving about this place. That's the whole issue. That's why we're here talking to you. You didn't even check. You didn't even know the radius value. You didn't even know how much drop over distance there was supposed to be.
I'm not talking to you about is the Earth sphere or not. I'm just asking you questions.
Yeah, you're asking me, how do you walk? How do you walk around? Everybody walks around the same way. Everybody uses the way.
How do you walk?
Do you feel like your legs are sticking to the floor, and you have to fight to pick up your leg because it's sticking to the floor? Is that what you feel like?
John, may I emphasize? You're completely you're utterly right. I just wanted to say that he doesn't even know the radius of the Earth according to the value of the radius of the Earth.
I'm not trying to know that. I'm just asking questions. I'm not talking about the Earth.
No logical processing, no logical process of thinking in your way of thinking. It is logical. When you don't know the radius of the Earth, you cannot come and claim that it's too big to be noticed. That we cannot. You are showing yourself to be stupid. John should have just said that and waited for an answer. But you Globers are so stupid that you don't answer when you are refuted and proven
bro, you're
to be wrong.
You're tweaking.
To be wrong. Fuck yourself. You jump to another question. You look like a clown. Your profile user image looks like a clown, and you talk like a clown. And I have just sat down and
you talk like a tweaker.
John dismantling you. So don't tell me that I'm being aggressive. But John explains to you everything according to logic, that we have even the Earth curve calculator according to the radius of the Earth. The Earth curve calculator is produced and put forth to be used by Globers themselves. And according to the Earth curve calculator, there should be a drop of 60 feet in 66 feet in 10 miles, and 266 feet in 20 miles, and 600 feet in 30 miles. And we are not able to find that curve in all the observation. And then you go and jump to another question because you have been destroyed. Because John destroyed you, Jim destroyed you. So can you explain to us why are we not able to find
I don't know those tools of measurements you're talking about.
Okay, when you don't know, this is the fucking thing that all Globers,
because I'm not even asking about that.
When they get, then fuck yourself, shut the fuck up. When you have no logical instrumental thinking, when you have no logical and scientific background, then don't come and claim that we are stupid and we have not done the work.
You are stupid because you're screaming.
Well, he's angry. That's why he's angry.
Yeah, I'm angry because you are danger to society. Because you are talking against science, against geometry, against math. There is a chart. I will post in the chat box. There is a chart when you can see and calculate the curvature of the Earth.
Down,
according to that, I don't need to come down. Don't tell me to come down. Okay, you are fucking stupid, and you are coming here and telling us that we are fucking stupid. You told John to shut the fuck up.
To everybody here.
You told John to shut the fuck up, and John was very respectful to you. John was very respectful to you. Why do you tell him to shut the fuck up? You shut the fuck up. Go fuck yourself.
How do you? Okay, hang on a second. Hang on a second, please. Hang on a second, please.
By the way, I'm not hearing you. I'm muting you.
Hello, hang on. Don't interrupt just for a second. I won't talk for long. Johnny was correct. Berserk is angry because Johnny told you everything perfectly and politely, and then you guys seem to ridicule him and make him out to be foolish or he's not correct. And then the question he asked you was, Johnny asked you, did you go out to measure the curvature of the Earth so you know the Earth is a ball? You didn't do that, right? You don't know the size of the ball. You don't know much. We've checked it, okay? So you cannot say that we are wrong.
Who said something about the ball?
Can I just finish, please? I'll only be 5 more seconds. You cannot say that we are wrong when you don't know the model and you haven't gone out to check. So please take your time, listen to what we're telling you, and then ask questions if you need. But do not say we're wrong because you don't know the model and you haven't checked. Please carry on now.
I don't want to listen to what you have to say. If you were going to answer me, I'm going to listen. But if you're going to say random stuff...
we're going to answer the question. We're going to answer the question.
Your question was, how do we walk around? And I said, do you feel like your feet are being stuck to the ground, like you have to fight to lift your foot up? Do you feel like you have to fight to lift your foot up?
No.
Or do you just lift your foot up?
Yeah.
How do you?
Come on, dude. Think about it.
Let him talk.
Holding you down. If there's something physically holding you down, right? There's a force that you have to fight against, holding you down. Do you notice it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I feel it.
So there's nothing physically pulling you down, brother.
Then what's keeping you down?
You're denser. You're denser than the medium. If you were less dense than the medium that you're in, if you were less dense than the medium that you were in, you would float to the next level. And if there was something less dense than you up there, then you would stop there. And that would be your level of equilibrium. Everything finds its place in its equilibrium.
So you're saying
matter finds its but it's relative to the medium.
What is the medium? What's the medium? The air?
Medium is the air. The air we're in. Water.
The air is the medium?
Fluid, air, and gas. Yes, fluid, air, different gases are in the atmo, and when you go up to different elevations, you're going to find different equilibriums. You're going to find xenon, you're going to find argon, you're going to find all these different noble gases have equalized in their relative place, and it's all based on temperature too. So you have different temperatures, exciting gases at different rates. So you have this dynamic fluid system that we are all in. Right? Yeah. So what's more dense than us? The ground, which is why we stop at ground level. Now, when you're in salt water, does that have a different buoyancy rate than fresh water? Yes, that's why it's easier to float in salt water. So we have all of these things that we can test and prove, right? But they've been coined with this mass attracting mass.
Oh,
and why
if
would you,
we if we
why would you
create a
need mass
vacuum
attracting mass?
chamber, if we create a vacuum chamber, would we float?
No,
We
we wouldn't
created a
float.
vacuum chamber, you still
What's gonna
wouldn't
happen?
be you still wouldn't be in. You would freaking break apart. First of all, I mean, you get
Yeah,
crushed.
yeah. Like what?
we would
Like
not.
it's not us. It's just
You'd
a metal
evaporate.
ball. Like we just put a metal ball or something, some object.
It won't float. No, it won't float.
Nothing's
What's
going to
gonna
float.
happen
You're
to
not
it?
creating.
It
You're not
would
going to
just stay
create
on
a
the ground.
weightless.
It would just stay on the
You're
ground.
not going to
What's
create a
making it
weightless
stay on the
environment.
ground? There is no medium
You're
for
not going to create
to be
a
pushed
weightless
to the
environment
ground.
by sucking the air out of a vacuum chamber,
Yeah,
brother.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
not going to create a weightless environment, dude.
That's what is it gonna create?
Yeah, hang on. Let me just explain to him, Johnny. When you put helium gas in the vacuum chamber, it goes up and all directions. So what do you prove? You don't prove anything. Okay, the vacuum chamber doesn't mean you're going to float.
I didn't say helium. I just said an object in a vacuum
No, yeah,
chamber.
but you said an object. It went down, and I'm saying to you, I put the gas. It goes up.
Yeah, what made the object go down in a vacuum chamber?
Because of its own inherent mass.
Why
And then the
didn't
helium
it go
gas,
to
hang
some
on a
side,
second, please.
to like one
I'm
of the
trying-
sides,
I'm
or
trying
stay in
to-
the middle?
You see, I'm trying to answer your question fully, but you keep interjecting. So listen clearly. Because of the metal ball you put into the vacuum, it has a mass. That's the first thing. When I put the
So I
gas,
agree on the mass.
you are still interrupting.
Okay.
Can I not finish what I say?
I'm just commenting.
No, but no,
Not
don't
interrupting.
comment. Don't comment. That's rude. I haven't finished. So stop
Okay,
commenting.
teacher, continue.
Shut the fuck up. Thank you, you cunt. There we go. Now, when I put when we put the fucking ball into the chamber, it actually just goes down by its mass. When we interject with gas, it goes up. That's the natural order of things, okay, in your vacuum chamber, okay? And it doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe, and it doesn't prove gravity because gravity hasn't been proven. Isaac Newton didn't prove it. Einstein didn't prove it. If they didn't prove it, who are you to be saying it's there? They never proved it, and you can't prove it. And you haven't checked the curvature of the Earth. You've never.
So you're saying I can't prove it. You're not waiting for me to prove it.
Prove gravity. Go ahead. Prove gravity.
So your head is not working. It's like a rock. I cannot change what you think. You're like a read-only memory card.
Listen, Brow. All right. So you're talking about all of these theoretical situations. Right now, what you're dealing with is reality, okay? No more thought experiments, no more, oh, well, I was told in school that these conditions exist. The only reason why anybody even came up with these silly ideas was because they were trying to prove the sphericity of the Earth and give an explanation to how it all happened. Now, without the sphericity of the Earth, you don't need any of these stupid, silly ideas that make zero sense, that can't be observed, that can't be proven, right? So, what type of environments do we actually witness here in reality, right? We have the Atmos. We have this area that's filled with all of these different gases. And what else do we have? We have waters. We have the oceans. We have freshwater lakes. So we have different fluid mediums that things exist within. Okay. What we don't have is anything else to draw conclusions upon. You could create a vacuum chamber, and you know what? The vacuum chamber is still within this fluid dynamic system that we all exist in. So what do you think is going to happen? There's relative density to different objects, and based on their composition, right? The way that they're constructed molecularly, right? So you have things that are much more dense than human beings, right? So you could put an anvil in a pool of mercury and the anvil will float, even though the anvil's very, very heavy.
Yeah, true.
Right? So what I'm trying to tell you is everything was already explained perfectly fine with Archimedes' principle and specific gravity. Why? Because there's an up and a down for everybody, and it's the same one. It's not relative to a central point, like they've been teaching people in school for way too long. Okay? So it can't be proven, it hasn't been proven, and it should be thrown out.
So the
Why?
gravity
Because it
haven't
can't be
been proven.
Not the gravity you're thinking of, not Einsteinian gravity and not Newtonian gravity. That's
I don't
for
know.
sure.
I never studied about Einstein or Newton.
John, I wanted you
I'm
to
talking
ask him.
about the
Ask him if he,
gravity.
John, ask him if
that's
he knows
making
the
us
difference
attached
between
to
the
the ground.
Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian
And
gravity.
what makes the moon in the sky?
Do you know the difference? Which one is the current theory
What makes
of gravity?
the moon in the sky and not
John,
fall down to
ask
the
him.
ground?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. As you said, he knows nothing, and he comes and makes.
He's curious. He wants to know. He wants to know what we know, so he can figure out what he wants to attack.
Yeah, okay. We would like very much to help him. We would like,
And at the end of the day, listen. At the end of the day, there's a light in the sky known as the moon. Okay, it's a luminary. It's not a rock. It hasn't been proven to be a rock. It could be anything, but we know it's a luminary in the sky. Okay, that's one thing that we know.
So it's not even an object.
We don't know. We don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
We don't know. We don't know what it is. We see that it's a light in the sky.
But there's a part of it that doesn't have light. Sometimes it has, sometimes it doesn't.
Who cares?
We don't know what it is.
So it's not light.
How are
It's
you going to
reflecting the
go
light.
and verify that the liars that lied to you about the radius of the Earth are telling you the truth about that luminary?
Yeah.
How are you going to verify any of it?
Yeah. We can't
Because you can zoom your phone. Like if you have
Okay,
like a
so you
good
can
zoom.
zoom in on it and look at it and be like, "Wow, look, it has some details."
It has holes and rocks.
Oh, it has a pair. What look like to be depressions in it. Yeah. And what does that tell you? Does
It's an
that tell you
object
anything about
in
what
the
you're
sky.
looking at?
It's an object.
Does that
What about
tell you anything
meteors?
about what you're looking at that you can verify and say, "Hey, I know something about this object in the sky, other than what it looks like." You know what it looks
It is
like.
a rock.
We all know
A
what it
big
looks
rock.
like. It doesn't look like a rock.
What is it?
It looks
does it
like
look like?
something in the sky that can't be explained. Like you're looking at it and making assumptions based on your preconceived notion because people have indoctrinated
Can I ask
you
you
to
a
believe
personal
that it's
question?
something. Sure, if you feel so inclined. What's up?
Do you believe in God?
Why do you want to know?
You agreed on telling me.
Yeah, but I asked you. Simple
I just
question.
want
You
to
asked me a
compare
question,
in my
I'm asking
brain.
you.
I just want to know. I'm curious.
Well, put it this way. And when you say God, what do you mean by God?
In God, you know the definition of God?
What do you mean by that? What's God?
The higher
what do you mean
being
by that?
that created us.
The higher
Should we
being.
light candles now? Should we light
Yeah.
candles now? Should we bow down and worship something which we don't see? I mean, John, may I ask you a question?
Higher being that created us. Okay, that's what you mean by God.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't necessarily created, right? But this place was definitely created, right?
What do you mean?
I was born. I came from my
You were
parents.
born. I didn't mean that.
Yeah.
Obviously, you were born.
Yeah.
Rocks also they get born.
I'm telling you, you're talking about this guy who created us. I'm saying that I wasn't created. I was born, right?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the universe. Your great grandfather.
There is no universe.
Okay. So what do you mean by universe?
The universe is the
What they taught you in
everything.
school? What they taught you
It's
in
everything.
school?
No, universe is everything.
Not really.
Okay, so
You,
what's
me,
everything?
the rocks, the earth, the sky, the moon. This is the universe.
Okay, do you have
Everything
so
that
you're just
exists.
talking about this known realm, right? You're calling this known realm, you're referring to that as the universe.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, something had to have created it. Why? Because it didn't just come out of nothing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The creator.
Okay.
You believe in
believe
that?
that there was a creator? Yeah, I believe that this place had to have been designed and created. Things don't just, things that work perfectly don't just come out of nowhere.
Yeah, and that would be
good. You're
God,
making
the
some
creator of
logic.
Earth. Yeah, God exists, no doubt about it.
Yeah, logically, there has to be a creator.
Yeah, because I can
Bro,
eat a pistachio nut, I can eat a banana, some carrots, and broccoli. I can't get that on those planets, can I? That's what makes Earth. Earth is the center of creation, and everything else rotates and orbits around the Earth.
I kind of agree with you on that, but that doesn't necessarily make Earth not spheric like other planets.
Like we've said, we've checked it because hang on a minute, Johnny. Let me just clear this up. I and my colleagues have gone to measure the curvature of the Earth. Okay, because we learned at school that it's an oblate spheroid. We've gone to check it. It is not an oblate spheroid. Have you checked? Did you go and check whether it's an oblate spheroid or not? No. Do you know the size? No. Do you know the rotation? No. Do you know how fast we're moving through the universe? Your universe? No. So there's a lot of things you don't know that you have to go and check before you say we're wrong.
And you know everything, right?
Hold on. You can disagree with us. That's fine. It doesn't make us wrong. You are wrong at the moment because you haven't checked whether or not the Earth is curving. You haven't done that yet. Until you do that,
the Earth is not sphere.
We know that 100%. Yeah.
Did you check?
Hold on.
Yes.
So you were the one that brought up the question about God, and you know that it doesn't make a difference whether the Earth is spherical or flat. So why did you bring it up?
To know the type of personality of the guy I'm talking to.
Yeah, I believe in God, but that is irrelevant. Elbow TV said what I wanted to say. That is irrelevant.
I told you,
bro. Your goal to mock people who hold to laughable theory is noble. Okay, so may I ask you a couple of questions, or may I count a couple of holes in the theory of the heliocentric model? And you can tell us without immediately, just think about it for a couple of seconds and say if it is not suspicious and it is not funny why things are not working. May I count one of them, a couple of them? One of them was what John told you, that we were not able to find the curve. But there are other holes. May I count a couple of them to you? Just very easily, in a simple way. And then you can say if it is not strange that these things don't work logically, don't make sense logically. May I, without you interrupting me? May I count 2 or 3 holes in the heliocentric model? May I? I'm waiting for your answer, so that I will know that you will not interrupt me. Okay, I will go ahead. One of them was what John said. We went out, and what Jin also said. We went out and measured the curvature, and we were not able to find the curvature. This was one of them. The other one is something which is rarely mentioned, but it is very interesting. When you believe that the
he left. He doesn't want to listen to you. Yeah, he doesn't want to listen to you speak.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
God.
I mean, it's whatever. It's whatever.
Look, you know me, John. You know me, John. I believe in God, but that was irrelevant.
Of course.
The existence of God has nothing to do with the curvature of the earth, bro.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's all right. Yeah, you got Caesar in the side chat talking a bunch of smack. Why don't you unmute your mic, bud? You're up if you want to speak. We'll see who's stupid. Oh, crickets. You're not able to speak, Caesar? Is your English really bad? That's fine if your English is bad. And you just want to stay in the text chat. Yeah, you can't go to outer space. You can't go to outer space because it doesn't exist. You know,
John,
I just want to clear that up for you. Outer space is not a place where you can go.
He made Jin angry too. For a moment, Jin became angry too.
Exactly, but Berserk and Johnny got it right, and you said that they're being destroyed, and that's what happened. They got destroyed, and they didn't like it, so now they're going to try and ridicule you because you believe in God, or trying to get a gotcha in a vacuum chamber, which is silly. So they were losing, and they were desperate, you see. And the thing is, Johnny said it straight away. They hadn't gone to check. They didn't even know the model. So what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Can you see that these individuals haven't actually gone out to confirm their hardcore beliefs? And when you put that to them, it's embarrassing. It really is. Because they've been shouting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
John dismantled him not finding the curve, the guy was not able to respond to that. And then John asked him, which kind of gravity are you talking about? He doesn't know. He doesn't know Newtonian gravity and pseudo Romanian geometry gravity of Einstein. So when he doesn't know, as you said, and John told him too, if he doesn't know, how can he make a claim? That is not a logical thinking process, but they don't care. They don't
That's
care.
right. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing because in good faith, you can't say somebody is wrong when you know nothing of the topic matter and you haven't done any research, you haven't checked anything. But you're right, of course. And we who know the model inside,
and bro, in the same breath, they admit that they don't know. That is embarrassing.
They're faithful pupils, guys. They're faithful pupils, man. They trust their educators. You know,
exactly. It's a religion.
They trust it 100% blindly. And you know what? They've been given a lot of good material, right? What have they been given? A lot of good at CGI images. They look really good. They've been given a lot of stories. Well, we know 14.5 billion years ago, there was a big explosion. The singularity reached its peak and exploded. Why? Because, there was so much energy, right?
Yeah,
so
I made that mistake myself.
Story. Yeah, they give you this huge story. It sounds really elegant, right? It sounds really well thought out. Oh, and we could tell because the universe is expanding. Why? Because we've been staring in our telescopes for years, figuring this all out, right?
Yeah, bro. I want to
figure this all out.
I want to point this out. We are staring with our telescopes at distances of hundreds of thousands of light years, but show us the lunar lander on the moon. The telescopes don't have the enough resolution to show us the lunar lander on the moon. So how are you able to look? How are you able to look into galaxies at a distance of 100,000 light years away, and you tell me that you don't have enough resolution with your telescope to show us the lunar lander on the moon, bro?
That's when they give you the real Gish Gallop, and they throw you a real huge curveball and tell you, well, we're not actually getting data that can easily be visualized. We're getting data. It's just a bunch of numbers, and we have to interpret those numbers and then create the images based off of the numbers that we're getting from these devices.
Exactly, Johnny.
So
that's exactly what they say, Johnny, and that is a cop out because you know that's deception right there.
100% a cop out. So you're telling me that the machine, your receiver, is getting a signal that's going bleep bloop bleep bloop bleep bloop, giving you a bunch of ones and zeros, and out of that you're gonna figure out what type of image it's trying to show you. Come on, guys. I mean,
how do they call it? How do they call it? Artistic rendition or something like that.
That's it. That's the one.
Yeah.
The artistic rendition. Perfect answer.
Artistic rendition.
Yes. So, but you have these good students, right? They memorized everything. They're like, oh, well, we know about gravity, right? So they think they're coming into the conversation. They're coming into battle, and they feel like their armor is 100% infallible.
Can you?
And then they don't even understand. They don't even understand the concepts that they're arguing, dude. Like, that's the problem. Like, they come into battle thinking that they're all well armored up, and they don't even know the radius. They don't even know how much drop over distance they should be. All they have in their head is the Earth is too massive for you to see any curvature. And it's really, it just shows the trust that people have in the education system, dude. They believe that their educators are so honest and so coming from a good place of just wanting people to know more. Oh, we did all this so you guys can know more. We've taken millions of your tax dollars and we've invested it wisely so we could all know more about the universe and how it all came to be, right? So everyone believes this concept. And I don't blame these people, man. Like I said, what I do blame them for is when they're presented with something that should make them stop dead in their tracks and be like, wait a minute, I've never thought about this yet. But no, they want to keep going. Like, oh, well, you must be a religious zealot. You believe in God. You know, it's like, okay, so you're going to try to attack my religious beliefs over the fact that you have no curvature.
Yeah, he doesn't even know how to measure it. He doesn't even know how to measure it. I made that mistake anyway, where I thought when I used to watch the National Geographic channel, the Discovery channel, and the History channel, when they were dealing with the Earth, the planets, and the universe. Now, I used to think that the images that I was looking at were coming from satellites, unbeknown to me that they were CGI. And when you watch the program, it doesn't say these images are CGI. It doesn't say that at all. There's not one mention. I only knew about CGI December 26, 2015, when I became a flat earther. That day, that was the first time I heard about CGI, computer-generated images. I was born in 1961. I never heard of CGI until then. So all the time I saw those images on those space programs, you know, that are showing us the universe and the planets, right? Those images, I thought they were real images coming from satellites taking those images. That's what I thought. Do you know what I mean? Only to find out that there was CGI. And I went, wow. So, wow, man. Cool. And it just gave me a different perspective instantly. I made a mistake and that wasn't real. Shit.
Are you going to continue? Are you going to continue to just keep going on in the chat without voicing up, man? You seem like you think you got some slam dunk arguments. Why don't you unmute yourself?
Yeah. Are you talking to Caesar, John?
Yeah. I want Caesar to let us know how we're all very wrong.
Yeah, and John and Jim, when they say the Earth is too massive that you cannot perceive the curvature, but in the same breath, this is a double speaking all over the place. With the same breath, they claim that curvature is perceivable because when they say that boats go behind the curvature, then that would imply and require that the geometric horizon is the curvature of the Earth and it's manifesting itself. So they are saying that the curvature is perceivable because it's hiding the boats. That means that we are seeing the curvature. Double speaking.
Yeah, because the idea that the Earth is too big to measure is completely dumb. Okay, because if they've given us the numbers, that means they must have measured it. So if they've measured it, I must be able to measure it.
Sorry to interrupt you. Jim, sorry to interrupt you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Jim, sorry to interrupt you. Just a supposition. I don't know if that's right. Next time when they tell you the Earth is too big to see curvature, wouldn't it be logical that you tell them, then don't claim that the curve is hiding the boats? Wouldn't it be that a logical deduction?
That is the perfect answer. That is the perfect response to such a position when they say it's too big. Exactly. No, I do pull them up on that from time to time myself. Yeah, when I remember, because I am aware of that double talk. Yeah.
What's up with Caesar and Peacemaker?
Oh, there they go.
They're totally peace warriors. Sorry. Why don't you guys unmute, man? Why are you cowardly hanging out in the text chat?
And you got Alminator not even in the VC. Yeah, he's not even in the VC, and he's sitting there trying to say gravity is. But oh my God, Alminator was in here the other day. He got dismantled.
I want to ask Peace Warrior question. When you say gravity exists, Peace Warrior, type it in the chat since you're too cowardly to unmute. So, when you say gravity exists, what do you mean by that? What exactly is it you think exists?
Caesar ran away.
Yeah, he didn't like being called a coward, did he?
Well, I mean, it's cowardly to say in the text chat.
His last argument was before he left was that, oh, the reason why the curvature doesn't add up is because the Earth isn't a perfect sphere. It's a geoid. It's like, oh my God, brother. Again, you're going to say it's an oblate spheroid that's odd shaped, but that's why it has flat spots all over it. Come on, dude. Weak argument, weak rebuttal to the lack of curvature. Alminator, if you're listening, or you're just chat skanking, like I can't understand why you're in the chat and not in the VC.
Well, I'm putting some useful information for him from Neil deGrasse Tyson, stating that you wouldn't be able to see curvature from the Felix von Gardner height, which was 124,000 feet up or thereabouts. And then you wouldn't see it from 60,000 feet up either. So it's all flat. There you go. And he didn't know what gravity was. Neil deGrasse Tyson was asked, what is gravity? I have no idea. Next question. That was a great response. What is gravity? I have no idea. Next question. That quick.
But this guy knows. This guy in the chat, Peace Warrior, knows.
Yeah. Come on, Peace Warrior. Why don't you come into the chat then? The VC.
So that's the funny thing, and this is where they should clue in that they've been misinformed, is that their teachers in school, in elementary school, high school, taught them one thing, but in the university and academia, they don't make the claims you guys make. Even NASA, on their own website, question is it's a website for children. It says, "What is gravity?" And it says, very first sentence, "We don't know." So, are you saying you know something exists that nobody knows what it is?
Yeah.
Like, what are you saying, buddy? Your worldview is full of contradictions.
They're confused and lost now at the moment. And their cognitive dissonance is not allowing them to think coherently.
Well, I think we need to highlight that they got a bad education.
Yeah, that's right. They got some misinformation from the education they got. Now they're under indoctrination. Across their nation.
Yeah, they were miseducated.
Guys,
in their own paradigm, they were miseducated, and they're mad at us. Be mad at the people who taught you wrong.
Yeah, don't be mad at us. We're trying to help you. Biting the hand that feeds them. Attacking the messenger.
Yeah, man, this is like I said, it's a knowledge style soup kitchen. You know, we're here feeding the starving.
Yeah. And it becomes very daunting for them when they realize that everything they've said is wrong and they can't respond. They've got no response to it, no rebuttal. So they lash out with insults or try to make you look silly and that, you know? Yeah. So, yeah, I know you're feeling, man. I know you're feeling the pressure now because your world has just been shattered. You've been given a slap round the face with reality. Yeah. And it's painful now.
Yeah, we're here to help. Don't forget, we are here to help you understand how and why the information you've been given is incorrect. And we're not telling you to trust us. We're telling you to go out and verify what we're telling you. We're telling you to think for yourself for the first time if you've never done it before.
Right.
So
Go
don't
and
shoot
check
the
it for
messenger.
yourself. Yeah, go and check it for yourself is what we're saying. Because that's the only way you're going to know. Because you take our words for it, that doesn't mean you know anything. You got to confirm. We could be wrong. So you go and check it and you bring back. You could find that curvature. Maybe we did something wrong. So you've got to go and check it. But until then, you don't be telling us we're wrong. That is absolutely illogical.
How would you go check for this curvature, Jen?
Oh, yes. If I wanted to check if the Earth's curvature, then I would check for drop over a given distance. So from my position, I'm looking at like 10 miles. I can see an object at 10 miles away. Now, according to the Earth's curvature, which is meant to be 24,901 miles circumference, the radius of which is 3959, that's 3,959 miles. So with the Earth's curvature, 8 inches per mile squared, the distance of 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of Earth's curvature blocking my line of sight. If it is there, I will not see 10 miles because of that Earth's curvature. But if I see it, it means that that area I'm looking at is flat. There's no curvature there. So maybe I'm a bit confused. Let me see. Let me see a further distance. Let me see something else. I look at something else. It's 20 miles away. Okay, with 20 miles, I check the curve calculator. It says there should be 266 feet of curvature. So if I'm looking and I can see 20 miles, it means that that 266 feet of curvature is not there because I shouldn't be able to see it if the Earth is curving. And you keep doing that until you try and find the curvature. And I haven't been able to find it. I've gone 6,000 miles and not seen the curvature of the Earth. And 6,000 miles, ladies and gentlemen, that's a quarter of the globe. That's 90 degrees of curvature there. Where is it? That's what you do. Drop over distance. Okay? And another methodology would be to take an aeroplane if you can afford it, or if you're lucky enough to go on holiday. Let's say this year you've gone on holiday. A perfect opportunity to see whether or not you can see or experience the curvature of the Earth. Because an aeroplane traveling at 600 miles per hour would need to nose down 1 mile every 2 minutes to keep with the curvature of the Earth. Okay? No aeroplane I've flown in has ever done that. It takes off for about 10 minutes or so, climbing up to altitude. 15 minutes later, it's leveling off. Okay? And then now the plane is flying level all the way to the destination. Okay? And then it starts to nose down again when it gets to the destination. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. So that's another experience. The planes do not follow the curvature of the Earth. They do not take a curved trajectory. And if you're really wondering if that's true or not, you've only got to look at the pitch data coming from the in-flight telemetry data from the black box, which is actually an orange box, ladies and gentlemen. And it shows you at the aeroplane, from the moment it took off and got it to its altitude, it flew horizontal all the way to the destination. That's a fact. That's recorded in the plane. Has to be. Because by law now, these instruments are in there in case aircrafts are caught in incidents where bad weather brought the aeroplane down, or pilot error, or manufacturing error. Now, if something's happened and somebody's died, then you take the case to court. The court will want to know the in-flight telemetry data, because that's going to be what they're going to base their decision on, whether or not those who died or got injured get compensation. Okay? So that's irrefutable evidence, empirical evidence, that is.
You know that
So
you said the plane needs about a mile of drop every 2 minutes, so that comes to about 40 feet per second, which would be faster than a rock dropped off a 10-story building. That's how much every second the plane needs to drop that much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's an exponential, noticeable curving, because you're following supposedly the curvature of the Earth. But you know what? It doesn't. The plane doesn't fly like that. It's level.
And imagine, anyway, ladies, imagine if the plane was following the curvature of the Earth, that means it's taking a curved trajectory. Do you think you could leave your seat and go to the toilet, or have the cabin crew serve you your meals, your snacks, your magazines and the pillow and the blankets on a curved trajectory aeroplane? It wouldn't be possible. The seatbelt sign would be on completely. You would never leave your seat. You couldn't even go to the toilet. But yet you do leave the seat, you do go to the toilet, and you do get your meals and your drinks and your snacks, okay? Because the aeroplane is flying level. If it's flying through a curved trajectory, no foods, no drinks, no toilets, because it's curved. It's dangerous. It's not level. And,
You know,
and
it
the
would be like,
pilot, go ahead.
it would be like trying to open your little bag of pretzels on a roller coaster.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You'd have to have a drink with a straw in it because you couldn't have a cup. It would spill everywhere.
No, it's impossible, ladies and gentlemen, to be flying over a curved ball. It's not happening. Okay, we're definitely flying horizontal. And for those passengers that are more in tune with what I'm saying here, also the aircraft itself, if it's flying from London to Japan, that's a 9.5-hour flight, 6,000 miles, and the curvature there would put so much stress over those 9 hours that the plane would have to undergo some serious inspection, especially where the wings articulate with the fuselage, the body of the plane, and then where the engines fix to the wings, those particular areas, and the tail section and the undercarriage section, the doors, these areas would have to be checked, heavy scrutinization, every nut, bolt, and rivet before it could come back out and fly again, because of the stresses that a curved trajectory flight versus a leveled flight. A leveled flight, with the aeroplane nose up 3 degrees slightly, 3 degrees, that's comfortable for the plane. Almost no stressing going on. But when you then go from the horizontal into a curved trajectory for 9 hours, if that was the case, a lot of stress is happening through that trajectory, through that flight. Vibrations, stresses, torsional stresses are going on. And that's a long time, 9.5 hours, non-stop. Yeah.
So if the pilot was accounting for that much curvature, then you'd see the curvature, wouldn't you? If the pilot was accounting for that much curvature, you'd see it, wouldn't you?
You would have to see it. You would feel it, of course. Yeah. You would see it and feel it, by the way. You would feel it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. It's unavoidable. You can't live on a ball and not know it.
You know, for me personally, I think it's that angle of descent calculation that they have to land on a runway out on a distance in front of them, that you have to calculate an angle of descent. And when you do that calculation for, like, let's say 10 miles out, you use a horizontal flat baseline, and that math would put you 66 feet. It's just like the drop over distance calculation. It would put you 66 feet over the spot on the runway that you needed to land on. Now imagine trying to do that. You're coming in for a landing. The runway is 66 feet below you, where your wheels should have been touching. You got a plane full of passengers, and you don't want to kill them. Land on a sphere would be death.
Yeah.
For them.
And if it's rotating as well, that's it. You've got another curveball to deal with, because it's meant to be rotating as well. So you've either got to catch up to this runway, or it could be coming towards you as you're going towards it, depending on how you're flying on the globe, you see. Whether you're flying east to west, west to east, or north to south, then it'd be coming from your right to left or your left to right. So you've got to kind of like catch up with this thing, and it would be a nightmare for the pilots, definitely.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson sent out a series of tweets a few years back saying that during some football games that the football field is rotating slightly under a kicked football.
I remember that.
Runways have to be rotating under an airplane, but if you ever ask any pilot, they will tell you they do not account for a runway, and they're not trained to account for a runway moving underneath their airplane.
That's right. It's not in the flight simulators that they use before they get their pilot's licenses. They've got to go through all that, fly the plane. They don't get trained to land on moving runways. That's not part of their training. It's not there.
That would almost be like jumping on, a jogging treadmill at the gym. That would be like trying to jump on one sideways. You would, bam, right in your head.
Exactly. You could kill yourself. You could, or at least suffer some serious concussion if you slam your head on the ground. So yeah, no, that's dangerous. Exactly. That's what it would be like. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the things that you're taking for granted. When you get on the plane, you're not really enjoying the experience. I don't think you realize the importance of that journey. You just don't seem to notice. There's lots going on that you should be taking in. Not just the view, of course, but the technology itself, how this thing can fly. Yeah. I've always done this in the aeroplane anyway. I've always done it ever since I was a kid, and I still do it today. And that is, if I get in an aeroplane, sitting down, when it's beginning to taxi out, it has to reverse out from the airport to get onto the runway. And I'm already closing my eyes to see if I notice when it's moving and which way is it reversing, left or right. I do that every time, and I pick up all those movements because it's a massive vehicle, an aeroplane. You can tell in the car, but in the aeroplane, it's even bigger. Can you pick up those changes in direction in an aeroplane? And your senses do, by the way. Your senses do pick it up. Now, you should give that a try next time, ladies and gentlemen. If you're in an aeroplane, close your eyes and feel the motion. Feel it. Feel how the aeroplane is gently turning left and right to get out onto the runway, and then it accelerates off. And just keep your eyes closed. It's going, accelerating 200 miles an hour, and then it lifts off, and all that vibration's gone. Boom. That's when you know you're in the air. Then it'll either bank to the left or bank to the right. You pick up all those subtle movements. It's fantastic. I've done it every time I've flown because I like it. Yeah. And that's me. I'm doing it because I'm playing with my senses. Just because it's such a rare opportunity to be flying that I play with my senses. I did it with angular resolution and perspective on my mum's kitchen table with all the crumbs from the cakes and the breads and the sugar. And you're looking down at one part, you can't see down the other end of the kitchen counter. You can see the stuff close, and then you lift your head up a little bit more, you can see more, and the ones near you become blurry. I did that, and I can remember myself doing that a lot in my mum's kitchen. Playing with angular resolution, okay? Because it's just a thing that you do as a kid when you're growing up. It's a new sensation. You're exploring your environment, Yeah, it's very important to be able to look back and see what you did and what you haven't done. And what you will notice, no curvature. So I'm just glad I'm able to remember and recall.
And what about that gyroscope that's inside the attitude indicator? That's very destructive to the globe lie.
Absolutely. It is. It is, definitely. With the artificial horizon, And it's definitely a necessity to have, because when your electronics are shut down, that artificial horizon is mechanical. It's like your lifeline. Well, that will help you orientate yourself so you're flying horizontal and your altitude, so that you can then land safely, even if you've got no visibility, at night especially, at night where you've got no landmarks. At least you know that you're flying horizontal and you'll get to your destination safely. So it's definitely a slam dunk. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you flew halfway around the globe, that mechanical gyroscope inside the attitude indicator would literally flip over 180 degrees, but it doesn't. It just shows a level, straight, horizontal flight for thousands of miles.
Yeah, that's right. It holds that rigidity in place through the gimbal, and it keeps the plane flying. It's an instrument that tells you are flying level. And as soon as you move away from the level, either going up, your altitude indicator starts to increase. If you're going down, then it would be on the indicator again. The numbers will be dropping, and then there'll be more of a brown sheen on it because you're dropping altitude. If you're climbing, you're going into the blue sky, so you can see how you are flying in the air. It's so good, the artificial horizon. Such a
and it's I think it's about 5 degrees an hour. So that gyroscope should show a 1 degree change every approximately 12 minutes or so as the plane flies along at 500 miles per hour. But that's never been observed.
No, that's if it's following the curvature of the Earth. That would be, yeah. But it's never been observed because it's not flying over a curved surface. It's just not. It's not at all. It's a horizontal flight. And the pilots themselves refer to their flight as straight and level, is what they refer to their flight as. Pilots' terminology. Straight and level. Now, straight and level doesn't mean curved, does it now, ladies and gentlemen? Otherwise, they would say curved. They don't say curved flight. They don't, do they?
Okay, so when someone is present in a maglev train and its path is different, it's also so they don't feel that the path is curved. They feel the path is straight, but actually the path is curved. So no, it's not in the case of maglev trains.
No, in the case of maglev trains, they're operating on a horizontal flat Earth. They're not taking any curved trajectory in any way, shape, or form. So you're mistaken there, sir. Okay?
They are operating what?
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. They don't. Maglev trains, ladies and gentlemen, mag levitation. Okay? They've got to be level. They cannot be curved. Doesn't work on a curved surface of the Earth. It just doesn't. So you would be wrong again. And imagine if you were to do that, you would be setting forth.
Jin, wait, 1 second. Jin, the path can be. It doesn't mean that curve or something. The path can attain some height of maglev train, and it can again go down. There is no. I think you're confused.
No. You're confused. What you don't seem to understand is that when the plane is levitating,
have you seen the track of maglev trains?
Now, can I now finish what I'm going to say? You've interrupted me twice. Okay. Don't interrupt me again. Now I'm speaking now, ladies and gentlemen. When you have a magnetic levitating train, it's hovering above the rail because the magnetic forces are now minus against minus, so they repel each other. That's the first thing. Okay, so now it's hovering. Now, it cannot be hovering along the rails. The rails are not following a curved trajectory over the Earth. They are level, horizontally level. For if they were curving, you would introduce central forces to the actual mag train itself, centrifugal forces. That's not going to work. So it has to be level and horizontal. They don't go over curved surfaces.
What do you mean by
so
they
you're
don't?
wrong.
Jin, please go to Google and search the path and the tracks of maglev trains.
I don't need to do that.
Okay, then don't answer, please.
Can you do me one favor? Measure the curvature of the Earth. Do that. You're wasting time here when you could be going out and measuring.
So you
have you measured?
So you
the question
no. Wait.
Again. No. You wait. Have you measured the curvature of the Earth? Have you measured it? Okay. Have you measured it?
No, we will come to this point.
Have you
Before
measured
that,
the curvature of the Earth for the 4th time? Have you measured it?
Have you measured it?
No, you haven't. Go and measure the curvature. Okay, please? Stop wasting
You
time.
don't give me commands here. You don't give me commands.
I'm trying to tell you. Stop wasting
I think you
time.
got trapped here. I think you got trapped. You're not answering my question. Come on.
And measure the curvature. That's what you must do. Okay? Go and do that. Don't be telling me to Google this, Google that. Go and
No
measure.
problem. You did. No problem. You did not Google the track
I don't
of
need to
maglev
do that.
trains.
I'm never going to do that.
No
Don't
problem.
worry.
No problem.
Yeah, can you go and measure the curvature though? Because that's what you need to do. You need to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, the man has to measure the curvature to know that the earth is curving. He doesn't know this.
Shut up.
He hasn't measured anything. So go measure it, please. They waste time here modeling with computers, messing with levitation trains, maglevs, but they don't go out and measure the surface of the earth. It's not, doesn't take long. It's not difficult. I just don't understand.
Have you measured it? Jin, have you measured it?
Yes, I have.
What do you think?
Yes.
What do you think? The earth is flat or not?
For me, it's 100% flat, if you're asking me.
100% flat.
Why is it flat? The lack of measurable curvature doesn't present itself at all. There's no curvature to be measured.
Have you ever been on a plane?
Okay, are you listening to what I just said to you? You asked me, did I measure it? Okay, then you're asking me if I've been on a plane. I told you that I've gone out to measure this curvature. It's not there. And your response is, have you been in, hang on, your response is, have you been on a plane? Can I ask you a question? Have you measured the curvature of the earth? Have you done that? Have you? Have you? No, you haven't. Come measure the curvature of the earth, please. Don't be talking about planes at the moment. Have you measured the curvature of the earth? You have. How did you do it? And where did you do it? Let's have it, please. Go ahead. Tell everybody that's listening in the YouTube live stream. How did you do it?
With a satellite. With a satellite.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, he's now going into space. We're talking about measuring the surface of the earth. And he's telling us that he used a satellite.
We are talking about if the earth is flat or not. So why are you talking about
I'm asking you whether or not you've measured the curvature of the earth. Because in order to know whether or not the earth is flat, let me explain. Hang on a second, please. In order to know whether or not the earth is flat, I have to measure curvature because that's how we tell the difference.
There are so many ways to measure. There are so many ways to measure.
Hey, Rob the Spies, you've lost it.
That's correct. Okay, look. To go out and measure. So drop over distance.
Jin, come on, calm down. Wait. There are so many ways to measure it.
I'm not going to stop talking because you keep interrupting. Thank you. Now, so if I want to know if the earth is curving or not, or the earth is flat, I take a point A where I am and a given distance, let's say 10 miles. Now, within that distance, there should be 66 feet of curvature blocking my line of, don't keep saying because you're just interrupting. You don't understand what I'm saying. Because if you understood what I was saying, you would have said, you're right, Jin. I haven't measured the curvature of the earth. Let me go and check. So don't keep saying don't keep interrupting, okay? Now, so I'm at point A where I am. I'm still trying to get it to you, so do shut up. I'm at point A where I am, my position. Point
relax, Jin, relax.
I am relaxing, but you keep interrupting. You're interrupting again.
No, it's not me.
Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why they're interrupting is because their dreams are being shattered as I speak. Every word I say smashes their dream. This is why they're interrupting. Okay? So we start again. I'm at point A, my position. I can see an object 10 miles away. Now, if the earth is curving, there should be 66 feet of curvature blocking my line of sight. I shouldn't be able to see what I'm seeing, but yet I see the object at 10 miles. That proves flat earth. And if I extend the distance to another object at 20 miles away, there should be 266 feet of curvature blocking my line of sight of that 20 miles. But it's not there. I can see it. And then a third distance, 30 miles, there should be 600 feet of curvature. It's not there. There we are. What am I to conclude, ladies and gentlemen? What am I to conclude?
Earth is globe.
Why? There's no curvature to be measured. I'm measuring flat earth all the time.
So you have measured it, I guess. I've gone as
far as 6,000 miles. 6,000 miles, no curvature experience at all. No measurement of curvature.
You have measured it, right? Yeah, so you have measured it, right?
Yeah, I've done that. The question is, have you measured it? Have you measured it, please?
So tell me the end. Have you gone to the end?
Have you measured the curvature?
Have you gone to the end?
Are you not listening to what I'm asking you? Have you measured the curvature of the Earth yourself?
No, I don't have that free time like
Have
you.
you measured the curvature of the Earth? Is that no? I haven't. I haven't. Is that right? Is that correct?
I told you I don't have that free time to do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see what I mean? He doesn't have the free time to do that, but he has the free time to be in here asking stupid questions and being stupid and being insulting and interrupting, but he doesn't have the time to measure the curvature of the Earth.
But still, you did not answer me, Jen.
I answered your question perfectly.
You're dodging my question. You're dodging my question.
Somebody who is not
no
here
problem. No problem.
You're not here in good faith. Go and measure. Go and make the time. Don't waste the time in here. Go out there.
Jen, you did not answer my question.
Thank you very much. Very, very good. Very, very good.
Okay, Jen, if you don't want to answer my question, I'll ask to someone else.
Attacking personalities, bro.
Just annoying when they come in and attack us. Just remember, please go and
I understand.
I'm not attacking you. I'm just asking simple questions. Come on.
Listen, I'm talking,
okay.
guys. You
But you're over talking and you're
we have to be bigger pieces.
You're not actually conceding.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, we can't be stooping down to that level. We have to remain professional. I understand this gets emotional. Same thing for you, Berserker. When we get angry, we can't be cursing up a storm because it's against the server TOS. So we got to just.
Yeah, it's okay, bro. I mean, you saw me half an hour just sitting back and enjoying you guys dismantling them. No problem.
Yeah, it's just simple. We just have to stay in control. And yeah, just don't make fun of people's accents. This is an English learning server, Jen. That's all. All right, bud?
Make sure you got your friends with you so you can confirm it. Okay, guys? Bring your friends with you. They all learn together.
I didn't stop talking through that whole thing.
Jin, can you hear anybody?
I can hear you.
Did you hear John talking?
I heard John talking and he said that we have to be professional. And I said, yeah, that's correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and I agreed with him. So all I'm saying is that if you're going to go out and measure curvature, be sure you take your friends with you so you can validate this and confirm it amongst yourselves. And then come back and say, look, we have measured the curvature of the Earth. This is where you went wrong. This is where you made a mistake. Simple. But to say you don't have time to do that and you come here, that's really, you may be asking questions, fine, but the time you're spending here could also be spent checking, to be quite honest, because that's where you've got to do it eventually. You have to do that eventually. Because like I've said before, you can use your computers to model it, okay, and you can ask all the questions necessary, good. But then you have to actually confirm that the answers we gave you are correct. How do you do that? You've got to go out into nature. So you've got to make that time. A weekend would be good enough. And one day is more than enough to learn this. Get up early in the morning.
Okay, Jen. Okay.
Right. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you seem a smart guy, though, Jen.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it's just common sense. Most of the flat earthers here are smart as well. All of them are. We just want the facts. That's all. We don't really give you any theories. Okay, and we've done our due diligence. We've checked it. That's why we keep asking whether or not others have you checked it. Don't you think you should check it first? And it's not difficult.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
That's all it is.
I'm finding that the flat earther's IQ is about 20% higher than the average person out there.
Yeah, I guess Travis is the best flat earther here.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of aspects that we need to cover. Ships, aeroplanes, theodolites, laser beams, radio signals, sonar, GPS, all these technologies that we have to understand how they work
and how they do not work on a globe, but only on a flat surface. These are the things, satellites as well. These are the things that we have to get into. And when you get into it, they improve your knowledge about the instrument itself and then how they work on the earth. You see, so there's a lot of avenues that you need to go down, and they just strengthen your knowledge. Yeah, that's why flat earthers are smart. They cover all those angles.
Over fences, you have any problem?
I didn't hear that.
No, then just shut up.
I didn't.
No,
I didn't
not
hear
to
that.
you, Jin. Not to you. Over
sorry.
fences. There is a guy here.
Okay, all right.
By the way, Jin, did you find the end of the earth or something like that?
Well, as we've told you before, that you wouldn't be able to get to the end of the earth. But the first reason would be that, in order to have air pressure on earth, you would need to have a container. Do you agree or disagree with that? Pressure of air, pressure.
Sorry, what? Pressure?
I said, yeah, first and foremost, you wouldn't be able to get to the edge like you said, because first and foremost, if you're living on earth where we have air pressure, we need a container. Do you agree or disagree? Air pressure. If you, in order to have,
no, I disagree according to my model.
Well, okay. Well, in reality, this is reality now. In order to have a pressure of any kind, for example, blood pressure, that would be the veins in your body. Okay, and if you have a high blood pressure, it means you're unhealthy, but that's pressure. Then you've got oil pressure, like in a car engine. Again, you would need an oil pipe for the pressure to increase. Otherwise, no pipe, no pressure. Gas pressure. Again, you need a container, a gas pipe. Okay. Water pressure. Again, you need a water pipe for the pipe to have pressure in it. Do you understand now? Okay. So in order to have air pressure on Earth, you have to have a container. Okay. So if we're living in a container containing the air, then if you were to walk in one direction to try and get to that container, and let's say you get to it, just for simplicity's sake, you're not going to fall off the edge, are you? Do you understand?
So is it like a dome? Is it like a dome container?
It's a container. I'm not sure of the shape. All I know that it must be a container. Okay. Now, we can't go there anyway. One, because it would be...
No, according to all equations, we can go.
Actually, no, we cannot go. This is the actual truth now, coming from a flat earther.
What do you mean by actual truth? Show me some calculations or something if you can.
I'm going to explain it to you. That's what I'm going to do.
Explain,
the reason why...
Not theoretically.
I'm not...
So
mathematically doesn't prove anything. I have to give you the actual practical. I can give you the mathematics of the time, the aeroplane, the ship. That's silly. Let's give you the practical reasons why.
No. Give me the mathematical equations for how
it's
the
not
pressure
necessary. It is not necessary. And can you allow me to explain, please?
Bro, one sec, Jen. It's in the gas laws and in the ideal gas law. PV equals nRT. So you got V.
Yeah, so
volume,
PV is equal
volume.
Okay,
volume.
PV is equal to nRT. Okay, PV is equal to nRT is first of all ideal gas equation. Okay, no problem. We can, if we do the real gas equation, which is not totally perfect, but still, what will you conclude from that? Because according to the normal kinetic theory of gases,
you need volume.
You need a container.
Okay, no problem. We need T-dub. Okay, I get it. We need a container, volume, whatever. But how is it saying that we cannot go to the end? Why at the end is there?
To explain to you. I am actually
pressure, high pressure,
because there are political and legal obstacles that are in the way that I'm trying to explain. But you will not let me explain. Now I'm going to explain now, ladies and gentlemen. The reason why none of us here on Earth, us taxpayers, will never ever to be able to go to this so-called container that has to be there, otherwise we wouldn't have air pressure, is one, if you were trying to go by yourself, you wouldn't have the money and the logistics to do that, because it's a serious undertaking. Outside of that, you've got a problem where the government will not give you the permission to go, because you've got to sign several hundreds of documents. Okay, because the region you may be going may be crossing 3 or 4 zones that belong to other people who have signed the Antarctic Treaty. So you've got to go to these countries to get permission. So there's a problem right there. Then the only way you could go to Antarctica for your enjoyment would be through an organized tour. Now, the organized tours restrict you from where you can go for your safety. So you're under their guidance and their protection whilst you're under their tour. So, and wherever you go, you are accompanied with the staff. They accompany you. So you couldn't go off on your own and go in a direction to go and meet this container if you could. Impossible. So these are the reasons why you can't go to the container or go to the edge that you think there might be. Okay? That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Jin. Okay, thank you. Jin, okay, so now you gave me a task. I am giving you a task. Do it. You don't say it impossible. If it is impossible, you cannot answer it then.
It's impossible because I don't have the money.
No.
I don't have that money.
Collected. I don't know. If you want me to prove, collected.
I don't have the money
then don't
to
speak.
do that.
Then don't give these excuses.
Let them respond.
I would love to do that, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
but I don't have the finances.
Jesus, just let the guy respond.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to respond. I don't have the money. Thank you. That's it. I don't have the money to do that logistics. Okay.
You know, once you got to Antarctica, you're not going to be able to buy any fuel to go anywhere. You're going to have to walk.
Well, we don't even know if Antarctica is the limit. I mean, we don't know. The bounds and the extents and the limitations are unknown at this time to us. Does that mean that we're wrong? Does that mean we're wrong about the Earth being flat, God?
Okay, so T-Dub, how far we have gone to Antarctica?
I asked you a question, bro.
How will I have to ask you that how far we have
No,
gone.
I asked you
According
a
to that, I
question.
need
Please
to
answer my question. Hey, bro,
Yeah.
come on, bro. Come on.
You're not even answering his question.
Okay. Okay, what did you ask? Can you repeat it again?
He's not even listening.
I said the bounds and the extents and the limitations that we can travel horizontally are yet unknown to us. Does that mean we're wrong about the Earth being flat?
Okay, how is it yet unknown to us? Like, because you are saying it?
No,
You're
I asked
not
you a
answering
question.
his question again.
Wait, how will I answer? Jin, come on.
Does it mean we're wrong?
I have to
Does
ask
it mean
him.
we're wrong?
You're proving you're dishonest. That's what you're doing right now.
No, Indio, wait. I need to ask him, like, how it is according to
No,
him.
he asked you. He'll answer your question when you answer his.
So I have to ask him all the, side by side things.
Yeah,
right?
you can do it
Like,
next,
how is it
dude.
not?
You're next in line. Do first. Go answer the question.
No, it's not yes, no question. I have to ask him, like, how is it not advancement? How? Because of he's saying it. We have gone it. We have
Well,
gone to
it's
as far
unknown
as
to
we
me
can.
because I haven't explored.
So if you haven't explored, so that's what I'm asking.
Okay,
If you
does
haven't
it mean
explored,
does it mean I'm wrong? Does it mean I'm wrong? Does it mean I'm wrong about the Earth being flat?
Okay. So T-Dub, no, it's not. You are not wrong.
Answer
then.
the freaking question. You're going on mute. You got 1 second, dude.
No, okay. So T-Dub, you are not. Okay, I'm answering him. Just shut up. Yeah, T-Dub. So okay,
Yeah,
you
you're
are
gonna
not
shut
wrong.
up right
That
now.
Okay, so T-Dub, then yeah, you are not wrong. But the thing is, I have not moved from my house, but I have a choice that I can move. So this is the answer. Like, if you're not moving from your place, that does not mean that there is no advancement. I mean, of course, it's no advancement for you, but not for others. Those who have gone to
That's a different question. That doesn't
Antarctica. That's
answer
why
his
I
question. That doesn't answer his question. You're talking
Okay,
about
tell
whether
me,
humans
Indu, what did he
advance or
ask,
not.
please?
Who cares, dude? That wasn't the question. The question
Okay,
was.
what did he ask, Indio? Tell me.
He said,
You tell me.
"Does not
Okay.
not knowing the extent and bounds of the Earth, like how big it is, or whether there's an end, does that mean he's wrong? Does that somehow make the Earth a globe?"
No, but that does not make it flat either. Like, if you don't know the end, you cannot conclude
no
that
one said it did.
It can also extend to.
Guys, hello.
Want to know what makes it flat? Shut
Can
up.
you guys hear me?
Wait, who is?
Just one thing.
Wait, who is that?
No, you're interrupting. You're being rude. If your parents were here, I'd smack your parents for not raising you right.
Yeah,
Okay.
Indio, go ahead.
So, say you're in the desert and you're lost and you don't know how big that desert is. Does that mean the desert's a globe? Or is it flat? No, it just means that you don't know how big it is. It doesn't mean anything. We know the Earth is flat by how flat it is. That's how we know. Has nothing to do with knowing the
Indio,
bounds of
can
it.
it be okay? So can it be
Unless you're gonna
flat?
make the argument
how
that
much
we're
we
on a
have-
giant flat spot on a giant fucking huge ass ball that's way bigger. Is that your
Yeah,
argument?
this can be.
We're just on a flat
It can
spot.
be. We don't know. We don't know.
Ugh.
It can be. I mean, if you
So how
don't
big-
have any proof,
big
I
is
also
your
don't
flash?
have any proof. But we have.
No, we
claims.
have proof the Earth is flat. We have proof. At least the section we're in.
No, you have. Oh, you have proof only for the recent model of Earth, which is like according to
Models don't
whatever
prove things, bro.
calculations you provide.
Okay.
According
listen,
to what?
brother. Doesn't matter what calculations I do. I'd have to go out into reality and test them, right?
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Whatever 66 feet and 21 miles, whatever the 3 miles concept, etc., you did, it can be respective to this Earth model. But who knows how Earth is,
Earth
how
model?
much big? What?
Which Earth model are you talking about?
The NASA model or whatever the.
That's
the
they
globe model.
say 3,959 mile radius. That's
Yeah,
what
that's
they
what
say.
I'm saying. According to Earth model, the globe model. But
Yeah, you can't
according
change it, dude. Do you know why
No,
you
but
can't
I'm
change it?
saying
Do you know why you can't change it? Because then all the distances and sizes of all the planets and stars and suns and distances you travel on Earth and all that stuff would be wrong. Way wrong. So if you make the radius 2 times big, now the sun is 2 times bigger and 2 times farther away. Because all the values from astronomical, so he says. So, well, how'd somebody go to the moon if it's twice as far?
So you are agreeing that
How did somebody go to the moon if it was twice as far? How'd somebody go
So
to
you
the
are
moon?
agreeing that we have gone to moon, right?
No. I'm asking you.
So what?
How
Why
am
are you
I?
asking me this?
This is called an internal critique, Godzeus. That means I am
so it will be
analyzing
double,
your
so what?
worldview from within it without accepting it. So
Okay, so
if
I'm
they
answering
go to
you.
the moon, that's 2 times too far.
Okay, so what?
So it took them 6 days, did it?
No, India. So what? Like,
did they
okay,
get
Yeah,
twice
this
as
is the
fast?
rocket.
Is
But
what they
then
said
they
they
have the
did.
volume problem because then they need 3 times the volume for the rocket. So is the rocket the size of the Empire State Building?
Okay, no problem. Okay, the whole NASA is wrong. So what? Like, what are you saying then?
No, I'm not saying NASA's wrong. No, they are wrong.
He's happy for NASA to be wrong to make his globe bigger.
Yeah, so what? If you can do, if you
Say
can
you
make
like
it flat
balls
and
and
a
go
flat surface,
back in
I
the
can make
closet.
it glow.
Just say you like balls and go back in the closet.
What? What the fuck?
Yeah, like you just want the Earth to be a ball no matter what, right?
Yeah,
I know you're
It's so big it may as well be flat, right?
I'm obsessed with ball. Big ball.
Wow, the degeneracy found us even in this server.
No, because it's your limitations that you can conclude that it's flat. But I can think
ball
big.
has limitations we tested.
What
We falsified
limitations?
those.
What limitations are you talking about?
Limitations of whatever you mentioned and T-Dub mentioned, that advancement of human.
What?
But I can imagine big.
You're the only one who talked about advancements of humans.
Mhm. Yeah,
I don't even know what that means. What is advancements of humans? What is that even?
No, T-Dub mentioned it, that like humans are not that advanced to,
He didn't say that. That's your words, not his.
Okay, ask him. Okay, he's here. T-Dub, didn't you mention this?
Not flat, bro. The Earth is a donut.
Oh my God, that's
What
so
the heck?
original.
That's a
So
All I
original.
said was that.
That is
as you
not
are
even
Adolf
logical.
Hitler.
All I said that currently that the extents and the limitations are unknown. That's all I said.
Yeah, and by the way, you keep hearing this donut thing, guys. There's a questionnaire floating around on YouTube. It's pretty popular. I've seen it several times, just like scrolling through on my feed, and it's got four options. What is the shape? And the question is, what is the shape of the Earth? They give you A, B, C, or D. A is flat, B is round, but it shows a sphere. C is donut, and then D is cube shaped. So that's why. And what was it? Donut got more votes, so that's why everyone keeps coming in and saying donut got more votes over flat Earth. That's why a bunch of randos come in here always saying Earth is donut. Just giving you a little back information on why that's.
Yeah, very unoriginal, quite honestly, but you know. Look, first of all, human advancement and what that should be or whether it happens, that's completely subjective. Okay? What you think is advancement, maybe I don't think is advancement, which maybe T-Dub also does not think of advancement as advancement. So that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
No, but India, we agreed on this, right? There is
What do we agree
possibility.
on?
Because you did not, because if you have not, you are not considering my shape because you have not explored in that sense.
It also could be something that is so large, anything. So let's imagine it's a giant velociraptor, and it's so big, our section is flat. We can make up any freaking form or shape or whatever we want and say, it's so big, on our part, it's flat. Want to know what's also flat? Want to know what's also flat? Things that are fucking flat.
That was funny.
Instead, you have to run away to La La Land and run away into your imagination. My God, it could be a freaking poison ivy leaf we all live on.
But there will be a problem, India. Okay, I have one question. There will be a problem if it's flat. I can think of a globe kind of thing, which is a very massive and very big globe, and we are living in the.
You can
tiny...
imagine that. Yeah.
Okay, let me state the problem, India. Yeah, let me state the problem. If it will be a very big flat surface, like the lava which is coming, is it like getting hold upon something under the earth?
What?
What the hell, dude?
Where the lava is coming from?
I don't know,
Like,
bro. Nobody knows where the lava comes from. Do you think someone dug down to the source of the lava?
This guy was hypotheticals, man.
Yeah, so has anybody ever drilled? I'm going to ask you. You know how we drill for? Well, hold on. You know how we drill for oil? Has anybody ever drilled and hit lava?
No.
Yeah, no. No one knows where the lava comes from, brother. It comes from the 10th dimension.
No, okay. Ignore the lava, but still, there is liquid thing, right, under the Earth's surface.
Lava is not exclusive.
Yeah, water.
Well, Earth is not shaped like a circle, bro. Not a flat Earth. It's shaped like a dick.
What the heck?
Yeah, well, go sit on it so it hatches.
No, don't talk. It's shaped like a
Go
dick.
sit on your Earth egg until it hatches. Mother duck.
I bet.
Why are you still here, man? A mongoose is gonna snatch your egg.
Here, bro. Hold on. Give me 1 sec. How do I?
See, that's the difference between what I just did was an original troll. What you're doing is just lame screeching.
I don't hit me.
Stop screeching. Dude, put some bass in your voice.
Alright, is this better?
That was... No, it was not better. That was actually worse.
No, I don't believe. Hold on, what does it say? You were muted in English hub. Nazis are intolerant. Alright, I'm gonna go.
Oh, to be young again, eh?
Yeah. Confused.
Yeah.
So God Zeus, why do you think everything is an optical illusion? Can I ask you that?
Yeah, why not?
Why do you think like your experience of the world is just like a giant illusion? Like it's spinning, but you don't feel it spinning. You see the sun move, but it's not moving. You're actually moving. It looks flat, but it's actually curved. Like, what's up with that, dude? Like, why do you live that way, man? Sounds delusional. Yeah, really. Then what are you trying to convince us of? To participate in your delusion? No thanks. You know how crazy you guys sound when you come in here? It just looks flat, but it's actually a big ball. And then you guys say, well, you can't know anything. Like, what are you trying to convince us of? To not
No,
know
wait, I
anything
did
with
not
you?
say that. Indio, I did not say that. Jin said that. You cannot do this, you cannot
Well,
conclude
if
this.
everything's an illusion, then you don't know anything. Other than it's an
I said
illusion.
that. I said I'm skeptical about it. I'm not sure. No one is sure. Because we all
I'm
we
sure.
all do with our senses. If
And
someone is blind and dumb and does not have any kind of 3 senses or 4 senses, how can he conclude? How can you make him understand?
well, he has limitations. Well, I don't have those
Yeah, but
limitations.
that limitations, how can you make him understand?
Well, there's actually I got a short clip on my YouTube video on my YouTube channel of a blind guy named, I think his name's Tommy Edison. He's been blind since birth. As in, he's never seen anything in his entire life. He has no optic nerve at all. He's never seen anything. And in the clip, he goes, "They say the Earth is a giant ball." He said. Then he says, "I'd have to see it to believe it." Okay, so this is a blind person that only knows things by touch. He knows things by touch so good. People send things to him, and he tries to guess what they are. Like they'll 3D print things, and he tries to guess what they are by touching them. And he gets like 9 out of 10 right. They sent him like the Eiffel Tower. Now remember, he's never seen the Eiffel Tower. He's only heard it described. And he touches it, and from the descriptions that he's heard from other people, guesses what it is. Okay? And this is what he said about the Earth being a ball. I'd have to see it to believe it. Okay? Meaning he don't believe it. Because to somebody that doesn't have sight, the idea is idiotic.
Okay.
Well, I mean, listen, if they didn't show you videos on a screen, man, you wouldn't believe it. If nobody told you the Earth is a ball, you wouldn't have figured it out yourself. Said, "Oh man, I think I'm on a giant ball." Someone told you something. They showed you a bunch of pictures, and you're like, "I believe that."
Yeah, I would call it flat if I would have never seen.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but now if I've seen it, I am now skeptical about it.
You saw it, and now you're skeptical after you saw it.
Like skeptical about if it is flat or not.
Why?
Because I gave you
put an idea in your head.
Yeah, I gave you a proposal of a big ball.
Yeah, but it's silly because you can propose any absurd thing. We could be living on a big toe, a giant, right? Is that possible? We're like living in the fungus on the big toe of a giant.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. But that's not how we do things as human beings, because then we'd have to disprove every possible freaking imaginatory thing, right? So the way we do it is you make a claim, then you present evidence for the claim. It isn't like all claims are possible, and then you have to disprove them one by one. That's impossible. You couldn't disprove every iteration of someone's imagination.
Yeah, of course. I mean, your claim is proved, but it is proved in, I mean, it also has some limitations to some extent. You cannot.
Listen,
I mean, you don't know how
let's say
big
you
it
got
is.
up, right? Let's say you got up and you walked to your house and you saw 2 of everything. What would you do? Say you had double
2 of
vision.
everything? What?
Yeah, you
Okay.
you had double vision. What would you do?
Double vision. What?
Go to the doctor.
I'd freak out. Yeah. No.
Yeah, you freak out. You go to the
Okay.
doctor. Why?
Yeah.
Why don't you just say I can't trust my senses?
Because
Yeah, because you actually trust your senses in reality. Now you can say you don't trust them, but it keeps you alive. And if you didn't trust your senses, you'd be better than a doornail. You'd try to cross the street, you'd see a car, and you're like, oh, that's an optical illusion. And you just walk into the street and get run over. You're like, that's not really my bone sticking out of my arm. That's an optical illusion. See how absurd it becomes really quickly? It just becomes a nonsense way of interacting with the world. But I guarantee you today, you'll make so many mental errors, things you thought that were wrong. Oh, I thought I put my keys over there. They're not over there. Oh, I thought I did this or did that. Or like, oh my God, I forgot to make that phone call. Or, 100 things today, you'll make mental errors. But the globe is completely in your mind, and you're saying, don't go with your senses, go with our minds and imagine. Bro, that's a road to nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I have a question. Like, if no one else has any other question, I can ask them.
Yeah, keep going until somebody else wants to pop in.
Okay. So if I drop a ball or a book, so it will fall. It will fall down, right, on the ground.
Yeah.
And you can explain it through. Of course, you don't explain it through gravity, and you explain it through relative densities, I guess.
That's not what I do, but that's what some do.
Okay, so what do you think then?
I think it doesn't matter if something falls or not. Because you can't connect it logically to Earth being a ball.
No, okay.
I drop something, it falls to the
Are we
ground.
allowed to
therefore
talk
Earth
something
is a
else
ball.
here?
Well, I mean, how do you get from I dropped something to Earth is a ball? They did drop things before the Earth was a ball, and they never reached the conclusion I dropped something, Earth is a ball.
No, I'm not concluding. Now I'm not concluding all of those things. I'm just having a normal chat around gravity.
Yeah, but what is gravity? What do you think it is?
Yeah, let's not go to a definition or something, but that's why I took an example.
We don't have to go to definitions. I'm asking you what you think it is. Do you think it's dropping something?
According to what I have read till now in physics, I think that is the truth. But still, everyone is skeptical about everything. So
okay, the universal law of gravitation is not a physical law. It wasn't derived from experiment. It's a geometric law.
See, I mean that is not valid. Like F is equal to m1m2 square upon r square. That is not valid in.
Why? Where'd that come from? Where'd that come from? Do you know where that came from? It didn't come from an experiment.
Newton's?
From Newton's mind? From Newton's mind. Physical laws come from observing nature. They don't come from making it up in your head.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course. Okay. Yeah.
So it's actually not a law of nature. It's kind of like misnamed. Newton himself didn't even believe in it. Did you know that?
Very exclusive too, doesn't it?
Did you know that Newton didn't believe in gravity?
I haven't. Nah, I haven't. I don't know.
He wrote a letter and said that anybody that believed in it was pretty much retarded. They didn't use the word retarded. I'll post it in the chat, dude. I'll post the letter he wrote.
Yeah.
I have a quick question.
He said it a little bit differently, but yeah, basically that's what he meant.
Hey, God Zeus, do you know the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity?
Yeah, I know a little bit. I don't know in that depth, but yeah.
What do you think the difference is, from your understanding?
The mass attraction, and the other one is like if there is a huge mass, there will be space bending, space time. So if the space bends, the other mass. I don't want to use wrong words, but like I'm using this, like the other mass fall. Yeah, sorry.
You're on the right track. That they're not compatible with each other. If in Newtonian gravity, if you're on Earth and the sun disappeared, you would instantly feel that effect. In Einsteinian gravity, if the sun disappeared, it would take 8 minutes for you to feel that effect. So they're completely different.
Oh, what did you say? By Einsteinian's gravity, it will take 8 minutes.
Right, because it's a curvature of space and time. So they're two totally different.
Yeah, the light. Yeah, the light takes 8 minutes. Okay. I don't know this calculation, but yeah, okay. I'll agree to you if you have done it according to Einstein. Okay, so back to my question. Like, yeah, India, what do you think then?
About what? Why things
Like
fall? Well, in my opinion, it's a second order effect, but no one knows what it is because we can't test it experimentally.
A what effect? That's new for me.
A second order effect, meaning that there's some other cause that when that cause is combined with another cause, that they have what's called a second order effect. Like it's probably like a combination of density and electromagnetism or something.
Oh, okay.
Just check this out. This is why I think this. Helium floats away, right? Gas, helium gas, floats away. Hello? You know what helium
I
is?
heard you're sharing something. Oh, okay.
No, I did in the chat. Yeah, what Newton wrote. Yeah, so helium gas floats away. Like you put it in a helium balloon, floats away. Yeah, helium gas floats away.
It goes up.
So the idea is that because it's lighter than it's less massive than the air comes down from gravity and pushes the helium up. Okay. So gravity's supposed to work. Okay, that's fine. Why doesn't it do that to liquid helium?
Because
it has the same. But hold on. It has the same mass. It's helium. It's all helium.
Is it because of the prop? I don't.
Yeah,
I don't know.
know.
You can.
Yeah, there's no answer to this. I've never gotten an answer.
Are you sure?
To it. I've never gotten an answer. The answer I've gotten is, well, it's density. Well, then that would mean that density is the cause of why things stay on the ground, right? Not gravity. I think it's some combination between density and electromagnetism, but I'm not exactly sure what. Because, like I said, you actually can't test this experimentally, right? I want to know why something falls. Okay, let's say we're going to put our scientist hat, and me and you are going to get together. We go, okay, we want to figure out what causes things to fall. What experiment can we do? Any ideas?
Maybe we can
want to know the cause. We already know it. We already know it falls. We want to know that's our observed natural phenomena. That would be our dependent variable. We want our independent variable, the cause. Whatever the causal mechanism is for that natural phenomenon, we want to figure out what it is. So what do we do?
What do we do?
Yeah, good question. What do we do? Can we do anything?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
The answer is no. There's nothing to be done.
So we're gonna live with this guilt, or we need another Einstein?
Well, he was wrong too, so it doesn't even matter.
Okay, sorry to name Einstein then.
Oh, I don't care about him. He wore women's shoes.
Was he wrong about photoelectric effect also? I don't think so.
There's some controversy about it, but could have been.
Oh, come on, he got the Nobel.
So? Who said it? Poincaré said, just because you have a model that makes accurate predictions does not make it correct.
I think thank you guys. Thank you, Indio. That was a good discussion.
Yeah. All right, man. Thanks for being cool. Nice blouse.
The Earth is flat. Period. Period. Why is it so silent in here? There's like 20 people. People, you can talk. You don't have to write in the chat.
What? We were just talking for, I don't know, 2 hours. Can't take a 5-minute break, man?
Oh, absolutely
you're,
not.
You're like a slave driver.
No breaks allowed under my watch.
There's no breaks on a flat Earth, man.
No, there are breaks, because if you don't have breaks, then you just fall off. You fall off from Earth.
Where would you even fall to?
Heck if I know. Space?
You're gonna fall to space?
Space, bro.
How would you fall off the edge of a lake?
He thinks he can fall out of a pool. Nobody's ever been that drunk, dude. You think you get drunk enough to fall out of a pool?
No.
You sure? I think you should try.
I've never been drunk in a pool. That sounds very risky.
Being drunk sounds risky.
Yes, but especially in a pool, there is a higher chance of dying even sober, let alone drunk.
You know, we were trying to shoot 22 bullets into a pool a while back and then catch them when the bullet dropped towards the bottom, about 6 feet away. It was rather hard, and we were not able to accomplish it.
I see.
About this, it'll drop about.
So, after 2 hours of discussing about whether the Earth is flat or a sphere, what was the conclusion that you arrived?
We already know. It's other people that don't know.
Wait. So what is your position, India?
Earth is flat, bro. It's obvious.
It's flat?
Yeah, it's obvious it's flat. Look, bro, let's get real. If nobody told you the Earth is a ball, you would have never figured it out yourself, that's for sure.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah, so you were told it, and you believe what they told you.
Yes.
Though you have no first-hand information about it, right?
They show us physics, pictures from space, all of that. Yeah.
Like I said, you have no first-hand information.
Yeah, but if you believe just from eyes, then you cannot see a lot of stuff with your eyes, right? I cannot see America with my eyes, but I still believe that America exists. Right? Like
that's a false equivalence, brother.
What's that?
That's called a false equivalence.
False equivalence. Let me look it up.
It's a fallacy. It means you're trying to equate.
So weird when it's so weird when they say that dumb shit like that. I can't see. I can't. Like I'm here in Ohio. I can't see Canada right now, so Canada doesn't exist unless I just drive over to it. Then now it exists.
As if your eyes are the only senses you have, right? Like you can debunk outer space with your lungs.
This is the false equivalent. Saying America exists is not the same as saying Earth is a giant ball. They're two different, fundamentally, they're different claims. Okay?
Yeah.
You think first of all, America, though it is it's commonly thought of as a geographic area, is it's a legal fiction, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like you live in a country, right?
Yeah.
So it's not absurd to think, hey, maybe there's other countries somewhere else. You have direct experience of a country.
No.
You don't? You don't live in a country now? You just said you did.
No, I said yeah. I said yes, yes, yes.
I have a quick question.
So, well, hold on. You know the existence of a country is 100% possible.
Yes.
Okay. It's not the same situation with the Earth being a ball.
So the moon looks kind of like a ball, though.
You been to the moon?
No, but I can see it.
You just said you couldn't trust your senses 5 seconds ago.
What?
What?
No, I didn't.
5 seconds ago, you said you couldn't trust your senses, dude. Now you said you see it, it's a ball.
I didn't say I couldn't trust my senses.
Okay, this is just deflection anyway. The point is that you have no primary knowledge that the Earth is a ball. Whereas we do have primary knowledge that the Earth is flat. Based upon observation of the world itself. Based upon observing nature. I can get in a plane, climb a mountain, go to the ocean.
But isn't there like isn't that there a certain curve at the end of when you're watching the sunset or when you're on a plane? You see like a curve.
So do you think the horizon is where the curve starts? Is that what you think?
I don't know. I don't know how it works. I'm not a specialist.
Well, contrary to popular belief, that horizon, that thing where the ground appears to meet the sky, that's not a physical edge of a ball. And the reason we know this is because if you go out and film the horizon with a camera, it'll move around. It'll go backwards and forwards. It'll appear a further distance and a shorter distance. So the only way that could be a physical horizon if the Earth was changing size.
But why don't you guys just like go on a spaceship and see for yourself? Then you would have proof.
What makes you think that's even possible? That's relying on the same people that told you the Earth was a ball. But they won't let you on the spaceship, will they?
I mean, we see on videos them launching on a spaceship.
I've seen reindeer pulling Santa's sleigh in videos. So what?
So those videos are fake?
No, they're real. Obviously, to you, they must be real.
Hey, Doctor,
hold on, I'm talking about the Santa videos. Santa must be real because my method of evaluation is someone made a video. Oh, there's a video? Oh, that must be real. Oh, it's Santa in his sleigh. Fucking Santa's real.
They look realistic.
Hold on, dude. This is. It's funny when you guys say that.
No, hold on. So you didn't know Santa was
How would you know? How would you know that looks realistic? What are you comparing it to?
Like I look Elon Musk like pointing at the sky. At his rocket.
What are you comparing it to? The pictures of space that you just said look realistic. Compared to what?
I said the rockets. I was talking about the rockets launching. Not the pictures in space. I never said that.
So can rockets not launch on a flat Earth?
See, you're not. That's the second time. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. You're like giving pre-answers that you've prepared. Like you're not even listening to me.
I'm pointing out how. Listen, what I'm doing is you're pointing to these pieces of evidence that are derivative arguments, right? Elon Musk does this, rockets do that, all this stuff. The only question is, what's the shape of the Earth?
No, he accused you of not giving original answers when he's not providing you original questions. Who's the one that's caught up in this belief system?
Well, we started at, I wouldn't have known it. I never would have come to the conclusion myself. I said, you just get this idea because you're believing other people. And then your evidence your justification for that is the same thing. It's just believing other people.
Okay, what about this then? You've probably gone through this already, but how does that work? Like, if you keep driving on a straight line, like, would you fall off? Well, how does that work? Like, if I just take a plane, and I go just straight, nonstop.
How would you even do that, buddy?
What do you mean? How would I even do that?
It's not as simple as you're making it sound. It's not that simple. How are you going to know you're going straight?
There's a compass for that, I believe.
Okay. Compass is aligned with a magnetic field. That field does not point north and south, contrary to popular belief. There's a thing called magnetic declination. You can just type it into Google, look it up, you get a map. Map shows the field lines going all over the place. So no, you can't use compass. In Europe and America, the compass points north, generally. But in other parts of the world, it does not. In fact, north from Sydney, say you're in Perth and Sydney, and you had two people with a compass, if they followed that compass line, they'd freaking meet somewhere in freaking Micronesia.
Okay, so what's your theory then? Like, but like, I know if I'm going straight. Look, I know if I'm going straight, like my legs. Let's say I keep my arms straight, right? I know if I'm going straight, that I'm not changing directions.
You can't walk straight. You can't walk straight anyway.
Yeah, because
we just found another person that would die in the woods, walking in circles.
Yeah, he would walk in circles in the woods and not even realize I passed that thing 10 times.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
it's true.
That's what happens in reality. We know this because people have been lost in the woods, or people get shipwrecked, and they think they're going straight in a direction. They're just walking in a big circle over and over again. People can't walk straight. People can't fly straight. People can't drive straight. People can't sail straight.
Yeah,
they need something external. They need an external reference to determine whether they're going straight or not. That's why I asked you. It's not as simple as conceptually we just think in our mind, yeah, I can just go straight. But doing it is another thing.
So, okay, I get that. That's
Dante,
true.
Earlier you said for your proof of the globe was videos and physics. What physics are you specifically talking about that proves the globe model?
I don't know, bro. I really don't know. I just know that from what they say, that everything around us, like the entire science, is built upon the foundation that there's a center of gravity, and that's how the entire universe is. Like, there's these spheres with a center of gravity.
Is everything you said there true, though? Have you actually validated to be true? Just because they've said it?
No.
Okay.
No.
So then,
what branch of science?
Hold on. So then you can't hold it as a true thing then. Okay? So it's not true. They may have said it, but it doesn't make it true, does it?
No, but like, even the new people who go into that study physics, that create products that create real things based on these laws.
Yeah, can you give me one example? I just want one. Okay, please provide an example to justify.
I wouldn't be able to know. I just a lot of
you're just making stuff up. Then it sounds like you're just saying anything that sounds good to you.
Well, no, he's talking about his belief. I think he's being honest. I think he's been honest that he said he doesn't know, and what he's expressing here is that his belief is what's very evident at this point. I don't think he's being disingenuous at the moment. I feel that he is being honest. He doesn't know, and he's trying to find his way at the moment.
Yeah. No, I'm telling you guys my perspective. I'm just telling you my perspective. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, and it's based on mostly on beliefs, predominantly on your beliefs. That's what it is, isn't it? And the trust, let's say, of the experts.
Yeah. I need to believe some stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what about needing to know some stuff? Don't you think that would be better to actually know? Because that's where let's say, in my case, I made an error for 48 years because I trusted the experts regarding the shape of the earth. 48 years, I thought they were doing it right, only to find out that they were 1,000% wrong.
Okay, but all right, we can't go straight, but there must be, there is an edge, right?
Not necessarily so, because again, I don't know if there is an edge. I don't know that. I mean, that's your imagination there. Why don't we stick with what we can actually prove? That's the best thing, and that is, if the Earth is an oblate spheroid, should we be able to measure the dimensions? If it's 24,901 miles circumference, the radius of which is 3,959 miles, with those two numbers, I should be able to make some quantitative measurements to prove whether or not the Earth is curving. Do you agree or not disagree?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, let's think again. You want to buy a Lamborghini and the pamphlet, and you're looking online on the website of Lamborghini, and it's giving you all the specifications: tire size, ride height, length, width, breadth, and you should be able to confirm that, should you not? After looking at the pamphlet. Right.
Yeah, I can measure it.
It sounds logical to reason that if they give us the size of the Earth, we should be able to measure it. Do you agree now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So that's what we did. We flat earthers in here, each from our different locations where we live, have gone out to try and measure the curvature of the Earth, and we're finding extended horizontality everywhere. We're not able to measure the curvature at all. And I give you a very simple example. From my position, I'm standing at point A. I'm looking down. I can see an object 10 miles away. An object 10 miles away. Now, if the Earth is curving, there should be 66 feet of curvature blocking my line of sight, so I wouldn't be able to see the 10 miles, but I can see it. So what am I to conclude?
I think, okay, I don't know how to express this, because I can visualize it in my mind, sort of. Okay.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time.
I think because you're so close to Earth, you cannot see the curvature. But the more up you go, the more you can see from this curvature, right?
Right. The further up you go, yes, the more you're going to see. But I say again that the surface of the Earth has been given to us as a certain number, fixed number, 24,901 miles. So if those experts have done it on the Earth, because they didn't go to the air to do that, they did it on the Earth. That means I should be able to do it too, shouldn't I?
I don't know how they did it. I don't know if you have the.
We can quantify that using simple trigonometry that you learned potentially in high school. You can figure out how much of Earth you should be seeing if it's below any height.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So we can test that. We can test what you're supposed to see. We can compare that to high altitude imagery. We can tell you how much there is.
What episode? Ask him if he knows how much it should curve.
I doubt it, but maybe it might be worthy to ask a foundational question. Do you think they believe the Earth is a space pizza? Like that's the cartoon image that people put out about us. They'll say that we think that the Earth is actually the United Nations flag map. And I can tell you it's not.
Mentira. Teatro Tabazaya. Goodbye.
That was strange.
Yeah, so these are cartoon depictions of what we know to be true. And a lot of these cartoonish depictions are actually intended to get people to laugh at us.
Okay.
We don't think that.
Yeah, that is pretty funny. A flying pizza. But I want to ask now, let's assume that yes, we cannot prove that the Earth is round. What do you think is the benefit for them, whoever them is, for the government, I guess, to lie to people about the shape of the Earth all these years? What's the purpose of that?
Well, if you're talking to someone like me, I'm going to tell you that I don't think they're lying.
We gave them $25 billion last year.
No, I don't think they're lying. I think they're just as delusional as everybody else.
But
people are emotionally committed so much to the idea that they will abandon their own reason and logic to shoehorn observations that they make in the natural world into this mathematical model.
What about the pictures from the satellites? All of this you're saying you're saying it's forged, right?
I'd like I wouldn't say that at all. No, they have limited capabilities to take images. Okay, so there's what's called nadir pointing cameras on satellites. Nadir means straight down.
Yeah.
Cameras have a straight down looking camera or satellites, and they take footage. And you know what happens after that? They take a 3D wire mesh model of the Earth, and they wallpaper that 3D wire mesh model with the photography that these satellites took, regardless of how high these satellites are and what they actually are and what they're doing.
I'd like to quickly address why the lie. If we the people, if knowledge is the ultimate power, and we the people, everything, most of what we believe to be true is actually a lie, we would have literally zero power. That's a good reason to lie.
It describes the situation.
If you look at how NASA was founded, it was founded under a psychological control board set up by Eisenhower and Truman called the Operations Coordinating Board, OCB. They took people from the brand new Central Intelligence Agency, and they took people from the United States Army and Air Force that was newly created, and they stuffed them into this space agency. And their mission was quite clear, that they would present American technological progress and discovery in the most positive light. It's as if to say that we will project power and capabilities that we don't necessarily have to make other countries believe that we do. Why? Because America won the war and nobody can take the world from us now. The intent is world domination. This objective has nothing to do with hiding the true nature of Earth on its nose. On its nose, it has everything to do with projecting power and capabilities that may not exist. What if they think that Earth is a globe and it's not? They're still trying to orbit satellites and they're fucking it up every single way. Right?
And they're so good at this. How many times you heard military's got stuff we can't even dream of?
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, a bunch of paperwork.
Yeah, they can't dream of the mountains of paperwork to get simple crackdown. You got that right.
But I think your point of view is that you also don't really know whether the Earth is flat.
Well, we know it's definitely not a globe, and it's flat everywhere we checked, which means everything that we believe to be true about the last 2,500 years of astronomy, celestial navigation, and cosmology has been wrong.
Well, the Western version of it, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
How could you measure that, though? That it's flat everywhere. How could you do that?
We got plenty of measurements. Some of my favorite are high altitude infrared observations. Like, we can see terrain features, easily identifiable terrain features, unquestionable, from high altitude and infrared, which means the images are in a wavelength that's not as distorted as you'd find in the visual wavelength. So we can see through the haze of humidity and crap in the atmosphere using infrared. It's glorious. We can see things like mountain ranges from 35,000 feet that are 700 plus miles away. For that to be the case, if Earth is a globe, those mountains should be 180,000 feet below the horizon curvature of the Earth. The horizon being about 230 miles away. We've got so many observations like this, it will make your head spin. These are the things we're interested in. So we're not here to talk conspiracy theory, why the lie. I'm going to sidestep all of that, and I'm going to tell you that what we're here to bring is rational empiricism. You can go out in reality, and you can find out today, if you want, if the Earth is a globe. You don't have to do anything crazy, high tech, or expensive. We can tell you how. I have to finish mowing the lawn, so I'm going to go do that.
Okay.
That was dope.
Do you think we would have any? Okay. Do you think we would have any benefits? Let's say if this was exposed, that hey, Earth is not a sphere.
The only thing it's going to expose, what it's going to, you got to remember, if you think about what he just said, is that most people believe it, but they don't know, right? They think the Earth's a globe, but they don't really know. So if they tell somebody, like you came in here and said, hey, bro, Earth's a globe, like hundreds of people do every day, they're not lying. They believe that to be true. So they're telling the truth. They're just wrong, right? So the only thing that it would expose is that people are gullible and they'll believe things with very little evidence. Won't mention any recent history that we all know about.
Fully proving it would take a lot of effort and time, which most people don't have and don't need to apply because it changes nothing in their lives.
Kind of. I kind of agree with you, but I think you think it's more difficult than it really is. I mean, for Christ's sake, they claim that some Greek person 2,000 years ago proved it, right?
Yeah.
I think we're a little smarter than that in the current day and age. Like, we should be able to do it.
Well,
so we do know. Well, hold on. Let me just cover this really quick. What we do know is that most of the surface of the Earth is water, covered in water, right? We do know that, pretty sure. At least what we can access. It's water.
I mean,
wherever the surface of that water.
You have no proof of that. You're believing them in this case, the scientists and the collective evidence.
Okay. Well, we know pretty well that where we can go, most of the surface of the Earth is water. We know that because it takes a long fucking time to travel across the Pacific.
No. But how you're saying we don't know the directions. We can't go straight. But how does the entire airline function? How can we go from one continent to another?
No, I didn't say we don't know the directions. You can't. What I said is that you can't go straight. Okay. Now we do have a coordinate system. Technically, it's what's called a dual polar coordinate system. So it's a coordinate system based upon the celestial sphere, right? So we look at the stars and we use that to find our position. Right? You look in the nautical almanac. Oh, this star is going to be right overhead at this time. Okay, so I know if I'm standing there, here's my position. 45 latitude, 180 longitude. That's what we call it by convention.
Through stars?
Our entire coordinate system is based upon stars. It's not based upon the ground. Latitude and longitude are not points on the ground. That is a myth.
To another. I'm asking.
Think about it like this. If you couldn't see the sky, how could you find your latitude and longitude? Can't. It's impossible. It's literally impossible. Doesn't even have a meaning without the sky. Because the longitude is based upon where the sun is at any particular time. And we have a convention where when it's noon in Greenwich, England, that's the 0 latitude, or longitude rather. And then if you're 1 hour different behind in time, right? So your clock says frickin' 11 o'clock, you're at 15 degrees. You're at 15 degrees longitude, right? So we've made it. So that's just the longitude. Latitude is based upon in the sky they have the celestial equator, and how far that is above the horizon determines your latitude. So you measure the angle of that, the celestial equator above the horizon. Boom, there's your latitude. So if you can't see the sky, you have no idea where you are. Now, you can know by Googling it, right? We all decided New York City's at some particular latitude and longitude. And we know that because that's what we decided. But it doesn't have to be. That's what it'll say in the Nautical Almanac because we just agreed, hey, man, the latitude and longitude of freaking New York City is this. What that means is the latitude is on the equinox. You're standing in New York City, you look at the southern equator, you're going to see southern equator so many degrees, something like 43 degrees above the horizon. Or not 43, 47. So that whole coordinate system is based upon the sky. No, that's not the only coordinate system ever invented. It's just the one that allows you to navigate the world, right? Because you can see stars everywhere.
What about the people who went?
Go ahead.
What about the people who went to space?
What makes you think people went to space?
No, I'm
what
just
makes
asking.
you think outer space exists at all?
I can see with my eyes that there's open space everywhere.
Well, you see black, right? You look up in the sky, you see stars, and then you see places where there aren't stars that are black. That doesn't mean that's a giant vacuum with nothing in it.
Wait a second. Does that mean like if I go in the closet and I shut the door and there's a thing on the bottom so no light comes through, and am I in outer space now because I see black? You weirdo.
Well, if you go to your closet and there's a bunch of balls in there, then you're probably gay.
Or what about that's called an experiment? That's an experiment when you walk into dangling balls.
No, you're not gay. You're Cavendish.
You're you guys are funny.
Oh,
man.
we're just gonna start calling people Cavendish from now on.
Why are you Cavendish?
When you're in a planetarium and you're looking up at the ceiling, looking into outer space.
Anyway,
we
ignoring
know there's space up there, but the thing is, they claim there's outer space, which is a giant vacuum that's nearly infinite in size, with a bunch of balls of gas and rocks and shit zipping around at absurdly fast speeds, and all of it's like spaced very, 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 very far apart. Like this is like a story that you can't test, you can't prove. They say stars are made of XYZ. There's XYZ far away. They're this, they're that, they're the other thing. None of that can actually be proven ever.
I don't know, man. There needs to be someone here who's a specialist in round Earth.
We've talked to them. We've talked to PhDs in physics, astrophysics, astronomy, cosmology, pilots, you name it.
Can you go find us one? We've been asking all the experts that think they're experts. Find us the real one this time. That would be great.
I'd say some of us were
I don't know what they say. Yeah, want to know what they say? They say the same thing you just said. We need to find someone that has the information.
Then they're not experts because I've spent zero energy on this topic.
I know.
All the experts think another expert has the answer. Some of our experts came to that conclusion.
No, I'm not saying that they have the answers, but at least they could make a debate and give arguments. Because I'm just giving basic.
Like what we're saying is like objectively true. Like let's take a star for instance. Can you ever prove what a composition of a star is? Can that ever be proven?
I'm not a scientist. I don't know.
Well, okay. I'll use an analogy, right? You're across the kitchen. Somebody you don't know stocked your cupboards, and the cupboard doors are open, and you can see food in there, and you see something that you're not sure what it is. Can you ever know what it actually is unless you actually go up to it and get a piece of it?
No, but that's simplifying it. Maybe there are other methods that these people are using to see to.
But that's why I said. But you're never going to know. Like you can't actually prove it, right? Because it's not accessible. You can guess. You could say it's probably this or probably that, and maybe you guess right. But you can never actually know.
Sure.
Like I guess stars are pixie dust. You can't tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, so we're in the same position that everybody was in, all of humanity's been in since the beginning of time. We look in the stars, we wonder what the fuck they are. Some people we consider smart make up a story, and the people generally choose to believe it because they trust the smart people, but those people can't actually prove their claims. And this happened 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago. Every culture, every civilization has a story about the stars. And none of them can prove it. None of them.
It's just irrelevant to 99.99% of people. Yeah.
You'd be surprised, dude. I want to buy a telescope.
He sounds like a 99%er.
Maybe.
Yes, of course I am. I already said that I've spent no energy on this topic. But yes, I find it interesting, which is why I'm here. I'm here to listen.
What if he knows enough about triangles?
Here we go.
I've heard some insults so far and some aggression, which is unnecessary. And I don't think it helps.
Insults and aggression.
You hurt my feces.
Yes, someone called me dumb earlier.
This is one of the most contentious topics. Try going to a family gathering and pick up that glass of water, ding it with your fork, and say you have a special announcement to make. And when the room gets quiet, all your cousins, your aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, whatever, you tell them, guys, I'm a flat earther.
His balls just caught up inside thinking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. You're hurt. Of course, you got insulted.
No one's hurt. Who's hurt, dude? We're talking about reality. The reality, like you say it doesn't matter. If you really think that, go tell your whole family you're a flat earther and find out if it doesn't matter.
There's a social cost to arriving at the truth of something and a responsibility that comes with holding it.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me if my child or someone I know came to me and said, I'm a flat earther. I'm like, sure, okay. It wouldn't matter to me.
I wish my soundboard stopped the cap, man.
I swear it doesn't matter. I'm telling you, I'm being fully honest with you. I cannot prove that the Earth is a sphere. I cannot prove that it's flat.
So say you have a 6-year-old boy. He's getting D's in school. And then he comes home and says, Dad, I'm a flat earther.
I swear. You guys are
Why are you
fucking
swearing, bro?
What the fuck are you wasting your time for? Fuck off.
So see, listen, brother. Remember you just said it didn't matter? Why is this guy so emotional?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there's a lot of people like that. I muted him, by the way. I suggest you should do the same. What happened? Okay, somebody mute. Nice.
No, he didn't like that I immediately disconnected it, so he came back even hotter, and then I server muted him. So that it's a game I play on these guys. I do all kinds of shit in the background you guys don't even know about.
And we love you for it.
Actually, exactly. I'll be honest. I remember, like many years ago, I kind of had the similar reaction to flat Earth. It's like, these dumb people. Like, why do they think the Earth is flat? Like, yes, that's, I think, instinctually the first reaction. So,
Yeah, but
yes,
where does that instinct come from? Have you ever asked yourself like that? Where did that even come from if it doesn't matter? Listen, I'll tell you right up. It shouldn't matter, but for some reason it does.
I think because it shatters your worldview, because you have like an image in your mind of how the world is, like physically, and then someone says that a small minority says, no, it's actually flat. And yeah, you'd have to question, then maybe it starts a chain of questioning all of your beliefs after that, and most people are not ready for that. But I'm speaking personally. I've already started that process, not from Earth, but in other fields, which is why, to me, I'm open to even listening about flat Earth, and it doesn't affect me emotionally whether the Earth is flat or a sphere or a triangle. But yes, I understand that most people are not ready for their beliefs to be challenged, and I understand your frustration. I'm just saying that it doesn't help your case.
Look, wow, there's no frustration. I don't know why you keep saying there's no frustration. It's a curiosity. Like you're looking at like you have like you come in here, and maybe you're just like a casual observer of this topic. You've seen one piece of a 10,000 piece jigsaw puzzle. You don't see the whole thing. The people that are in this topic day in, day out, we see a lot of different, let's just call it behaviors, reactions, types of people, archetypes or stereotypes of people. And the output don't match the input. Let's put it that way.
I'm just saying, like, you didn't like say something horrible to me, but there, like, from the first moment I joined, especially now now the conversation is going smoother. But I did feel aggression, I did feel anger, and someone even called me dumb earlier with a closet example.
That's because you only see one piece of the jigsaw puzzle, buddy. Because when you came in, you were like the next in line after 50 assholes in a row.
See, you assume that I'm an asshole.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Did I say something?
Listen. No, I'm not saying you were an asshole. I said the 50 people before you were.
Yeah.
So human nature is like, well, 50 were assholes. 51 probably is an asshole too.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That I know it's difficult, but it would help more your case if you're explain your points in more calmer.
We're not also
we want to. We want to. They won't let us.
We're a diverse bunch. We're a mixed bag. We're a motley crew. I mean, you're going to get people in any group of different character, right? So the characters are going to differ. You're going to experience that with any group that congregate together and discuss a topic of interest.
So
you're going to get calm, collected people, and you're going to get irate and very easily frustrated people. Yeah. Like, it's just the way it goes. You're going to get arseholes, you're going to get kind, you're going to get all different types.
But your purpose is
what to expect.
Yeah. Your purpose is to spread truth. And I'm just saying that people are more defensive. Like the first I had to fight my instincts. Like, okay.
So what are you saying? We should stop all the people that have a low tolerance.
Can I get a full sentence in without getting interrupted, please? I cannot get a full sentence in. All I'm saying is human nature is also, like when I first joined, I felt aggressive energy. I felt attack from different perspective, from different people. And also my human nature indicates protect. Like my human nature is to, oh, your belief is bullshit. I've trained myself to stop my emotional side and wait, I'll ignore this for a while. I'll try to see what these people are about, which is why I still stayed. But I believe I'm part of a minority. I think the majority of people will just get offended, and their reaction would be to insult you back and to be aggressive back. And
well, so check this out, dude. That feeling where you have to suppress your emotion when you're being attacked, we just went through that 50 times before you. You're just doing it once. We're doing it every 10 minutes, all day long, day after day after day. Okay? So if we got a bad attitude, I mean, talk to the Goldberg brothers. You haven't said you're a Goldberger, but what I'm saying is that I've been involved in a lot of controversial topics. 9/11, JFK, all the crap, right? This topic is different than all those. It's different. The way people react is different. Everything about it is different.
Yeah, you're human too. I get it. I understand. Yeah. All right, moving on.
That's the rumor.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, but the point is this topic, people don't act like this topic in particular, people don't act fucking normal. Look, man, so check this out. There's people that are against this we call anti-flat earthers. Some of them have been involved in this topic 8, 9, 7, 6 years. I could ask them, steel man a single flat earth argument. And after 8 years, they still can't.
They choose not to.
They can't. No, they actually can't because they haven't been listening for 8 years.
Ah, okay. I see your point. Yep. My bad.
It's really messed up. How can you, like, you think you would learn it just by hearing it over and over again? I'm talking about the hardcore anti-flat earthers that are debating this topic the same way we do, day after day after day. And we know all their arguments, but they don't know any of ours. They know the refutations, but if I said, hey, what actually was my argument, you're going to get some straw man nonsense. You're never going to get the actual argument you made. Like, I've never seen that anywhere else where, like, you can be exposed to something for half a decade and not even know what it is you're exposed to.
Right. And even just normal, like, people that haven't talked to us before, they'll come in, right? And we'll spend 2 hours explaining our position. And then we'll turn around and ask them, so after all this, what is, can you tell us why we say that the earth is flat? And they'll say something ridiculous like, well, you don't trust NASA. That's it. And that's all they gained out of 2 hours worth of conversation of us explaining how we have long distance observations and the geometry doesn't match and blah, 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 all the empirical stuff. And then that's all they get out of it. And it's so frustrating, right? Because that's all that they just hear what they want to hear. They don't hear what we actually say.
Yeah, Dante, I asked you earlier on that if the experts give us the size of the Earth, we should be able to confirm and validate that. And then you agreed. And then I said, okay, we went out there to check it, and we're finding it very flat everywhere. And then you said, oh, maybe because you are on the Earth, maybe because you're on it, you can't see it. Well, that's not true, is it? That's not a true position, is it? Because if I'm on the Earth's surface, I should be able to measure that curvature. And we're not. So it's not that we're mistaken. We know the Earth is not an oblate spheroid. We know that. So I put it to you strongly that you have no experience of living on a globe. And when you look back on your life, you're going to find that you've never noticed the rotation of the Earth, and you have never ever seen or experienced or have any photographs from your personal experience all your life of the curvature of the Earth. What say you?
I just got an idea in my mind right now. Let's say you're at the beach and you're looking like it's open field, right? When I'm looking straight, like at the end, I just see nothing. Like there's just space. Why don't I see mountains or buildings? Why don't I see the next country? Why don't I see something?
Okay, that's a typical one that they always ask. You have to remember that if, let's say, you wanted to see England from New York, okay, approximately 3,000 miles. Now, you've got to factor in the weather systems, the air itself. The air becomes opaque the further you increase the distance as you try to look through. And in your little eyes are not going to be able to resolve that anyway. The distance is well beyond your eyes to see England from New York. And then you have to factor in the weather systems. Okay? So you're not going to see forever. Can you now?
I'd like to add a little something to that.
Please.
So it becomes blurry after certain distance. This is what you're saying?
The angular size of the Eiffel Tower from New York would be mathematically comparable to looking at a small ant 100 feet away. It would be too small for your eyes to resolve, like basically smaller than a pixel. That's the that's the equivalence.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to see it anyway because of the air itself. The air itself is an obstacle, okay, because it gets opaque, it's fixed. That's 3,000 miles of air you're trying to look through. It would be totally impossible, okay? Fog, rain, mist, dew, some patch of sunshine here. You're going to look through all that to try and pick up an object like the Eiffel Tower. It's impossible. Okay.
Can I give a comparison to him quickly?
Yes.
So think about it this way, Dante. You know how like when your mom cleans like the windows of your back door, right, where the garden is, it's pristine, it's crystal clear. Birds sometimes fly into it because they don't know it's a window, they think it's an opening, right? And you can see through it. Now if you start layering the exact same type of pristine conditions, super clear glass, right, after one another, after, let's say, the 8th layer, it's going to start getting fuzzy. It's going to start being distorted. After the 15th layer, you're not even going to be able to see through the glass anymore. That's the same principle that happens in reality when you're looking outwards, so anywhere outside, right? The same thing happens with the atmosphere. Exact
Can
same
we
thing.
prove this? That's a very good analogy, by the way. I understand it better. But can we prove that?
Well, we already told you, like, you can.
The air gets opaque. You said the air gets opaque, but can I prove that?
Yeah.
Is there a way to prove that?
Oh yeah, well yeah, you can prove that for yourself because you try and look. Go out and try and look. That's what you got to do.
I go out and I see space. I go to the sea and I see space, which makes me think there's nothing ahead.
Yeah, but when you're looking up, hang on a second, let me finish. Hold on.
Yep.
When you're looking up into the sky now, you're looking through less of the atmos because the atmos gets thinner as you look up. But as you look horizontally, you're looking through the thickest part of the atmosphere, the atmos itself, the air. That's the difference. Okay? And then the sky is more of an expanse, so you can pick up more out there. But when you're looking across, you're trying to see an object like the Eiffel Tower through all that weather and and air. It's impossible.
You can increase the amount you can see, right? So I would recommend go to like the beach, right? And just firstly with your naked eye, just observe what you can, right? You're gonna see some boats are visible, some boats aren't visible, maybe some buoys are visible or not, right? And then take a camera, a relatively good camera, right? And zoom into the same place you were looking. As you're zooming in, the angular size of everything is increasing for you so you can see further. We've done so both photography observations, camera observations, and normal observations with infrared, with normal cameras, where you see things that are just simply too far that your normal eyes won't pick up. I believe one of the videos we have is the Black Swan, right, guys? Where you can see 2 oil rigs and quite a bit more ocean after those 2 oil rigs, but normally you can't see them. And that's due to, firstly, the atmosphere itself, right? Because as Jimbo just explained to you, and secondly, angular eye resolution. Everything is going to decrease to a certain point where you cannot perceive it anymore. You see equal distantly in all directions, 360 degrees, if there are no obstacles, like suppressing your ability to see, right?
Yeah.
Which gives you also an optical illusion of a circle, right? Because you see in a circle. But that's not a sphere. That's just how your vision operates. There is more to that.
Yeah, that's a great point you raised there. And the position that I'm holding still stands, is that if they've given me the number of the curvature of this Earth, I should be able to confirm it. And I am not able to confirm it at all, not a single degree, either through long distance observations, okay, laser beam tests, okay, GPS, theodolites, aeroplanes, ships, hot air balloons, submarines, ferries. Okay, I'm giving a good list of technology here. Long-range telescopes, short-range telescopes, and you take your pick. All those technologies are proving, including radar, sonar, and radio waves. All these things propagate, and they're proving that the Earth is flat. No curvature at all with the aforementioned technologies. What say you, Dante?
I have no argument, bro. I said I have no information. I'm just asking. I'm just.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do agree that if the Earth is curving, all of us on Earth should be able to measure that and confirm it. Yes or no?
I don't know, man. I keep telling you, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if they've given us the numbers, we are given the numbers. The Earth is this size. Like I said, you're looking at the online site of Lamborghini, and you want to buy one. It's giving you all the specifications. If they give it to you, you should be able to confirm before you buy. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So it stands logical that if they've given me the circumference of the Earth and then the radius of the Earth, I should be able to confirm those two numbers. Should I not?
Yeah. And how do they claim that they've measured it?
This is the question. How do they claim it? Yeah. It's a good question. How did they claim it? How did they claim that they offer us what's his name? Aristosthenes, with the sticks in the shadows. Well, we've tried to replicate that. We're not getting the same answers. And in fact, if you bring the sun closer to the Earth, you then get the same results. So that's been debunked. But I'm saying to you that we're using modern technology. You understand? Today's technology cannot do what Aristophanes did. Doesn't that seem a bit strange? 300 years ago, one man measuring the curvature of the Earth after assuming that the Earth was a globe, yeah? He assumed it. Didn't measure it as such. He assumed it first. But we're trying to measure it with today's technologies, and we cannot repeat what Aristophanes did.
Yep. And if you look at it logically and objectively, right, from Aristophanes up until now, the entire model is based on one key factor, which is assumptions. You have to assume the distance to the sun. You have to assume the distance to other luminaries in order to, for example, know the distance of the sun and the earth, right? You have to assume certain things, then do math. Right? But you can't accurately say, okay, this is this far away, this is that far away. You can't, because there is none. It's just an assumption. While this, on the other hand, what we're doing, it's just straight up logic, reason, and math. You take one point, you take another point, you do the measurement, and that's it. There is no assuming needed, right? Because we're not living in assumptions, we're living in reality.
Yeah. That was my problem. I trusted the experts because I assumed that they did their due diligence and they did the measurements, they got it right, only to find out 48 years later that they didn't do that, and that was my error. I should have checked. This is why I say to you, Dante, the only way you're going to know is to actually go out there and check for yourself. Otherwise, you're never going to know. And that's where I think that's a shame, really, as the Earth is a beautiful place. You don't know how it was made. You don't know how humans came to be on this Earth. And that would be a shame not to actually know. You only live once.
Absolutely. No, I'm also in search for the truth. And I appreciate you guys for going against the flow, right? Asking the hard questions and, even having to face all of the backlash and insults, as you said, from family and people in general. I truly appreciate that. But that said, I'm using ChatGPT right now to ask you guys some questions because, as I said, I don't have many counter arguments, only what comes to my mind while talking with you.
Yeah.
And one of the top proofs that Earth is round, according to GPT, is the one that I said earlier with the objects.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. What you're going to find with ChatGPT is that it has been given the information that will keep everybody in the deception. So ChatGPT will be giving you misinformation. That's the design. You can't trust it.
Okay, I agree. Of course, it just takes information from different sources, maybe from NASA webpage. So I asked it.
Is flat or round?
So I asked it that flat earthers say that air gets opaque.
Tell me, Earth is round or flat?
Let him speak.
But just hold on 1 second. And it says, okay, flat earthers sometimes claim that ships disappear because of atmospheric opacity, meaning the air becomes so thick or foggy with distance that it hides the ship, not the curvature of the Earth. This argument fails for several reasons.
We don't say that.
First reason, clear days disprove it. On a clear day with no fog, ships still disappear bottom first, not all at once. If it were due to opacity, the entire ship would fade evenly, not just the lower parts.
Yeah.
So this.
Sorry to interrupt you there, but that ChatGPT has misrepresented flat earthers. We never said that. That's not our position. You see? So ChatGPT has said something that none of us have said happened like that. That's not our position.
Straw man.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Well done. See that? Explain to him why. I'm going to get a drink. Yeah. See that will explain.
If he's not gonna, I can do it.
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead then.
So the reason why boats disappear over the horizon, it's not due to, as ChatGPT says, to the opacity, right, or the atmospheric opacity. No, it's simply that the boat is going further away from you, hence it's decreasing its angular size, right? Secondly, if it's being shown bottom up or not, it doesn't truly matter, because at the end of the day, within the heliocentric model, there should be quite literally a physical bump, if you will, between you and that boat once it disappears, which means I don't care if you have a camera created directly by God, you can't see through something that is physical. Right? If you're on one side of the mountain, I'm on the other side. Even if I zoom into the mountain, I still can't see you because you're on the other side. Same thing within the heliocentric model. Yet when we do zoom in, what happens? We see the boat again. That's because it is on a level plane of existence, a level plane of inertia, however you want to phrase it. It's there. It's not going down. It's just going further and further away until your eyes cannot resolve it anymore and see it.
Okay,
is that a good answer for you guys?
Okay, but according to GPT, that they've tested it, and the bottom disappears first, right? And you can still see the top because it's going on a curve, right?
No, that's not right at all. That's not right at all. The correct part is yes, the ship would disappear bottom upwards. We're not disputing that fact, but that doesn't prove that it's curvature. Okay, that's not proving curvature.
Sometimes, though. You need to point out, Jin, that it happens sometimes. It doesn't happen all the time.
No, that's right. Yeah,
it looks like that sometimes.
Yeah.
How often versus the other way? Who knows? It's never been quantified.
It happens sometimes. So, but we don't know why sometimes it happens and why sometimes it doesn't.
Well, we don't need to know why, because we can replicate that visual on a surface we know is flat, right?
Yeah.
So what you do is, the way to test it is, okay, what's in dispute? Well, is that happening on a curved surface or not? The claim is it can only happen on a curved surface, right? That would only happen if the Earth was a ball.
Yep.
Right? That's generally it, right? Hey, ships disappear bottom up because the Earth is curved. It can't happen on a flat surface. But we can demonstrate that it does happen on a flat surface by eliminating curvature as a variable. Well, you just use a distance that's smaller than the curve is supposed to be. So say the horizon is supposed to be 2,400 feet away. If you can get the boat to a boat to disappear before that distance, where it would be at the horizon in the first place, where the curve starts, then it's happening on a flat surface.
How do you do that?
Well, tell you how we did it. Took a lake that's 1,000 feet long, put the camera 1.5 inches off the surface of the water, take a little RC boat and sail it away.
Sorry, can you say that a bit slower? I didn't catch it.
Well, you take a lake that's 1,000 feet long, right? So that's the width of the lake at its longest, at its widest, right? You take a camera, you put it 1.5 inches above the water, right? So from that height, the horizon, according to the globe, is supposed to be 2,400 feet from the camera.
Yeah.
But remember, the lake's only 1,000 feet wide, so it can't reach that, globe Earth horizon. But lo and behold, when you sail this little RC boat away, you see a horizon, you see the boat get cut off bottom first going over it, and it looks the same way as it does macroscopically. But we know that it can't be Earth curve causing it.
So it's the angle, or
in fact, well, it's probably a combination of. Well, I could tell you what the reason is, but you already admitted you're not really technical. There is a technical reason for it. It's a combination of total internal reflection and refraction, which sounds complicated, but it's kind of like the light that comprises the bottom of the boat, because you're looking at reflected light, right? The sunlight reflects off the bottom of the boat. It reflects to the camera. Well, it gets caught in like a duct that's below the level of the camera, the light that would reach the camera, and just gets reflected back down into the water. Now, this was in peer-reviewed papers. They've actually demonstrated this. In fact, National Geographic did a documentary on flat Earth versus globe Earth, and they actually captured this themselves. They sailed the flag out across the Salton Sea. The flag had 7 stripes on it, and as they sailed it away, the bottom stripe disappeared. Well, the problem with that is that the horizon is behind the boat. So the horizon that the flag was supposed to disappear behind, the boat hadn't even reached yet. But the bottom of the flag disappeared nonetheless.
I see.
And just so you know, I've personally watched a boat for 3.5 hours sail out of Boston Harbor, and I was tracking it with a app called Marine Traffic. Right? It's at marinetraffic.com. Tells you the position of boats. So I watched this boat for 3.5 hours sail to 30 miles away, and it never disappeared bottom up or did anything like that. In fact, I've never seen it, and I live by the ocean.
Okay.
So it's something that's observed sometimes, but it's caused by meteorological conditions. It's not caused by Earth curve.
So
if you were here earlier, so check this out. If you were here earlier, and you could actually stroll out, right? There's a guy, he filmed like an oil rig, an oil platform out at sea, and it looks like the oil rig is cut off halfway, right? Like you can't see the legs. But as he films the video, the water that looked like it was blocking the legs was just a superior mirage, and it went away, and you could see the legs. Like half of it went away. Like, so you could see through the superior mirage, you could see the legs of the thing that was supposed to have been blocked by Earth curve. It's a very strange video.
I'm trying to find the video. I found a screenshot of the 2 oil rigs, but I'm trying to find the video right
now. It's probably way up there. It happened this morning.
Oh, that's not going to happen then, damn.
Yeah. I was going to say, Dante, so far, you're learning that, we're not able to measure the curvature of the Earth, okay? And referring to Chat GPT can sometimes mislead you because it's doing a straw man of our position and misrepresenting our position. It has to, because they have to keep the deception going. There are 2 other aspects to the globe that we disprove the globe, and that would be, one would be the rotation, and then the other one is the air pressure and the Earth ball being in space, in the vacuum of space, okay? So let's look at this one. Do you think it is possible to have a ball with, a blue ball with air all around it in a vacuum without a container to protect for the air pressure? Do you understand what I mean? You've got that blue ball in the solar system, it's spinning, right? You would need a container to protect the Earth's air pressure. Do you think it's possible to be there without a container? A blue ball in a vacuum, no container. Is that possible?
Again, man, I have no stance, man. I'm just listening. I told you, I don't have scientific knowledge.
Okay, yeah. This is not really scientific as such. This is just purely observational here.
Observation.
Logical deduction. Okay, and that is, in order to have air pressure, you need a container. Is that not correct?
Yeah, that's scientific.
In order to have air pressure,
higher is scientific. Then, when you're driving a car, it's scientific.
No, the cause and effect relationship. Science deals with causes of phenomena. The phenomena in this instance is gas pressure. We understand by it's caused by its fixed contained volume. The gas pressure that has kinetic energy given to it by temperature is in constant motion and collides with the walls of its container. So it's the container that causes it. So it's scientific, dude. It's experiments that go into the formula PV equals nRT.
Okay, thank you for that correction on my part. Yeah, so it is science. So basically, the question still stands, by the way. Is it possible to have a earth ball with air pressure without a container in a vacuum?
I don't know. Like the ozone does it. I don't know how it does it, but I don't know.
Well, the answer would be it's not possible because the second law of thermodynamics states that high pressure goes to low pressure. So all of Earth's air that is being produced, if we didn't have a container to protect and keep the air pressure constant, then it would go into the vacuum of space. That's known as entropy, where the transition of air would sharply equalize into the vacuum of space. You understand? That's what happens. That's not natural law.
Yeah, have you heard of entropy? ENTROPY, entropy.
Yeah, entropy.
Yeah, I found a couple of the screenshots. If you look in the chat real quick, right? So you have two pictures, right? The top picture, the rig looks like it's cut off by water. You can see in the bottom picture, which happened minutes later, that you can see through that water because that was not actually water. That was a superior mirage reflection of water. And when part of it dissipates, right? Part of that temperature gradient dissipates, you can see through it.
Man, God's creation is so amazing and beautiful.
Yeah, the video with this is mind blowing. It really is. To make like I had it a while ago, but it's just like the video itself is like you're like, oh man, there's an oil rig. It's cut off by the horizon. Then all of a sudden, the freaking water just separates, and you can see right through it. And you're like, what the hell is that?
Does he know what a superior mirage is, as opposed to an inferior mirage, or just what miraging is in general?
The same thing posted. Nice. Great minds think alike.
Freaks come out at night.
No, I really like the server because it forces us as native English speakers to put ourselves in the shoes of somebody who's non-native. So we have to be very clear and patient and explain things patiently to people that we normally don't have an opportunity to do. And this helps us sharpen our skills, our communication skills and reasoning skills, as much as it helps the English learner understand something new.
Yeah. Good point. I mean, it helps us. Yeah, sharpens our skills more than anything. I mean, it helps them, obviously, because they don't know English, but...
Yeah, it's probably asymmetric.
Yeah, I think we probably get more out of it than they do.
It's hard, man. It's like... Never mind.
No, but it is really a testimony to what we do, because we had a guy called David about a number of hours ago, and I asked him what was his position. He said, "I've only been here a few times. I've just been listening to what you guys have been doing. I'm still." He didn't say he was on the fence, but he was just here to listen. So I said, "Okay, in all the days you've been here listening, what's your summarization of what you've learned so far?" And do you know what? He spoke just like a flat earther. He spoke just like a flat earther. Now that's a testament to exactly what was just said, that, you know, we took our time when we explained it to people, because he picked up on all the straw man stuff from the Globers, and the obfuscation is what he spoke about. And then he said where he was weak on was on refraction. He said he couldn't understand why they bring up refraction, but he didn't understand it quite well. But he was very disappointed that the Globers didn't explain it for themselves, and they seem to be using it as a get-out clause. And that guy David was excellent. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that the way we've been working has obviously borne fruit, in that one individual has been listening and has gleaned a lot just by listening. So clearly we're doing our job well. That's all I'm saying.
They can't explain it because they don't understand it themselves.
Yeah, that's what we said. We said that to David, that they can't explain it themselves because they don't. It's cheating, and it's hard to quantify this thing. Okay.
In the academic literature, it pretty much says it's impossible.
There you are. There you are. So keep on doing the good job, guys, because you're doing well. Thanks, Jedi, for the correction earlier on. Appreciate that. This is how we go forward. It's excellent. Like I said, you know, we're rocking and rolling.
They say straight up that there's no deterministic model for refraction, which basically means that if you have the starting conditions, you can't know what the output's going to be, even if you know them.
Yeah, that's right. You can't.
Inside data is not conserved, bitch. Yeah,
So,
I mean, it's because it's a fluid and it's chaotic.
It is, yeah.
It's exactly that.
And then the other thing,
chaotic environment, and we don't have the mathematical tools to actually like quantify that with any specificity.
Well, you know, Indio, if we just get the surface normal to every gas molecule, we'll be able to integrate the entire path along its line, you know, according to Fermat's principle.
Yeah,
well, that's exactly what I felt. I thought that they knew how every molecule behaves. I was thinking, how could they know how every molecule behaves to quantify this refraction? How could they do that? That was back in 2016 when I first heard of refraction, because it shot me down. Do you know what I mean? Because I thought I had them on the ropes, and then they mentioned refraction, and I just said, well, that can't be possible, because I can see the thing that I'm looking at. It's not being lifted up. If I had my weapon, I'd blow that thing up that I see. And I said to them, that means if I aim my weapon at this thing, right, I shouldn't be able to hit it, because that's like a mirage, you're saying. It's a refracted image. I said, nah, you can't. That's not possible to know that. It done my head in. So yeah.
at the level of the material, so you have like electromagnetic wave come into the material, and it jiggles the molecules, and that jiggling, then in turn they emit their own electromagnetic wave, and these waves combined to slow down, quote unquote, slow down the electromagnetic wave. But that only applies to a solid, because all the molecules have an orientation to them.
Yeah.
Right? They're aligned in a certain way.
Yeah.
In a gas, man, they could be upside down, left, right, sideways. You know what I mean? So when they get that jiggling, like say H2O, right? It's like slightly positive in one part, in one orientation. Like the positive part would be on top, but if it was flipped upside down, now the positive part's on the bottom. And if it hits that particular phase of the wave, the way it jiggles is going to be completely different. It's like repulsion versus attraction, right?
Yeah,
in one orientation it'll be attracted, another one will be repelled. So it'll jiggle differently. It'll jiggle differently depending on what its orientation. It's impossible to model it. It's not, because it's a gas. It's all the molecules have all these crazy orientations, and they're moving around. They're sideways. They're moving around at some unknown velocity, right?
Yeah, it's dynamic. That's why I use the word dynamics, and it's in flux. How are you gonna quantify that and capture that? How are you gonna? You can't. Just impossible. Yeah. So
even as it is, the other one was statistics. Even as it is, just to know the temperature, they rely on statistics.
Yeah, exactly. So Dante is there. The other one is the Earth's rotation. How do you know that the Earth is rotating. If you know, have you noticed it? Because we're meant to be rotating, and the value of the rotation is different depending on where you are on the Earth, supposedly on the ball Earth. So, for example, I'll give you 3 examples. If you're at the equator, it's meant to be 1,037 miles per hour, almost 1.5 times the speed of sound. But then if you're in the UK, it's 600 miles per hour. If you're in Alaska, 500 miles an hour. At Los Angeles, 860 miles per hour. There, you see, so the different values. Have you noticed the Earth's rotation? Is my question.
No, sir. And I think I need to leave because I feel like I'm wasting your time because I'm just so uninformed and I'm not prepared for a discussion at all.
Don't think that.
Actually, Dante, you're not. You're not wasting any time here because we're live and we're doing a live stream. There are people who are learning for every question you've asked and your position, our position. Everyone's learning. You haven't made an error there, okay? And then you're still going to investigate anyway when you find the time. So we thank you for your questions. You didn't make any mistakes in coming here anyway, okay?
I'd like to make a comment on what you just said, though. Just comment quickly on what you said. Is that you realize that all these complexities that we're talking about is to save the globe from being falsified. You know that, right? That's what they're for. That's why all these like theories and shit exist, is to save the globe from being falsified. Because if you say Earth's a globe, and then I see 50 miles when I should only see 20, you have to come up with some ad hoc hypothesis on how that's possible. So you come up with things like refraction, mirages, looming, stooping, all these things, because otherwise Earth's not a globe, and you can't have that. You know, maybe it's just simple. Maybe the Earth just is how it presents itself, and it's just really that simple. And that it's actually not complicated. Imagine that.
Dante, you're not wasting our time. If you are here, are you listening? If you are honest, yeah, you can look into a couple of things which don't make sense with the globe. Not only not finding the curvature is a problem for the globe, but also you can look in the chat box. Pressure, air pressure, proves that we must have container because it is in the definition of the gas pressure. That gas pressure is the pressure the molecules exert on the surface of their container. So the container is a prerequisite of gas pressure, if you know what prerequisite is. And then you have also the fact that there is a light inverse square law, which means you have fourth of the luminosity of the light source at the distance when the distance is doubled. So at a distance of 14 meter compared to 1 meter, you will have only 6% of the. So according to this, when you apply this light inverse square law, it's impossible that the stars are at a distance of tens or hundreds or sometimes thousands of light years away. The light cannot reach us, according to this law.
What if they tell you that the stars are quadrillions of miles away?
Yeah, light years, light years.
Yeah. So that's how they make the math work,
because
right?
one light year, I think one light year, I remember it in metric, it's 9.36 billion kilometers. One light year, I think, I'm not sure. But there are so many holes.
One light year is 6 trillion miles. 6 trillion miles is the equivalent of 1 light year. Okay, so that would be
approximately 9 points. Yeah.
10 trillion kilometers.
Anyhow, what I was trying to say to Dantes, he can take a look at these things, and there's also another point, because when we talk about the horizon behind the habitat rig or oil rig, the globers come with the refraction, And when we talk about gas pressure without a container, how is it possible? They go into the realm of, gravity holds the gas. But there are things which are not mentioned here often. I just quoted from someone on YouTube, from someone who is himself a glober, who believes in the globe. And he said, I believe that the Earth has an iron core, but I cannot understand how the iron core of the Earth can have a magnetic field when the temperature of the iron core of the Earth is above the Curie temperature of iron. So I looked at it. I didn't know what is he talking about. And that's very interesting because there the globers cannot go to, it's refraction, it's optical illusion. This is very nice debunk or refute. And the Curie point is the temperature where ferromagnetic materials transition into paramagnetic materials and lose their magnetic fields. So if the temperature of the molten iron core of the Earth is above the temperature of Curie, above the Curie temperature of iron, then it should have no magnetic field. So how can you make that make sense? This is a problem. It looks like the entire model looks like is constructed for children who will just trust their higher authority of their parents and just ask no questions. It doesn't make sense. It falls apart if you take a look in it and think critically and check them. So that's what I said. You can check the radius of the Earth. You have the radius of the Earth. You can calculate the drop. It is in the definition of gas pressure. Molecules exerting pressure on the surface of their container. So a container is a prerequisite of gas pressure. And then how can we see the stars who are at a distance of millions of trillions and billions and gazillions miles away when we have the square law, the light inverse square law, which reduces the light when you double the distance, reduces the light to 25% of the source. Just imagine the distances which they are giving us. It's impossible for the light from the stars, which are so far away, to reach us. They always come with some magical, explanations. That's why I wonder how they can explain that. For example, this one is good. How can they explain? The iron core, the molten iron core, having magnetic field when the temperature of the molten iron core at the core of the Earth is above the Curie temperature of iron. That collides and contradicts their own science, their own rules. They put the rules and break them. It's like, are you kidding me? It's like a mockery. Just believe in us. Close your eyes and don't check what we are telling you. This is not a respectful way of treating adult people. If you would agree with me, I mean, you expressed your not feeling well when you felt a bit aggression. Just imagine the aggression, the kind of passive aggressive aggression which they are applying, talking nice, talking civil, telling us stupid things which contradict themselves.
Absolutely,
just try to check these things which are very simple. I mean, just ask someone Yeah, sorry if I took longer time because the language barrier, because English is not my native language. But anyhow, yeah, okay. When they come with refraction for the curvature, which we cannot observe, how about the gas pressure? They would come with gravity. Then the other two debunks. How could the light reach us from so far away from the stars? Just try to get an answer, or just, and you would not find someone who would give you an honest. Just think about it by yourself. Does that make sense to you? Or do you think that they are lying to you? Not we are trying to be disrespectful to you. As Jim said to another colleague, Glober, who was here. Then Jin told him, "It's not that we like to disrespect you or to disprove you or prove you wrong. No, it's we are here to help you." Yeah, this is how he formulated. He said, "We are here to help you. We're happy if you ask us." So just look at it like that. Just like you are offended if you thought we are lying to you. Think about that. What if you find that they were lying to you? Isn't that disrespectful? Isn't that, wrong? I mean, the lights couldn't. Go ahead.
No, absolutely. And yes, I'll admit now that I have some better clarity that I also had this assumption about flat earthers that, like, not absolute assumption, but like in the back of my mind, like maybe it's just a cult of people that, they're not. I didn't think that it's people that are actually doing deep research and thinking about this. Like in the back of my mind, it was maybe like just another cult, like many other cults out there, mindless cults.
I thought the same thing at first. I came into this because of the lockdowns. I had nothing else to do, and I thought I'd check this topic out. And I was so flippant and dismissive of it. I thought it was the stupidest thing on earth. I've got a background, a technical background. Not anymore. I'm actually not a young man. And some of the topics I thought touched upon things that professionally I knew a lot about. I'd gone through so many different YouTube videos, flat Earth communities, and I thought it was all nonsense until I found 24/7 Flat Earth, and I found certain flat earthers within 24/7 who I thought knew what the hell was actually going on. And upon listening to them, the things they were saying piqued my interest, my prior professional curiosity. And I went back in time and I started looking. I had access to LexisNexis. I was able to do deep research on a lot of interesting topics. I spent about 6 months trying to find the missing R value. This is something that somebody told me a long time ago. They said, look, nobody has a radius value that comes from any measurement. I'm like, oh, come on, let's get out of here. So I set on a quest to go find the missing R value. And what I kept finding was every paper referenced somebody else who had the R value. I don't know if you're familiar with a game like Hot Potato in the United States. It's a fun game. Like, it comes from the idea that you bake a potato, you make it so hot you can't touch it, and the game is played when you pass the hot potato around a circle with your friends. Nobody wants to hold the potato for very long. That's kind of how I felt that the radius value was for Earth. Not a single department wanted to really hold to the radius value themselves. They want somebody else to affirm that the radius value is true. What I found ultimately, everybody leaned upon like NASA. NASA is the true holder of the actual radius value. NASA and also another organization called NOAA, NOAA. And what I kept finding again and again is nobody could produce an actual measurement for the curvature of the Earth. And I'm getting frustrated, I'm getting astounded. And for a long time, I thought, okay, well, somebody has to freaking have it. Somebody's actually done this. There's no way that we could have gone this far in life in the year 2020, whatever, and nobody's actually gone to check to see if the Earth actually curves the way everybody thinks it does. And it turns out that that is the case. I mean, this, and when you start researching this and you find out why everybody thinks the Earth is a ball and how the ball came to be, it actually goes back a long, long, long time. It is a series of comical errors going back over 2,000 years in the way that human beings perceive things. I mean, now in our modern times, we have the means for the average person to measure the Earth and discover that it's not a globe for themselves. This may not have been the case until recent times. And so this whole movement, 24/7 Flat Earth, really came out of a 10-year-old movement that started when photographers purchased the Nikon P900 camera. Now, what makes this camera unique and interesting is it's got a very fat aperture and it's got a super incredible zoom and a nice sensor package. And people were able to take their Nikon P900s and go to the beach and zoom in on things. And, you know, like curious people would do, they would zoom in on things as far away as they could and say, wow, I wonder if I could see that. And people were seeing land formations, boats, oil rigs. They were seeing things that were off in the distance. And somebody said, hold on a second, Earth is a globe. Okay, let's go take what everybody says the globe should be. Let's take that radius value and let's do some math. Let's figure out how far you should be able to see until the curvature of the horizon starts blocking stuff in the distance. So people took their vacation footage from their Nikon P900 and they started checking it against the globe geometry and math. And they're like, oh my gosh, how the hell are we seeing too far? Right? So they took the challenge, right? And then, so there's a lot of skepticism, like, no, there's no way this is actually happening. Let's go try this in other locations. Let's go try this at nighttime. Let's go try this in the morning. Let's try this at midday and in the evening. Let's go to the same place, the same location to film the same thing for an entire year. Let's see what we can find. And you know what they found out is that the horizon is not the physical, the geophysical curvature of a globe. They found out that the horizon was really an optical phenomenon caused by the meeting of the sky and the Earth subject to weather conditions. So somebody was like, hey, look, check this out. You know, we've got these weather apps on our phone. Let's look at something called visibility. The visibility is going to tell you how far you can see. It's based off of things like the humidity and dew point and so on. And that range, that number will have a range and will fluctuate throughout the day, throughout an entire year even. And you will have days where you can see 20 miles and some days where you can't see crap because there's fog in your front yard. All of this to say, I mean, what people are discovering is that the horizon is variable and it's not a fixed geometric place. And nobody's able to tell where the curve of the Earth is supposed to be if Earth is indeed a globe. Nobody can find that point. Nobody can identify it. One of the key papers I came across was a survey. It was actually a survey of the Chesapeake Bay, which is outside of Washington, D.C., and Baltimore, Maryland. And a team of military surveyors, actually two teams, from NATO. There was at the behest of the United States Navy, there was a Dutch team and a German team. They were invited to come and they were supposed to study how the atmosphere, how the air alters the path of light just above the surface of the water. That was their sole purpose. I mean, you know, you can imagine why the military might be interested in this, not just for communications, but for like warfare, right? Like laser beams, crap like that. So whatever the ultimate end case is, it's really not the point. But the point is they went out there and they weren't joking around. These guys were NATO surveyors. They're military surveyors. They're people that are experienced with doing surveying while getting shot at in war zones. Okay. So they brought some amazing technology and TPP. Okay. They brought some techniques with them that most people are not familiar with. One of the things they brought with them was infrared theodolites. Why'd they use infrared? Well, infrared is a wavelength that can see through distortions of the air. So The reason why you want to use infrared is so that when you have like, I don't know, let's say heat-seeking missile, you shoot a heat-seeking missile off an F-16, and that heat-seeking missile is locking onto an enemy aircraft. You want that thing to be accurate. You don't want it to go chasing refracted air and miss the target. You want that thing to find the freaking heat source of the enemy aircraft and ram right up its tailpipe. So heat-seeking missiles use infrared because infrared mitigates all that optical garbage and turbulence and stuff that gets in the way. So with that being said, they brought theodolites. This is surveying equipment. It's like a telescope on a tripod with angle measurements. And they set up lights across the other side of the Chesapeake Bay. And they purposefully set up lights to be behind the curvature of the Earth as a control. And what they found when they were doing these surveys is they could see the stupid freaking light in infrared behind the curvature of the Earth. And they couldn't explain it because they needed this to be a control so they could tell how much that they thought that air was bending above and below. That's called super and subrefraction in their literature, which is a whole nother discussion. It's not really refraction, but we'll go with it, right? So they called it super refraction, which means things lifted up, and subrefraction, things shifted down. They were studying this effect and they needed a control, and they wanted to put a light behind the curvature of the Earth so that they could see conditions where that light would peak up above the curvature of the Earth and then peak down below it. And that freaking light could be seen in conditions that didn't warrant it. That light could be seen almost all the time. And they shouldn't have been able to see it. It should have been obstructed behind curvature, but we have their reports from both of these teams, the German and the Netherlands team. And in one of those reports, I think it was the German report, which they furnished to the U.S. military, they called the situation cursed. They said, this situation's freaking cursed. We're trying like hell to do this, set up this control for the curvature of the Earth. We need to measure where that curve is, and we can't freaking do it. And this is just one of many things. Like, I've come across hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of examples of this.
What's going on?
So I'm just in the middle of wrapping something up, actually. So 24/7 Flat Earth, listen, we're not here for the conspiracy theory. We're not here for escapism. We're not like pissed off and angry at the world and we want to shove Flat Earth up the asses of the government. We're rational empiricists. We know what the world is, and we're trying to tell people about it. That's really it.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
If we know that the Earth is flat or is round, how is that gonna help us have no pedophiles in the government?
Maybe if you find out Earth is flat, you might realize you don't need a government.
Sure, but like, how is that gonna help me? I already know I don't need a government because they're pedophiles. Again, like, the question is, if the Earth is flat,
off
round, or
topic.
rectangle.
Dude, come on.
This is
dude.
off topic.
Wrong
Like-
saloon.
I know. I'm just saying, bro. Like, you guys are wasting a lot of time on a thing that's not gonna help us at all. Like, what does it concern us?
Bro,
That
you have no idea what you're talking about, right? What you're talking about is a completely separate issue.
But how is that the most, like, why are you guys
Well,
talking
there are all
about this?
sorts of different issues. Anyone could come in here and say, "Oh, how's that going to help starving children in Uganda or something like that?"
Yes,
right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a different issue, right? There's all sorts of issues. This is a different one. You probably don't know anything about
just
it.
a bit
right?
weird,
That's why you're
to be
making
honest.
ignorant statements.
Yeah,
It's a bit
and by
weird,
the
is
way-
it?
Wait.
And
Let's not
wait,
like.
no, you wait a
strawman
second.
syndrome.
No, you wait a second. I'm 63 years
I'll
of
wait a
age.
second.
All right, I've had 63 years. I gave 12 and a half years to the disadvantaged children in Britain as a youth worker working with the youth. During that period, I gave some money to Uganda and other countries that needed a donation. So we all do our bit when the time comes. So you're not
Fair
the
enough.
arbiter of what is important to be doing first or whatever. Things are going on in the earth and they're being addressed as mankind can and womankind can do it. Okay? So can you shut up now?
Yep.
Wait.
Yeah,
Why
everyone, we're not here to investigate criminal behavior and prosecute those who've broken crimes, okay? We're here to discuss the geometry of the world and some of the problems that people have with their perceptions of it. I mean, granted, I find that topic that you brought up to be extremely disturbing. It concerns me a great deal. And when I am concerned about that issue, I'm going to go to a different discussion forum and talk about it, not this one, right? You don't go into an Arsenal bar and start cheering Chelsea.
Wait, what?
But never mind. Premier League joke.
He didn't get it.
You don't start screaming like Barca, 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 or whatever in an Arsenal bar, okay?
Or in Real Madrid.
That's what you're doing. You're in the wrong saloon.
Why are you telling me about Arsenal, bro?
It's called an analogy. I'm giving an example. You're so out of touch with what we're doing in here right now by bringing this topic up. It's comical.
All right. My question is, how us as humans, knowing that the Earth is flat or round, gonna help us in any way, shape, or form in everyday life?
Maybe you don't see that. Maybe you don't see that. That's a possibility. But let me explain.
I can help him, Jin. Sorry for interrupting.
Go ahead.
If,
go ahead. You go.
If the Earth is not a globe, NASA is getting daily how much? 60 billion.
You're up to 72 million a day.
Yeah, 7 million. Okay, we can divert that money and use it for a good purpose. Is that a good answer for you? $60 million a day?
Shut down NASA, give $72 million a day to investigate those involved in these crimes against children.
Yes.
That's the flat Earth solution to this. Okay, now let's move on.
Okay.
Sorry, Jim, for interrupting you.
Okay, that's a fair answer. But the problem is you're spending $1,000 billion on a military-industrial complex every year.
Yeah, that's okay. That needs to stop as well, of course. And this is where the flat Earth comes in, because when everybody gets onto the same page and realizes that they've been lied to about what the Earth they're living on, medicines and various other things in their lives and all the wars, they will want to have change. And that definitely, like space travel as well, these things will stop. Okay,
I can't speak for everyone either, but lots of us in the flat Earth groups here are anti-war. Like, I'm anti-war. A lot of you are anti-war. Like, I think we're all pro-peace in here. So,
all right, that's fair. That's fair. I was just asking. I mean, I'm not here to debate, to be honest. I just wanted to know why you guys are so invested in this when there is like literally pedophiles. And
let me tell you this.
Fair enough.
This is the key to solve. Hang on a minute, Sporadic. Just 1 second. Flat Earth is the key to solving all those problems. That's what you don't realize.
No, that's a bit of a stretch, mate. Honestly, that's a bit of a stretch.
It's not actually.
It's a bit of a stretch.
Actually,
let's be honest. You have to stop. You have to stop APAC first until you solve all the problems.
No, you got it wrong. You just got it wrong.
You telling me that flat Earth, solving flat Earth problem is more important than taking out APAC?
Well, yeah, because at the end of the day, let me just explain it quickly. Yeah, because when everybody wakes up to the realization that the government is lying to the tune where you live, basically, it will make them want to have change. Okay, I'm telling you.
A lot of people, Jen, haven't thought about the second and third order effects of what this means. Okay, so my friend, you just came in. You have all these questions. You're like, big questions about society and government, right? What does it mean? What let's say in your mind that flat Earth is suddenly true. Why don't you play the devil's advocate for yourself? What does that mean for all the universities?
What universities?
Universities that teach things like earth science and astronomy.
Yeah,
universities that have space programs.
Yeah.
What does that mean for what does that mean for your country's aeronautical and space program?
I don't have. My country doesn't have a space program. It got invaded by the U.S.
Yeah, I know it's a problem, right? I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
I mean, but what happens to the establishment, right? That's what I'm getting at. Yeah. This topic has the potential to bring down institutions. Their credibility is destroyed.
Yeah, I don't like. The thing is, I would have no problem destroying these institutions. The only problem is the main problem is that we have a bunch of pedophiles in the government spending $1,000 billion of taxpayer money in the U.S. to bomb children in another place.
Yeah, I'm against that. And listen,
I just
Flat
find
Earth,
that's the top
Flat
of the
Earth destroys
priority.
the credibility of NASA. Flat Earth destroys the credibility of Lockheed Martin, Boeing Aerospace, all these military contractors. Flat Earth destroys the credibility of the Apollo space missions, the moon landings, and everything that people have held to be true.
Okay, do what you want, but the thing is, like, as long as you, I mean, I disagree with you when it comes to priorities, to be honest.
Yes,
But if you're still
how you
fighting,
want to go and communicate with the people? How you want to go and communicate with the
I'm
people?
gonna communicate with the people by
Okay, let me give you an
go ahead.
example.
Go ahead.
You go on the street and say to somebody, "Oh, the government is pedophile." Nobody will believe you.
No, they do.
They will tell
Most
you
of the people know.
you are crazy, you are this, you are that. But if you show them that they lie, and you show them that the earth is flat and they lie to you, so they will start to think like, oh, if they lie to this one, what else they lie to? And then you start to communicate whatever you go on to communicate to.
Wait.
But once you go and say, oh, the government is stealing, the government is liar, a lot of people, they think the government is saving them, the government is helping them. But they don't know that the government is liar, the government is not good. But if you show them that they lie to you about flat earth, because you can prove that, you don't need scientists, you don't need anybody to tell you. You can go outside and check for yourself. When you check that really they lied to me, so they will start to ask question what other things that they're lying to. And then you can start bring up all these other things.
Yeah, great
I
point.
think we
Slifer,
have a different tactic, mate.
Yeah, Slifer, can I just frame that differently for you? If you remove some pedophiles from the government, what will happen? Give it 10, 15, 20 years, a whole bunch of other pedophiles will take their place. So basically, you're going to scratch the surface, remove the symptom, but you're not dealing with the root cause of the issue. Now, the root cause of the issue is our whole society is built on lies. The only reason why we can have pedophiles posing as the people, the representatives of the people, is if the whole foundation is built on lies to begin with. That's the only way we can become ignorant enough to allow something like this to happen. But if we don't deal with the root cause of this issue and we don't deal with the faulty foundations, then managing symptoms isn't going to solve your issue. So the boys are making a great point.
I agree with you when it comes to fighting bad people. I just disagree that you using the flat earth theory is gonna solve Zionism, Israel controlling the US, bombing people, and taxing the fuck out of the American and the Western working class.
And argue
enslaving
that's
them.
only because you only think that because you don't realize how deep the rabbit hole goes. You don't realize
I think the rabbit hole goes
the only
very
reason
deep
why
in
we've
that
got
island.
the only reason why we've got tyranny is because we have built a society on lies. So now we have no discernment. We don't think logically.
We
and
agree
everybody's in
that we
fear.
have built a society. I think
Right.
the main problem is you need to first to investigate who killed JFK and why his vice president supported
This goes
Israel.
way deeper than that.
I think that's the deepest hole you can go. Your hole
No,
is deep.
this hole
that's
goes
the deepest
back
hole you can go.
2,500 years.
still
Okay, we're
because of
thinking
their-
even deeper than you think.
Because of flat earth.
It's all because Israel exists because of flat Earth. My guy.
Deception.
The
Deception
guy.
exists. Yeah.
I'm speechless, right? You think evangelical Christians who believe in Armageddon engineered to support Israel think the Earth is round? A lot of them think the Earth is flat.
No, that's not true at all.
Come on, bro.
No, I listen.
Come on, the Bible Belt in Alabama.
Absolutely.
We're moving away from the topic matter, by the way. We're moving away from the topic matter.
I mean, I got
We're
my
moving
answer.
away from the topic matter.
I apologize. I apologize. Thanks.
Evangelicals love me. So.
Elijah's talking. Elijah's talking, guys. Why did you cut him off?
Thanks for the conversation. I'm out. Cheers.
Please leave.
Dang, bro, I can't believe he was trying to J-pill with you guys. That's crazy.
Not that he's wrong.
Yes. So in the final analysis, ladies and gentlemen, to quote JFK, in the final analysis, flat Earth is the key to solving the world's problems. Okay? That is an actual fact.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, he didn't say that, did he?
You know, just the final analysis bit. That's what he always used to say, and then deliver the punchline. So there you go. And what a punchline that is, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
It's amazing, right? Flat Earth is almost like a Rosetta Stone of truth. You know, you can use it to debunk all kinds of lies that you thought weren't even connected to it.
Yeah. It's a litmus test, isn't it? Definitely.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, man. That's what people don't really realize, the ramifications and potential of flat Earth to solve it, to level everything else. Pun intended.
How many Nobel Prize winners within the last 100 years stand to lose their prestige?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, what did Obama do to receive a Peace Prize? Obama.
Oh, gosh.
Terrible.
Obama. Well, it just shows that the Nobel Prize isn't really telling. You know what I mean? It doesn't really give us any metric to measure against.
Yeah, that's exactly my sentiment, Johnny. Exactly my sentiment. You took the words right out of my mouth.
I think Dante tried a couple of times to say something. I'm interested. If he's questioning things.
No, nothing of relevance, no.
Well, appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah, that rotation thing about the Earth as well. Albert Einstein stated in 1922 in the University of Kyoto, Japan, where I am talking to you from now, Japan, he stated that he had come to the conclusion that no optical experiment could be conducted to detect Earth's rotation. Are you wondering why, ladies and gentlemen? Because the Earth isn't rotating, of course. I mean, come on. It's a no-brainer.
Speaking of Japan, we have Seiichi Osabe.
Seiichi Osabe. 今日本はおはようございますですけど、今何時あなたのところ? Basically, I said here in Japan it's morning.
Sorry, bro.
And then I asked him what time is it
Japanese.
with. You're not Japanese? Sorry. Hi,
Sorry.
gominasai. Sumimasen. That means sorry and excuse me. Do excuse me. There you go.
Yeah, sorry.
Why is there someone who has a soundbite for everything that goes on here?
That's what it's about. This has been going on for years. The soundbite stuff. We're really good at that here now.
I want to go deep into flat Earth. Get ready. Let's do this.
Yeah, thank God. How you doing, CB?
Yeah, you guys should talk to Seiichi Osabe. I've been seeing people popping in and out. There's also Dante.
So, are you all flat Earth believers?
Yeah. Do you have any questions? Please ask. Anything. Go ahead.
Why do you believe in flat? Earth is flat. Like,
okay.
I want to serious.
There's another flat earther want to take this one on? Anyone's welcome to.
I can step in.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a belief. I mean, we talk about beliefs all the time, right? Everybody has beliefs. But there's a difference between a belief and something you know. Belief and knowledge are, in a sense, opposites of each other. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I have.
Right. So when we believe something, we don't necessarily know that it's true, but we accept it based off of a preponderance of evidence. It could be due to trust. You believe what your mother tells you. You know, it could be due to authority, right? You believe what the government tells you.
Yes.
But when you know something for sure, you use your senses. You use your direct senses to directly experience something in the real world. I don't have to believe that when I put my hand in a pot of boiling water that it's going to hurt. I've done it before. I've accidentally spilled boiling water on my hand. I know it hurts. I don't have to believe it hurts. I know that hurts.
Okay,
So
now the difference between believe and true knowledge.
Yeah.
Like, why do you know that? How do you know that, like,
Very
Earth is
good.
flat?
Very good. I'll tell you how we know. So 24/7 flat Earth, we aren't the same as many flat Earth groups that you see on the internet who talk about it. Our community has gone out and measured the Earth. We know it's flat because we've actually measured it to be flat.
You came Antarctica to Arctic to measure that.
Yeah, we have measured it and we have the evidence. And we're here to tell people about it. Our community has been around for about 10 years.
So why do people not believe in you? Like, you have the proof, even though.
Yeah, why don't people believe in us? Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, you have the proof, right?
Yeah, we do. It's hard for people to accept. I mean, we are told all the time that flat earthers are stupid. Flat earthers are cavemen. Flat earthers are prehistoric monkeys who haven't figured out how to build fire or how to create a wheel. We're told that flat earthers are dumb, potentially the dumbest people on earth, right? And
okay.
Right. So if somebody says they've measured the earth flat, well, there's what I call a social cost. You
So
can destroy your relationships with people over the subject.
So measuring the earth from the top, that, like, using the measuring tape too, is same as that use rocket engineers, like making rocket and seeing the earth from that outer space is equal. Do you think that? Like,
Yeah. What is outer space? I don't deny that there is space. I don't accept that outer space is a gigantic vacuum with planets and nebula and galaxies and asteroids. I don't accept any of that. That
So
doesn't
what is
mean
that,
that I don't
stars?
accept the sun and the moon and the stars, right? I see them and you see them. I don't have a belief about them like you do.
What do you think of stars? Stars are what?
Well, first off, stars are light, and they appear to be distant light, and
so
they
that's
move in the
like sun,
sky.
right?
Hmm?
That's like sun, right? Sun
I
can
don't think
emit
the
light.
sun is a star. No, I don't think the sun is anything like a star.
Why?
Well, not observably. And what is a star?
Yeah, take
Like,
it away,
based
T-Dub.
on,
My time is borrowed.
No, I'm just like, yeah, what is a star?
I'm asking, what is a
To be
star?
able to
Yeah.
say that the sun is one.
Sun is a star, yeah.
Yeah, we were all taught that, man.
Yeah, but what is a star? For you to be able to say that the sun is a star, right, you must know what a star is. Like if you're saying a star is a light in the sky, that's what
How
the
is
definition of
light?
star is. I would agree that the sun is a light also in the sky. So if that's your definition of a star, that's a star. But you might have a different, reason why you're saying that the sun is a star. You might have different components more than just them being light in the sky, right?
Hello?
Yes, hello, yeah, that Jin CBR1. Yeah.
So beyond what you just observe, what can you tell about a star? What can you say a star is?
What is a star?
Yeah, we don't know. We only know it to be a light. I don't know what it
That's
is
what I'm
made
asking
of.
you. Maybe there's, yeah.
Yeah,
maybe
I'm trying to
there's an
tell him.
English
I am
barrier.
trying to tell him. See that? I am trying to tell him. Look, we do not know what the star is made of. We see it as a light, and that's all we know. We cannot go there to actually touch it and examine it and measure it. We can't do anything like that. So we only know what a star is. It's just a light in the night sky. That is it. What is your position? What is a star to you? What do you think a star is?
Like another sun.
You understand?
Yes, like another sun.
Oh,
Star.
like another sun. Okay,
another
yeah. Why
sun.
do you think that? Yeah, good question. Why do you think that? Why?
It's emitting like light. Sun is the only light source we know. Like how it's like another light source like that.
Okay.
Right?
So it's just
Yeah.
another light source. Okay, it's another
Yeah,
light source.
sun like
But it doesn't prove the shape of the earth at all, does it?
Well, we really need to get back to how he learned anything about the sun and the stars, because that I think is the root of the problem here.
Yeah, well, that's what I was getting there slowly. Yeah, you're right. You see, because the sun doesn't prove the shape of the earth, and none of us here know what the sun is itself. We only see it as a heat source, a light. That's about it, really. And it travels around the earth on its predicted course every day. I mean, what else
I
do we
don't
know?
feel the stars. I don't feel the stars giving off any heat. Do you? The stars, are they giving off heat?
Nope.
No,
like
they
the
are
sun?
far away from sun. Far away
How do you
from
know
Earth.
that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because you can see that you can if it's something in distance, it will look small. You can see.
How do you know it's just not that small? So you don't know the
small.
distances. You can't say that thing is of a certain size and a certain distance
People
away
know,
compared to this other thing. You don't know that. You don't know how far away those things are. To be able to say,
But
well, they're
scientists
really
know,
big and very far away.
No.
Or to be,
no, right?
listen,
Like they
you
use
can, no, you don't. You can't
telescopes
say.
and satellites.
No, listen, bro. Listen for a sec. Listen. You can't say, I know that thing is very, very far away and very, very, very big. And you can't also say, one sec, bro. And you one sec. One sec. You've got options. Listen. Hey, why am I getting interrupted?
Sorry.
Okay, listen for a moment, please. Listen for a moment. Shush. Clear the floor. Allow me to finish what I was saying.
Someone block him.
Clear the floor. Clear the floor. Silence is what I want right now in this chat, or I will start muting people.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Absolute silence. Absolute silence. Sorry. Okay. Now listen.
Okay.
You can either say that thing is very big and very far away, or you can say it's very close and very small. How are you going to tell the difference?
Using telescopes, satellites, radio wave frequencies. Like science is evolved far from future. You know that. We can tell that. You know that. We have that proof. We have observed it.
No, you don't have proof. You have a belief in your educators. Is that not correct? You just trust your education?
Turn on that microphone, bro.
Like, I don't know the difference between you guys and scientists. Like, you say something, they say something. Like,
you can't say
how do I believe you know you are telling is truth?
Yeah.
Well, we are telling the truth because hang on.
Turn on the microphone, bro.
Hold on a second, please. Thank you. I just want to say a few words. We are telling you the truth because we're saying to you that we do not know what the stars are, how far they are, and we don't have that technology. No human being has the technology to tell you the exact distance to the star and what they are. Those scientists are lying.
People know the technology too.
Oh.
Excuse me, I
People know
understand.
that exact position.
You see, you're interrupting me. as I'm trying to speak. You're interrupting me, man.
I'm sorry.
You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me.
I'm sorry.
Right,
I'm sorry.
shut up and just listen first. Thank you.
Okay,
It's this.
I'm sorry.
Please don't assume about me because you don't even know me. I am prepared to take the technology that they say they have and open it up to the public.
Sorry.
You're still talking.
Don't elect.
You're still talking.
Please,
I'm sorry.
Turn on microphone così.
I can't even speak.
I just mute this guy.
Right, what I'm trying to say to you is that you're still talking. I'm going to speak now. I am now going to speak, yeah? Thank you. Please do not assume anything about the flat earthers. If you're not sure, you ask the question. Now, like I said, I made a statement that no scientists can tell you the exact distance to the stars, the sun, or anything, because they don't have the technology. And if they say they have the technology, I say, I want to see the technology. Let's open it up for the public to see. Let's break down all the componentry to see if they can work and they are fit for the purpose. That's what I say, because I don't trust them. Do you understand? Thank you. Wow. Can I speak here?
Okay. I'm sorry for I am interrupting you. And thank you for your information. And I want to say, if you want to know how they work and how they think, you have to learn. You have to educate.
We've already educated ourselves, brother. You assuming, whoa. You assuming that we haven't done the research and we don't understand what they are telling us. We understand what they've been telling us. And we understand that because of the incorrect information they've already provided us, that we cannot truthfully and logically trust everything that's being said.
You don't trust that information. You don't trust their information. You have the.
Listen, dude. You think you've been told that flat earthers are stupid, right?
I'm not saying you are stupid.
You've been told that flat earthers don't understand what the globe is.
I'm sorry for what my
people you're a bigot,
and they told about you. I'm sorry for
listen, we're highly educated people here.
I'm sorry for everyone. Okay, you are also educated.
Did you go to college yourself?
Yeah, I'm going to college.
You're going to college? Okay, what are you going to study?
I'm studying artificial intelligence, computer science.
Artificial. There we are.
Artificial intelligence. Okay. Yeah, computer science. Okay, very good. So, do you have an extensive background in mathematics?
Yes,
me
mathematics.
Too. Me too. The globe is a mathematics construct. The globe is a model created from only mathematics.
They can prove with mathematics that this globe, you
can prove it mathematically, but you can't do it in reality. That's the problem.
So you don't trust Max?
Proving it mathematically, all you're doing is proving that spheres exist.
Yeah, I don't think you're comprehending the point here, dude.
Yeah, there's a language barrier here, definitely.
Well, Sporadic can speak for himself. I think Sporadic can speak for himself.
No, it's not Sporadic. No, it's the Indian.
Hi, guys.
Hello. Anyone?
Because he addressed Sporadic.
Guys, please.
Yeah. How do you think the globe was created? Because I can tell you how it was created out of observations in mathematics. Do you understand how the globe was created?
Yes, Big Bang creator, gravity force.
Please open. Ananızı sikerim.
Yeah, I understand the story, but I mean the globe's dimensions. How did they derive the circumference of Earth?
Yeah, you are so good.
Yeah, they use radius pi formulas to measure that.
Yeah, you think they used a measurement. What did they measure?
They use formulas, math formulas, and now they don't use that because they have satellites to like real observing cameras out there.
No.
Bro,
I'm gonna drill you on a fine point. It wasn't formulas. They used equations. There's a difference
Yes.
between formulas and equations.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not good at math.
Okay. So now you understand where I'm coming from. I understand mathematics. Do you agree?
Okay, I understand.
Okay. It used equations.
Okay.
These equations were derived from interpretations of the world. Subjective interpretations. Okay. One of the stories we are told is an ancient Greek man. An ancient Greek man named Eratosthenes. In around 230 BC, before Christ, he looked down into wells and measured the shadows casting onto the sides of the wells, the angle of the shadows to the sun.
Okay.
Yep. So that's one of the ways we're told that they measured the circumference of Earth. Have you heard that story before?
No, I don't hear that.
Okay. Can you give me a story from your culture and your culture's history about how they measured the circumference of Earth?
Like, I see moon. Why do moon is circle like globe?
Yeah, I do too. I still know the Earth is flat.
Why moon is globe then? Like you.
I don't think the Earth and the moon are the same thing or similar to each other. I really don't.
Like
when I look at the moon, I don't think that that is like the Earth. I have no reason to believe it.
Okay, the moon and Earth is not same. Okay, but do you know why moon is like globe circle?
I don't know why it is, but to me, it appears like it could be a sphere. Listen, I'm going to say something to you that might blow your mind.
Okay.
All right. Flat Earth is not a disk in outer space. Flat Earth is not a space pizza.
Then what?
Flat Earth is the floor of the universe. Outer space is above you.
What?
Just like you know it is. Not believe, just like you know it is. You know this is true. You know that space is above you, right? The stars, the planets, sun and moon, it's above you.
Yes.
When you walk to the ocean and you put your toes into the water, the ocean touches your feet and it is flat and level all the way to other continents and other lands in distant places, to somebody else standing on their beach.
Because it's so big. You can't see that from like human point of view.
Oh, really? Is that your argument? So we know Earth is a globe because nobody can tell? We know Earth is a globe because nobody can see it or experience it?
No.
I don't.
Do you have a reason to believe that there is nothing below Earth?
There is nothing below Earth. There's below Earth. There's core of the Earth. There's.
No, I'm not asking you. Sorry, I'm asking the person who made the claim that.
Let
Earth
the other
is
fellow talk, Dante.
Okay, he's talking to me. I mean, yeah. So he asked if there's how do I accept there's nothing below my feet? I think that there is a lot below my feet. It appears to us, based off of current measurements, that the further down we go, the further we dig, the denser it becomes. For all I know, it could increase in density all the way to infinity. I don't know.
So from the edge, you can jump out
You know, what's interesting is this idea that the further you dig, the denser it gets, and it continues to get denser. You can actually derive Einstein's theory of general relativity from that and explain gravity on a flat Earth. Did you know that?
So Einstein was saying that Earth is flat.
No, Einstein gave us a way to understand the world, and flat Earth is not accepted from Einstein. You can put flat Earth into Einstein's relativity.
Okay.
That's right.
So
Einstein gave us a coordinate reference system and a way to conceive of multiple coordinate reference systems relative to each other. And he introduced the concept of subjectivity of coordinate reference frames.
Okay.
I can get into this, but it might be a lot, but do you understand?
So, like, I'm not good at physics or maths, but like based on relativity, like theory, Earth is globe, right? Einstein said so. Einstein believed in globe Earth, right?
Yeah, he believes in the globe.
Then why he created a the equation that falls in?
For Einstein and many people in his field, the globe and solar systems, outer space, that is a philosophical preference.
How they are not philosophers.
Yeah, it's a philosophy question. Nobody knows how big planets actually are. Nobody knows how big stars and the sun and the moon actually are. Nobody knows how much mass they actually have. The values that we have for their size, for their mass, for their velocity is all derived from what's called kinematic equations. Kinematic, not dynamic. If they were dynamic, there would be actual physics, actual real forces that can be measured and assigned to those values, those variables. But the equations we have for the solar system and everything in outer space, they do not have actual measured values. They have ratios based off of suppositional distances and sizes in the sky.
So,
yeah, that means that the objects in outer space could be much smaller and closer than we think. Or they could also be appearing in a manner that we can't explain at all.
So, like, you can see Mars, Venus from Earth. So, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't accept that anybody put technology on Mars.
I don't think put technology in Mars. Like, you can see that from, like, using telescope, you can see that Mars, like, planet, Mars, Venus are planets.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful. I see it too. Let me explain something.
What do you think of that?
Yeah. When you see Mars, when you see Jupiter, when you see these planets, you think of big balls in outer space, and these big balls orbit the sun.
Yes.
Yeah, you've never seen that in real life. You think that's the case. I can tell you that I see the same thing that you do, but I don't think about that anymore. I don't think about these things in a solar system orbiting a sun. I still see them, but I don't imagine a story behind them. I still see them. I can tell you where they are. I can predict when they will appear and when they go away. Yeah. None of that matters. Right? Because you can come up with any story you want about them.
How do you know you are making the stories?
I'm not making a story about them. I'm telling you that I see them above my head.
Yes.
I'm giving you the truth, right? This is the basic truth. When you look at a planet, when you look at a star, the sun or the moon, you don't see it below your feet. You see it above the horizon, right?
Like only our human point of view is not like all the way true, you know. It can be false also. Like we can't really see anything. Like we use technology to measure something, right?
Yeah.
So
who's we?
Us. Okay, I'm sorry. Us use technology
Right.
to measure.
We does not include you or me, does it?
Oh, sorry. Us use technology to.
Who has access to that technology?
I have access also.
The
I can
space
see
technology?
Yeah. Telescope is a space technology, you know.
Oh yeah, I
can
do too. I use a telescope. That doesn't
Yeah.
mean you know that those things are in a solar system.
I can see that they predict that exact same moment, how they appear and how the stars will look and how their positions are. All they can measure. All they know. How do they know? You can't even know they.
I'm not claiming to know. I'm telling you that you don't know that planets move around a sun. You can't determine that with a telescope.
Yeah, only telescope is not okay. But like, do you think government is really lying to us?
No. I know, right? Like it sounds like I should say yes, but I'm telling you no.
Then what? They're
I
not lying
think
to us?
people in the government believe that the earth is a globe and they don't know it's flat.
So there is Illuminati's behind that. They are projecting that Earth is globe and space, planets, rockets, like that.
Yeah. Right. I believe that they think that the earth is a globe and they don't have the technology to do what you believe they say they do.
So do you think that this technology using that phone, how do you think that this is works?
I do know from what they say that they have technology that is different than what most people understand, like satellites on balloons.
Satellites and balloons.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a satellite on a balloon?
No.
It's one of the most common means to put a satellite up in space or up in the air. You take a big balloon
I've seen a satellite
and
in a balloon.
you put equipment underneath the balloon.
I never seen that. I've seen satellites from the outer space, like using telescopes, but I never seen that balloon.
Have you ever seen a black balloon?
No, I never seen a black balloon.
Want to see one? I'll show you one. These are very common. Yes, they have black
You can buy a
balloons.
black balloon.
I'm going to show you some pictures of actual satellite balloons that are black.
I know black.
Do you see the text chat? Focus on the text chat. I'm going to be quiet while I find these pictures. I'm not going to talk because I need to find these pictures. If anybody else wants to jump in the conversation and take over for me, please do. I don't have a lot of time. But my friend, I'm going to show you some interesting black satellite balloons.
I had a question for you, Sporadic, because I found interesting what you said, that Earth is the ground floor. Do you believe that? Oh, by the way, can you talk or are you searching for that?
He just said he was searching for the.
Yeah, he cannot answer. Right.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
What's up?
Hello and welcome. How can we help you? What brings you in today?
What's the topic?
The topic is we're discussing flat Earth and the globe ball Earth that doesn't exist. What is your position in that?
My English is not so good. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. We're discussing whether or not the Earth is flat or is it a ball-shaped Earth? What is your position?
One moment.
What do you think?
It's not flat.
Why do you say that?
Sorry.
No, why do you say that? What's your reason for saying that? That's the question. How do you know this?
Like, I studied it. I saw it from that. Like, I never
Okay,
saw
sorry for
a video
interrupting,
like.
but let's not repeat all of this from scratch.
No. I was going to go straight to the main point. I'm going to go straight to the main point. You know me, straight to the main point. And the question is this. If you studied it, then the question is this, simple question. Have you gone out into nature to confirm and check that what you learned at school is correct? That means you must go out and measure the curvature. Have you done that?
So, like, using measuring tape to measure Earth is, like, do you think that's right way to measure Earth is
Yes.
flat?
Did you have? Yeah, I'll say it again. Have you gone into nature to check, to measure the curvature of the Earth, the measuring? Have you done that? Have you done that? No, you haven't.
No.
The answer is he hasn't, because it's a simple yes.
Yeah,
I have.
I'm not.
Right.
Yeah,
So don't take so long. So if you've not checked that the Earth is a globe, then you don't know. It doesn't matter what you're learning from your studies and what the scientists are telling you. You still haven't checked. So it means you're just believing. That's a mistake. You don't know the Earth is a globe. So you don't know. So you must go and check. The Earth is indeed flat, ladies and gentlemen. How do I know? I've gone out and checked it. That's how I know. And most of the flat Earth community, in fact, all of the flat Earth community have gone and done that. So they know. But this young man doesn't know the Earth is globe because he hasn't gone out to check. So you cannot, hang on, I'm finishing. You cannot say I'm wrong. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes. 43 minutes past the hour, I posted the black satellite. All right, sounds spooky, but it's not uncommon, guys. This is called OV-1-8 by the U.S. Air Force. It was an observational satellite. This one was actually a failed experiment. They launched it up in a rocket, and the rocket shot a second stage deployment from the top. The second stage deployed a gigantic bag. The bag was filled with powdered helium. Have you ever heard of powdered helium before? I hadn't until I looked into this, but that's what they said they used. The powdered helium reacted with the solar rays. The solar rays turned the powdered helium to gas, and the gas expanded the balloon.
Oh.
The balloon was suspended above Earth at about 1,100 miles.
Then what?
Well, after a period of time, it actually burned up in orbit.
So there is an orbit.
Yeah, that doesn't exist anymore. But the point is, listen, this balloon was in the 1960s.
How do you believe that picture, but not that live YouTube video, like showing that Earth satellite videos?
I'm showing you that this can happen on a flat Earth.
When he heard the word orbit there, sporadic, he instantly went back to globe mode.
Video.
Did I say orbit? I tried not to. I'm sorry.
Yeah, when you said that the balloon had
went into its orbit. Like, I know what you meant, as in a circle above a plane.
Yeah,
But,
they said they put it into orbit. They said it was 1,100 miles. They said it flew at 17,500 miles per hour. Yeah, they said this balloon satellite went 17,500 miles per hour. I don't believe it. That's what they said.
You don't believe, then why do you show that balloons?
Why should I believe it? Why should I automatically believe something that they say?
Yeah, you don't no one automatically believes anything. They observe it, that they have some proofs. Okay.
Okay. Sporadic, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you believe the flat Earth is infinite? We just haven't had a way to explore it fully?
I wonder if it is. And I know that the air that we're breathing right now can't be infinite because we're breathing pressurized gas. So there has to be a limitation to this.
So someday we are gonna die without air.
So currently you said that we don't have a way to move straight, right?
Yeah, I also saying that, but it's true. Like, nobody can really tell how straight we're going. The longer we go, the less we know.
So all of these people that have tried to move straight and they've arrived to the same place, and they've arrived to the conclusion that Earth must be round, it must be a sphere, since, look, I went around it. You're assuming that they didn't actually go straight.
No, what they're using is a spherical coordinate reference system to compute distances and get their headings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You can use any coordinate reference system you want on any topological surface you want.
So you're assuming that they didn't actually go straight; they just went in circle and came back to the same place.
They followed their spherical coordinate reference system to get from point A to point B. The actual path they followed is in contention.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, you would need curvature to be on a sphere, dude. Like, that's the important part of this conversation that we're trying to have with you and Saiichi, is so that you guys understand that if you go and look for curvature that comports with the radius value that all of the government space agencies agree upon, that you will not find any, not just what they say should be there. You won't find any. That's the big problem.
Right. Yeah, so you're already convinced by the fact that you have proof that there's no curve, so you don't even bother to go check all this other stuff.
No, we checked.
No, we checked everything. That's
like, we
where
not only checked, we've checked multiple ways, right? We've checked with lasers. We checked with high altitude infrared photogrammetry. We've used microwave links. We've used ground earth observations.
We've used long-range telescopes, short-range telescopes, GPS, theodolites, what the geodetic surveyors are using. We've used that. We've used aeroplanes, ships, hot air balloons, submarines, torpedoes. All these technologies are proving that the Earth is indeed flat, stationary.
What's more is we know how people pretend that there's a globe when they do measurements. Right? I can tell you exactly how people think that they live on a ball when they go out and measure it. I can tell you how wrong it is and what they're doing wrong. The simple process is this. When people go out and pretend that they're measuring the Earth, they first take out their measuring devices, okay? These might be called theodolites, okay? Total stations. They will take angle measurements to the left and to the right and up and down. They will take measurements of objects in the distance. They'll triangulate distances to all these objects. And then they will select a coordinate reference system to assign the distances and locations of everything they surveyed. This will have an effect of shifting things around to match the coordinates. They will assume that their measurements were wrong and the coordinate system is correct, and they will accept the outcome of the positions and distances of these objects and the coordinate reference system that they assign. It turns out that the most common coordinate reference system that we use today is latitude and longitude. It's spherical. There are 2 points of origin, one in the north and one in the south. We call that the North and the South Pole. If you imagine latitude and longitude, okay, picture it in your brain. You've got the lines connecting the poles. You've got the lines wrapping around the ball. If you remove all the terrain, you remove the globe itself, and you just look at the wireframe mesh.
Hello, guys.
That coordinate reference system is actually the celestial sphere. The North Pole corresponds to what people perceive in the north as Polaris. The South Pole corresponds to what people perceive as Sigma Octantis, or Polaris Australis. People have created this coordinate reference system out of how they view the sky and interpret it subjectively. So when they view objects in the sky, they map them to Earth, and they do it in a spherical manner. And in order to preserve angular relationships and distances from how they perceive the sky to be spherical, they must use Earth spherical too. This is a gigantic preference. It's subjective. The stars in the sky, the sun and the moon, actually don't behave like they're in a celestial sphere. Even if you believe that Earth is in a solar system, you know that this is not true too. And you know that this is just a model, a perception. But that's how people view it, okay? And they say it's because Earth is a globe and rotates and all these things spin around us. There's some big problems with that. I can get into some of the problems that have to do with what's called astrogeodetic surveying. And if you're prepared for that level of discussion, let me know.
I'm not, but I have two other questions.
Okay.
Okay, the first one, you've most likely went through it. These are simple questions. Why do people from different countries see different stars? Like if you're in different hemispheres. Bruh. That's the first question. And the second, yeah, bruh. And the second question is about sunlight, basically. Why is there day and night in certain countries? Why is it night in certain countries? Why is it day in certain countries? Like time zones.
Yeah, I mean that answer, that question has like the same answer. Okay, the things in the sky come and go at their appointed times. Right? So the stars appear to rise from the east and set in the west. If you're in the extreme north, they appear to go counterclockwise around a point in the center, which is close to Polaris. If you're in what we call the south, the stars do the same, but in the opposite, around Sigma Octantis. Okay, so the sun and the moon come and go as they please. Turns out the sun and the moon have very regular patterns of occurrence.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can predict day and night cycles on a flat Earth by just noting what time the sun rises and sets. It's not really a prediction. We can record their sunrise and sunset times throughout the course of a year. Same with the moon, and we got it. It's going to be observer dependent. Wherever you are, you're going to see the sun or the moon in a different place. Just like if you were to go far away from an airplane, you're going to see it lower in the sky.
Okay, but if the Earth is the floor of the universe, as you said earlier, how come the sun disappears? Where does it go when it sets?
It goes over another part of the Earth that you aren't at.
It goes over another part of the Earth that I'm not at. Wouldn't its light be able to reach me? Because you're saying it.
No. Because there's something called the Rayleigh model of the atmosphere. Okay, the air that you breathe is full of gas molecules and water vapor. The Rayleigh model of the atmosphere has done study, like in order to produce it, they've studied how sunlight propagates through the air at the marine layer. This is just above the surface of the ocean. Okay, so the gases and the water vapor have what's called absorbing and scattering effects of light. The gases and water vapor compound with distance towards the source. As the sun moves further away, that light has to move through more gas molecules and more water vapor to reach your eyes. The Rayleigh model of the atmosphere states that the furthest that the sunlight can possibly go horizontally across the surface of the water, like when you're watching the sun set or the sun come up, is about 300 kilometers, about 298 kilometers. Beyond that, you can't see it anymore because the sunlight gets absorbed and scattered by the air in the atmosphere. Incidentally, when the sun moves away, it takes the blue light that you see in the sky with it, and it goes through the colors of light, leaving you with like orange or purple, orange, red.
But
and eventually it sets, right, and turns into darkness of the night.
So when the sun is setting and you see it setting like in the sea, almost like it's sinking, so it's not actually in front of me. It's just like all of this play with air molecules, water molecules. It's just giving the illusion that it's in front of me. Is this what you're saying?
I mean, I don't know if it's an illusion. You can see where the sun is. It's over there, right?
Yeah, but if it's over there, it's probably because from my country, from the other side of the sea, there's Italy, for example. If it's literally over there, it's probably burning Italy. So that seems highly unlikely for it to be just there.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, as objects descend, as they go further away, they descend in your field of view, right? Like as an airplane at 35,000 feet flies away from you, it appears to go down, even though it's not, because of perspective. It approaches what's called your vanishing line of perspective. It's how your eye and your brain perceive spatial relationships. It's based off of the time of arrival of light to each of your eyes and the angle that it's arriving at.
Yeah, but from my perspective, it would appear as if the sun would be between me, my country, and Italy. Or either it's burning Italy. So it just doesn't make sense at all.
Well, it doesn't mean it's going down and like sitting on Italy. It means it's going away and going over Italy. Like an airplane that flies away, it appears to descend onto the horizon. It's really at 35,000 feet the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to move from over you to over Italy.
Yeah. It's not losing altitude at all. The sun remains at altitude. So at 12 noon, when it was above your head at 12 o'clock noon, at that altitude, it's the same. And as it's heading away from you west, it's moving away from. Because it's moving away from you, it's moving into your vanishing point, which is the center of your eyesight as you look ahead of you. Right, okay, and it's just so it appears to be moving down. That's the optical illusion part, that it appears to be moving down. But what it's actually doing is moving away from your location, moving away. That's what's happening. It's
If you
not
want to
dropping
test
in
this,
altitude at all.
if you want to test
Okay.
this, stand in a very long hallway. You'll
Yeah,
see the
thank you.
ceiling start to come down. The further it gets away, the ceiling will come down, even though the hallway is completely straight, completely flat.
Okay, but how does it come up from the opposite side then? I would be able to see it.
There's another thing to take note of as well, because if depending upon your location and the variables of that location, meaning the humidity in the air, the temperature, you're going to get different visualization, right? When you're looking at a sun in the distance, right? When you're looking at that sun in the distance, depending upon your location and the time of year, the sun may be magnified, the sun may look you may see the sun appear to get smaller as it moves away from you.
Yeah.
But this is all dependent upon the conditions and the variables of those conditions. So that's something else to take note of.
No, you disconnected, I think.
Okay.
I disconnected. Hello?
Yeah. Hello, you're there. I can hear you. The other point to your question was, how does it do it coming from the east again? The next day.
How does it come from behind me?
Yeah, well, it's because it's gone round in a circle and it's coming back around again. That's all it's doing. And it's coming from, like, as Sporadic told you, roughly 180 miles away. So that's a fair distance. So it's going to appear at the horizon. But as it's coming towards you at the same altitude it was yesterday, it's just it's coming from your furthest focal point, coming towards you by 12 o'clock. It's above your head. And then it moves away again, repeating the same thing.
Okay, so it goes so far that its light doesn't reach me at all, and it becomes night. And then it goes in a circle where I cannot see it at all. It comes from behind
about a
me.
circle, okay? But listen, the furthest it goes is 298 kilometers. You can't see the sun beyond that. And beyond that is beyond the curvature of the Earth anyway.
Yeah. And also it has to go to other countries. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
We're assuming
good morning,
that
good afternoon, good evening.
What do you mean?
If you're leaving the curvature of the Earth from 6 feet high off the ground, that's like 1.8 meters. The curvature of the Earth is only 3 miles away. Yeah, 5 kilometers. That's it. That's how the geometry works out. But yeah, I mean, you can see the sun way further than that. Don't you agree?
I still don't get how it comes from the east. I still don't understand that part. So far, like, I'm staring at the sunset at the sea. It goes so far away that I cannot see it anymore, and it becomes night. And then it just goes around, and it comes right back from behind me, and it rises again in the sky, and it's daylight again. Is that how?
Yes, because it's going. Hang on a second. Yes, because it's going to other countries on the Earth. It's a circular circuit, basically, and it's giving everyone else their good mornings, good afternoons, and good evenings, as in the time zones. Everybody has their turn. Your turn will come after 24 hours. Okay, roughly.
From which direction does it rotate?
Always
Like
from the
left
east, isn't
to the
it?
right?
East.
No. From my perspective, it's coming, like, I'm looking at the sunset. From my perspective, it's from my back, yes, which is the east. But I'm saying, is it coming from the right side or from the left side?
It's just coming from the east, depending on which way you are facing. If you turn one way, it may be your right side. If you turn this way, it could be your left side. But the main point is, it's coming from, hang on, it's coming from the east. That's all you need to worry about. It's coming from the east.
Yes, but from which way is it rotating that it's coming to the east? Because you said it yourself, it's rotating. It's going far away, and it's rotating, right?
It's
and
over everybody's head, man. Everybody's up is up. Everybody's down is down. That's the one thing you need to remember. The sun is up there. We all have the same sky above us. We all have the same earth and oceans beneath our feet.
No, sir, please, you're losing me. I'm trying to paint a fixed picture of this.
The exact path of the sun is different from everybody's different point of view. So it's going to appear to be different depending upon your point of view, where you're at, your position. So it's going to vary based on position. But what the sun is doing the same thing every day. And it changes its position a little bit every day throughout the year. That's what happens. Yeah. But it's always above us, and it's always doing its thing. It's always moving across the sky.
But this doesn't make sense to me, because then it means that someone would have to be behind, like, then the sun would have to be between two people, and that doesn't make sense. So that's why it wouldn't matter where I'm at in Earth. It would still be in the same place.
No. It can't be like that, because obviously people are getting good mornings, good afternoons, and good evenings. Every country is getting this, so it can't be the way you're thinking it. And the sun itself isn't bigger than the Earth. Okay, it's orbiting above the Earth, The Earth is much bigger than the sun. The sun and the moon are smaller than the Earth in that respect as they go around on their circuit. Okay.
How do you know? How do you know?
Oh, well, because it's what we observe. It's definitely not 93 million miles away.
It might be too far. It might be too far.
No. It's not that at all. The sun is not 93 million miles away. Okay. So that we can actually say.
Okay, no, disregard that. But you don't know how far it is. You're just making.
No, we don't know how far it is, but we know that the Earth is bigger.
How do you know that?
It can't be the other way round. Well, because of the size of the Earth and the mileage that it's doing and the way the sun is going around the Earth, not able to shine its light across the whole Earth. It's limited in its luminosity. That's logical deduction right there.
No, it's just other beliefs, it seems to me. There's no proof of that.
It's not a belief at all. It is not a belief because we've measured the Earth as flat. That's not a belief. That's a fact. You haven't measured the Earth yourself.
Well, you haven't proved that.
Excuse me, hang on. When you haven't measured anything, you can't start saying that we are. What's the word you use? Believing. That you can't do that because you're the one that's believing at the moment. We're not doing that. So don't say that about us. We're not. That's antagonistic there. Secondly,
that's my opinion.
We know that the Earth is bigger than the sun because the sun can't shine its light all over the world. It cannot. People are getting night times. Some people are having daytime. Clearly. Okay?
Yes, and I'm trying to understand how that works.
What I'm trying to tell you.
The truth is, hey, Jin, the truth is we really don't know how big the sun is. Okay?
Exactly. That's a
doesn't really matter. The Earth isn't curving. Yeah, the Earth isn't curving. That's the one thing we do know. So there's an up and a down. The sun's above us, and the sun doesn't shine everywhere at the same time. So we know these things.
Yeah.
So
the sun can't shine its light everywhere. We know that. It can't because people are having nighttime. And when you see the layout of the flat Earth itself as it's flat and the sun doing its circuit, it's just logical deduction because everybody's getting a good morning and a good night and a good evening. Sorry, a good afternoon and a good evening. Okay?
You're repeating yourself, but that's still.
Yes, I have to. I have to because that's the fact of the situation. I'm going to repeat myself to the day I die. That's a fact.
Okay.
Sorry.
But that still doesn't prove how the sun is bigger than the Earth.
Well, it does because it does for me because everybody, the sun is clearly not shining everywhere. It's not because people are having a good night.
Okay, so how does that prove? Can you explain the logical process?
Well, it does. For me, it proves that the Earth must be bigger than the sun. Okay, it's quite simple. I'll give you an example. Well, I take a flash. I'm going to give you an example now. I'm taking my flashlight. I'm going into the gymnasium. The gymnasium lights are all off. I switch on my flashlight and I aim it to the ground, 2 feet from the ground, okay? It's not lighting up the whole gymnasium. So the people at the other end of the gymnasium cannot see the light from my torch, okay? Now, as I walk towards them, it starts to get dark where I was. I'm starting to light up locally. As I move towards the other guys at the other end, now they see the light. It's that simple. That's
no,
simple.
It's not that simple. You're making
it that. It is that simple.
That's just
don't forget don't forget also that you got to explain the Rayleigh criteria, the Rayleigh extinction coefficient model, right? So that determines that how much light will be able to pass through a certain amount of air, right?
Yeah, we've done that already. 180 miles. We actually did tell you that.
So that's I think that's where the problem is going. He's like thinking, well, I should just be able to see it all the time, right? Like no different to not being able to see the sun when you go down a couple of 100 meters under the water, right, under the ocean. It's dark. You can't see the sun anymore. I absolutely cannot see any light. It's dark.
No, look, I understand the argument. Yes, that it goes so far and we cannot see it. Sure, but I cannot understand that. How can you prove that it's bigger than Earth? This is what I can understand. And his example is...
We're not proving it's bigger than Earth. Okay. How did it get validated in the first place?
Jin is claiming that he knows. He says he knows that it's bigger.
How did the size of the sun get validated to be bigger than Earth in the first place?
Sorry, I meant the opposite. Jin said that Earth is bigger than the sun.
Does it look bigger than the sun?
Does it look bigger than the sun? Maybe, yeah, but it could. The sun
Not
could
with
be
a
very
naked
far.
eye.
The sun could be very far. It could be bigger. Maybe it's just very far.
That's a lot. That's a lot of maybes. That's the problem. There's a lot of assumptions in there. Oh, look, it's 93 million miles away. How did you get those numbers?
This bottle that I have in my hand is bigger than the sun. Does it mean that this bottle is bigger than the sun? Do we start believing this fridge in here?
Excellent. So you understand perspective.
Plane. That's relativity. That's basic
perspective.
Perspective.
Well, instead of focusing on speculative arguments, let's focus on the curvature. Have you seen it? Do you have any proof of it, Dante?
No, I'm saying I don't know, and you don't know either. But he's claiming he knows absolutely. That
no, Dante, we know because we know the radius of the Earth, 3,959.
And do you know the radius of the sun?
Yeah, and we calculated it, and we can know that there must be a drop of 66 feet at a distance of 10 miles, 266
do you know the size
feet
of the sun?
at a distance of. Why do you interrupt me?
Dante,
266 feet at a distance of 20 miles and 600 feet at a distance of 30 miles. So we know, and we have observation of the Black Swan, where we can see the horizon behind the Habitat oil rig. The oil rig is at a distance of 9.4 miles, and the horizon is behind it. It's at least at a distance of 20 miles. The horizon.
Hold on a second.
And that is with the height observation. With a height observation of observation height of 8 feet. Go ahead, I will mute myself. Sorry for interrupting, but he's.
No, it's okay.
Wrong.
No, too many people are speaking now. Now I don't know if you have different stances, because I hear that there are some contradictions here. Do you all claim that you know the size of Earth? Because what was his name?
No.
You don't know the size of Earth. Okay.
Okay.
Do all of you claim that you know the size of the sun?
Okay, let's just nail this shit right now. The size of the sun is not going to, in any way, shape, and or form, going to prove what the ground is. So whether the sun's the size of a pinhead or whether it's a gazillion miles across, it ain't gonna make a licking difference.
Exactly.
Right. Well, yeah, bro. This is 24/7 flat Earth. It's not 24/7. Let's talk about the sun. Let's focus on the curvature. That I feel like we keep forgetting the main.
Because Mr. Jin said that he knew for sure that Earth is bigger than the sun, while not providing any proof.
That's right. I gave you the answer. Deductive reasoning in that. Every country gets a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and the fact that everybody's getting that means that there's nighttime in places and daytimes in the others. So clearly the sun is not there. When it's nighttime in one place, the sun's not there because it's gone somewhere else. You can't see it at night. So clearly the sun is big, the Earth is bigger, clearly.
There is no evidence that the sun is bigger than the Earth. The only evidence of anything is when you step outside and you look up in the sky. And if you're telling me that the sun looks bigger than the Earth from right there, then you're delusional.
Yeah, that's correct. The Earth is bigger, is what I'm saying. Yeah, correct. We don't know
the Earth is bigger.
We've never made a claim that we know the size of the sun. What we do know that it's not 93 million miles away. Okay,
you're making a claim that Earth is bigger, and that's
well, yeah, I'm making that claim. Yeah, I'm making that claim. Yes, I am.
I could make a claim that this bottle in my hand is bigger than the sun, as I told you.
Excuse me.
And Dante, I just want to clarify. I want to apologize to Bennett, not to you, because I interrupted Bennett, not you.
Yeah, go ahead, Bennett. Go ahead. So basically, the claim I'm making is that Earth is most certainly bigger than the sun. That's my claim. I'm going to stick with that claim because there is nighttime in certain regions whilst others are getting the nice sun and the sunny days. Okay, so that's it. And it's like we were saying, it's not proving the shape of the Earth though. But you were wondering, how does night and day work? And that's what we were explaining, that on a flat Earth. But you're trying to make it convoluted, which is leading to some kind of what's the word I'm looking for? A separation or disagreement between the flat earthers, and there isn't a disagreement because we all agree that the earth is indeed flat. It's not curving.
One disagreed with you. There was someone that disagreed with you earlier.
Not really, no.
A flat earther said the ground's not flat. No, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no one disagreed with what I said.
Yeah.
No, there was someone that clearly said that we cannot know.
No, the only agreed. No, he wasn't disagreeing with me. He was making sure you understood that the sun isn't bigger than the earth.
I never claimed that the sun is bigger than the earth. I'm saying I don't know.
Right, exactly. Well, you seem to be defending that. That was your position. Because when I said to you that the earth is bigger, when I said to you that the earth is bigger than the sun, which is why everybody has their daytime and nighttime, well, I don't see why you seem to have a problem with that, because everybody is indeed enjoying night and day. It happens. The factor that you are running away from is that you haven't gone out to measure the curvature of the earth to know either way. You haven't done that yet. We have. That's why we're more confident in what we say.
Sir,
you're the one that doesn't know.
What doesn't confirm the size of Earth. Like there's
we
no
didn't say we have the size as such. We just said it was bigger than the sun.
Yeah, it doesn't confirm that either. It doesn't confirm that either.
It certainly does. It certainly does in my book.
Yeah,
day and night. Yeah, and by the way, I'm still going to hit you with the curvature thing. You still haven't confirmed that Earth is curving. That's the main crux, or the rotation as well.
No, I'm not going on about that. I don't know. I haven't studied.
Yeah, exactly. Why don't you study it? Study it, because you got to know. Otherwise, you're never going to know. When
I'm discussing your point of view. That's all I'm discussing.
Our point of view is the Earth is flat due to the lack of curvature of the Earth. And then the Earth is not rotating, and you can't have a gas pressure, a pressurized system in a vacuum without a container. It's as simple as that. Those are the facts to the heliocentric flaws. Right.
And to emphasize what Magic said, the shape of the sun and the size of the sun would change nothing about the fact what the shape of the Earth is. And I would Dante, why don't you ask Jedi? Why don't you ask Jedi what is the shape of the Earth? He has. Was that you, Jedi, or was that Crit? Okay, the shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth is bad.
Yeah, we don't know.
Has a bad shape today. Yeah, the shape of the Earth is bad today. The Earth is in a bad shape today. Anyhow,
and sometimes people will they may not realize it, but they'll kind of distract from the main point, consciously or unconsciously, to other stuff when the main focus should be the shape of the Earth. That's why we're all here. And if you're a newcomer here, I would focus on like steel manning our arguments, which is just from a level of inquisition and questions.
No, I'm testing your integrity, and I find a blind spot there, which I don't like.
Wait, what?
There is no blind spot.
What blind spot?
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. You're trying to divide when we're trying to focus on the topic, and you're
I'm not trying to divide. No. I'm not trying to divide.
Okay, Dante, stop. I want you to be hyper specific on what this blind spot is. This sounds interesting.
I said that 4 times for the last couple of minutes, but if you haven't paying attention, that's your problem.
I've only just joined, so could you help me out?
I think he's trying to.
I'm not going to repeat myself any further.
It's interesting.
The point is,
he gave... question, dude. I'd really like to know what the blind spots are.
Jin, no, look, it's simple.
I know what he's referring to.
It's simple. Jin,
Yeah.
Jin gave his arguments for why he believes. Can I say it? Can I speak? Okay. Jin gave his arguments for why he believes that the Earth is bigger than the Sun. They make absolute no sense to me. I don't see any logic behind it, but that's it, basically.
You have to understand that not everyone agrees with that, because it's and not inductive, and that's not why we're here. We're here about flat Earth, not sun speculation.
Okay, sure. I just felt, when I'm having a discussion, I need to understand that the other person is searching for truth in an unbiased way. And I'm feeling a lot of bias and lack of logic in what he said. That's all. And
So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight, Dante. His lack of logic is he goes outside, sees the sun as small, therefore assumes it's small, and you're saying he is wrong. His logic is false.
I'm saying we don't know. I'm not saying he's wrong. He might be right. I'm saying we don't know.
Where are you?
There's plenty of flat earthers who will agree to your assessment, but they'll ultimately say the same thing everyone else is saying. Is that's why we focus on the empirical evidence and observations, which is related to the surface of the Earth, rather than.
Well, do you have empirical evidence for the Earth being bigger than the Sun? This is what I'm asking.
No, because no one's got any evidence of the true size of either object.
Precisely. This is all I'm asking. Let's move on.
I mean, you can easily walk out of your house, look down at the ground, and then look up and see that the sun is smaller.
Again, man, we're repeating ourselves. That's perspective.
Understanding that things with distance reduce in angular size, which is why the sun, which is apparently bigger than the moon, but 400 times further away, appears to be the same angular size as the moon in the sky. Right? We don't know its true size, we just know its angular size. So at the end of the day, we should probably move on because we don't know.
Amazing.
Because the point for that is if you put something under a microscope under a table, and you zoom into it, and it appears bigger, does it actually get bigger?
I mean,
no, it doesn't.
What a silly question, dude.
That car that drives down the road is actually getting smaller. Those poor people are being crushed.
Well, that's my point is when you use a telescope and you look out into space and you see it getting bigger as you zoom in further, assuming that it's actually getting further away, it's not proving anything.
We know.
So it's like Dante. Let's progress forward now that we've come to a harmonious conclusion there. What would be like your first question about people claiming that there's no Earth curvature?
No, before this, I was trying to paint a full picture on how day and night happens. And this is where we got stuck on this, that he gave the explanation that it works because the sun is smaller than Earth. This is how it works.
Let Jedi explain it.
It's just perspective due to your location as you observe the sun moving across the sky. I'll give you two observations. Me on the Tropic of Cancer in the summer in the north, and an observer standing inside the Arctic Circle in the summer in the north. The observer standing inside the Arctic Circle can observe the sun above the horizon for 3 months of the year. It's called the land of the midnight sun. The sun is above the horizon for 24 hours. It's 3 months. So the sun for the observer is in the sky for 3 months. Now me, I'm standing on the Tropic of Cancer. I'm at a lower latitude, closer to the equator, but closer to the geographical position of the sun. The sun's directly above my head. As it moves away, though, I can't see the entire circumference of that circle. The diameter is too big for me to see the full circle. So I only observe let's say, I don't know, half of an arc of a sun, maybe more of an arc of a sun, maybe like more than 180 degrees around me in one position. So it's due to where you are located underneath the sun as it revolves. Now we can see the sun is clearly above the surface of the earth for 6 months of the year because it's summer twice, once in the north, once in the south. You can see the same phenomena in the Antarctic Circle where the sun is above the surface of the earth for 3 months of the year, the midnight sun, 24 hours. But for people at different locations, they have a day and night cycle because of their location underneath the circling patterns of the sun.
Okay. Let me paint my picture here. Like, if the Earth is flat, and at some point we all see the sun is in front of us, right? we can all agree that there's no way that the sun goes between two countries, right? That would be absurd. So we're all like,
here we go again.
What?
So we're all during the sunset. The sun is. How do I explain this?
Not actually
It's in
going
the
down.
same direction, basically. It's on the same side, same pole, right? Like,
No,
imagine.
no.
I don't know how to paint this right now.
I don't want to interrupt you, but you're losing me already. You said pole for some reason.
Yeah, I just wish we were physically so I could show you, because I lack the vocabulary to explain it properly.
That's fine. The point that I want you to understand is we can see the sun above the surface of the earth all of the time. It's going to depend on where you are located to its paths. If you're directly underneath it, you're only going to see some of its circle. If you're inside a circle, you're going to see its diameter.
Yeah, I understand that, but
cool.
How to
okay,
Dante, let me help you out, buddy.
Yeah.
When you go outside and look up at the sky, what percentage of the sky do you think you're seeing?
All of it? Like if it's open sky? I mean, assuming it's a flat earth, I'm seeing all of the sky.
Oh, that's no. Just go when you go outside. Let's just say the earth is a globe for a moment. What percentage of the sky do you think you're seeing? Like when you actually go outside in reality and you go outside and look up, what percentage of the sky do you see?
I'm not sure I can visualize that. A small percentage, probably. I don't know.
Yeah, small percentage. So for a flat earth, it's just the earth outside. When we go out there and look up, we're seeing a smaller percentage of the sky. You're not seeing 100%. So this idea that everyone would see the sun at once is false. You're only seeing a small percent of the sky. So when the sun is above me, it's lighting up my area. Then it goes over Jedi and lights up his area. It's between us, supposedly, but you're not seeing the whole sky. So it doesn't light up the whole earth. Can we move on now?
What I have issue with is with the specific movement of the sun. How does that work?
You just see it moving across the sky. It lights up my area, lights up your area, lights up Jedi's area, Jin's area. It's moving across the sky and not lighting up the whole earth. Very simple.
Yes, but how does it disappear and reappear from a different direction?
The earth is
because
really
it's
big.
circled.
You're not seeing the whole part of the sky. So
It's like
It's circled. But in which direction?
The observer inside the Arctic Circle watches the sun revolve around them. Now, that's for 3 months of the year. The sun doesn't go down. It's literally just perspective why the sun appears to go down and beyond the horizon. It's just the way your eyes work that's causing that phenomena.
Can someone tell this guy? Can someone tell this guy to measure or find the curve? One should look at the ground, please. Why are we looking into the sky? We're talking about the lack of curvature of the alleged spherical Earth. We are not finding the curve. Can you please explain to us what kind of logical process of thinking is this, that when you would like to find the curvature of the ground, you have to look into the sky? Why? Are you trolling us?
No, sir.
Are you stupid?
No, he said he wants to understand. He wants us to explain to him how the sun works.
Okay. We also like to understand why are we not finding the curve, please. I will mute myself. Go ahead, please. Explain to us why we are seeing too far. And you are talking with you are always using double speak. Once you say the Earth is too huge, massive, so that one can never perceive the curvature, and then in the same breath you say, oh, boats at a distance of 3 miles are going behind a bulge of water and a hill of water.
No, sir. I was reading arguments from ChatGPT.
Why are you interrupting me? Okay, take the floor. You're ridiculous, embarrassing. All the globals. I will shut up.
I have no stance. Again, you're trying to make an enemy out of me. I have no stance. I'm trying to understand I'm saying, let's say I'm a
If
flat
someone
earther.
has no
Hey, I'm not
stance,
trying
my
to make an
friend.
enemy. It's very illogical what you are saying, what the
something
globals are
personal
saying.
with me, clearly, sir.
Okay,
Dante.
there's nothing
Dante.
personal. Look, it's not logical
Berserker.
what you are saying.
Yeah,
No, you have completely misunderstood me from the beginning until now, and you've taken me completely for
Dante, if someone has no stance, they don't normally defend one particular side. They normally just sit back and listen.
No, I'm trying to make sense because
you are pretty strongly defending the globe side, and we can hear that quite clearly. So
I'm not defending the globe side. I'm fighting for truth, and I don't
excellent.
like.
If you're fighting for truth, then you can explain to us why we don't measure any curvature and why we get sold a story of a ball. Now, the last time I checked, spheres have curvature.
So you're being emotional. That's not what
I'm not being emotional. You are being difficult.
Of course
you are not playing the. You're just playing the
How
devil.
do I find
That's
the
all.
truth if I'm not difficult? Do you want me to just sit
Excellent.
here
If you want to find the truth, start listening. We don't find curvature.
But you're not listening.
No, you're not. You're talking.
You're putting me in a
If
box.
you want to find truth, like you claim to, then shut up and listen.
But you're also not listening to me.
Okay, we're going to do this the old school way and help you out. We don't find any curvature. The stories that we've been told is we live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. If you wish to convert that in metric, please go ahead. Flying through space. 70% of this ball is covered in water. Now, when we go out into reality, not listening to the stories, and we measure for this curvature, it is not there. That is it. It's as simple as that. You wanted the truth, you've got it. So now what you make of that is up to you.
Thanks, Jedi. Sorry, Matrix. Sorry.
Oh, Jedi's not going to like that.
Yeah, well, the problem he was dealing with is that he wants to understand. He wants a replacement model. He wants a replacement theory. And yeah, I mean, you want to understand. Everybody wants to understand. Why? Because knowledge is power. We can increase our knowledge, the better off we're going to be doing, right? So, yeah, I totally get why you want to understand how the sun works, its circuit, how it's observed by everybody.
Sorry, he ran away. I think he's gone.
Yeah,
Gone.
I know.
He's gone.
I know. He got upset because he wanted us to sit here and explain to him the universe. Oh, the Earth is flat. Well, explain to me the universe, please.
Yeah, and we explained it to him perfectly well regarding the day and night time. He just wanted to be stuck on that one because he thought he was going to get us on that. You see, that's what he was trying to do.
Exactly, Jin. Exactly.
Okay, Berserker, hold up. Jin, the reason he was stuck on that is because we had contradicting stories. So how about we just tell them what we can actually prove rather than throwing our own spins on it? Because that's going to confuse the shit out of these kids.
Yeah, I can agree to that. But again, you know, at the end of the day, I was still on path by saying that everybody gets their good morning and a good afternoon and good evening. And clearly the sun is not shining its light everywhere. It's limited. It cannot do that. He just deliberately wanted to be stuck on that. He understood exactly what I was saying. Definitely, you know. I don't see how he could have got confused at all there.
Yeah, but that's why we always try and stay away from asserting anything that can't be proven, because if we do, we leave the opening to shut down the conversation. You know, it's better to just leave it out of the topic. You know, especially when someone's just fishing for something to disagree with you about. You know what I mean? Or be like, oh, so you don't know that? Oh, but you made a claim about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You're giving them the ammo that they need.
I did say I didn't know the size of the sun, made that clear. And because when I look up, I do see the sun up there. It looks smaller than the Earth, purely because of the way it's going across, not able to shine its light everywhere. It's limited, isn't it? So clearly there's a size issue there. It's fair enough to say that, but people want to hang their hook on that. Well, that's up to them. thing is, it's not proving that the Earth is curving, which is the thing that they run away from, which we kept going back to, which he kept running away from. Yeah. But I get, I get your point, Matrix.
You were clear.
I get your point. I get your point.
You were clear.
Don't give him any chance.
You were clear in stating, you were clear in stating that it was just your opinion and it was based on your deduction, right?
Yeah.
Which is fine. And I mean, but he used it as an out, right? Oh, you're being dishonest, right? And he tried to attack your character because of it, right? And he would have no leg to stand on if you didn't even say anything. Right? He would have just, so you gave him ammo against you for, and it was like he was looking for something, obviously. Why? Because as soon as that happened, he wouldn't get off of it, right? And when we tried to get back to curvature, he left.
Yeah, John. That's why. That's why I saw what he was doing with Jin. I saw that he found an excuse to find an exit. That's why I told him, "Can somebody please tell this guy when we are looking for the curvature of the Earth? Why are we looking to the sky? Shouldn't we be looking at the Earth?" Yeah. That's it. I think that is what. I think. Sorry, Jin. I think that is what the Matrix meant, right? Matrix. This is what you meant. We should not go into other speculations, which opens the door.
Correct.
Just stick to the curvature and observation and the black swan. And where is the curvature?
Yeah,
and show the number on the
validate.
That's it.
Yeah,
if you can validate it, Berserker, you push it. If you cannot validate it or verify it or prove it, don't sell it.
Yeah, exactly. I actually asked him a second time round, because the first time round when I asked him about the curvature, and I had to press him twice, should we be able to measure it or not? He's trying to say, I don't know. So I gave him the example of, you want to buy a Lamborghini and you're looking online and all the specifications are there. Tire size, ride height, length, width, engine power. You should be able to confirm this, shouldn't you, before you buy it? He says, yes. Well, then the same must.
But Jin, wouldn't it be better that you just cut it and bring him back to the ground? We are standing at the ground.
I did, because what I said afterwards was, then when I measured the curvature, I'm not able to find that.
I heard it. Yeah. Go ahead.
And then he said, "Oh, maybe because you have to get higher up because you're on the surface of the earth." And I said, "No, I don't accept that at all, because if I'm on the surface, I must be able to measure it on the surface." And then he went off to somewhere else. I think he went to the sun, and then I brought him back to that again because I wasn't satisfied with his response, and that's how we got up to this point.
He was never going to talk. He was never going to talk about the ground, the curvature. That's why he keeps saying, "Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not here to argue and blah blah blah." But when he goes up to the sky, he wants to argue all day long.
Yeah. He deliberately said how the sun and the daytime work, and sporadic started off with him perfectly, but he still didn't get it with sporadic. And sporadic laid it out all simple for him, still didn't get it. So I took my turn. He still didn't get it. Even Jedi took it. He didn't get it. Then he's trying to offer us his version of we're all seeing the sun at the same time. And as soon as he said that, Jedi said, "What? You're losing me." You see? So he was on an agenda there, definitely on an agenda to cause separation. To cause separation and confusion, and to get us to agree to things that we didn't say. That's what he was doing. Definitely. Clearly, I watched him do it.
That's why, Jim. That's why I interrupted him. That's why I interrupted him, and I told him, Okay. Actually, I told you guys, please, can anyone tell this guy why are we looking into this guy?
Yeah, it's over. Let's leave the past in the past at this point. At least we can move forward with a little bit more experience, right? So we got Saichi's back in the chat. I don't know if you have time to ask any more questions, Saichi. But thanks for coming.
Saichi. Try again. No satellites in space, though. Okay, the satellites are not there. That's a begging the question fallacy. But carry on. Saichi says that we should trust the scientists and the equipment they have that gives them the distance to the stars, the planets, and what they're made of. We should trust their equipment, he says, before he left.
Saichi is
Do you
another
remember?
one. Saichi is another one that he doesn't want to talk about the ground. He wants to go up to the sky and satellites and stars and.
Yeah, yeah. And
None of them wants to talk about the ground. None of them wants to talk about the ground.
And when I asked him, did he measure the curvature of the Earth? He didn't answer. I had to ask him again. He didn't answer. So then I said, ladies and gentlemen, obviously he hasn't. Then he admitted it. I said, okay, so then if you haven't checked it, you can't begin to say we're wrong. You should go and check. Why don't you go and check it out? What's going on?
I tagged him in a post about an hour ago. Let me see exactly when. But I just basically posted the Black Swan and the curvature calculator. So he's probably watched it, hopefully.
Yeah, I saw you do that, by the way. Yeah, I saw that go by in the chat.
Yeah.
So I thought, because I was going to do it. But,
I just would like to know if he got to watch it or anything. Okay, he's typing.
Yeah,
cool.
I posted it earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I just like to get to see if if they're thinking about it, if they're trying to wrap their head around it, and just not to insult any of the intelligent people that are in the scientific community. I mean, we're not here to insult people's intelligence. We know there are super bright people that are coming into their fields of study and their fields of expertise with false information and false data. And they're basing some of their calculations and equations and their expertise on that false data. So they're just as much of a victim as anybody else because they're wasting their
admittedly.
careers.
But with the other character, Dante, sorry to bring him up again, though, but he used ChatGPT to strawman us, and we had to pull him up on that as well because he was pushing that. He was definitely on an agenda. He was pushing it. And I said to him, well, you can't rely on ChatGPT because he's actually strawmanning us. And then I think T-Dup actually explained to him our position properly. Yeah. So, we've got to be careful with these individuals. They do come in trying it on. But like was said, they don't want to talk about the ground. But that's what it's all about. It's about the ground. It's not about the sky. At the point we were talking about shape of Earth.
Well, people get offended on behalf of, quote unquote, the most intelligent people in their fields, right? When someone goes to school for a certain amount of time and they have a certain amount of experience in the field, we tend to, give them their credit. Why? Because they've earned their stripes, right? If somebody's been doing carpentry for, 20 plus years, you're going to be like, well, he's got to be making some, good cuts and some good measurements, correct? He's got to know how to use a router. He's got to know how to use these tools. You're going to expect certain things from that person. So, and I mean, rightfully so, wouldn't you? So, I mean, I get where people are coming from with this mindset that, well, I trust the experts, right? And, but it's not that way. If they're operating on a false data that they can't verify, why? Because they've been put in a position where they can't verify a lot of this stuff. Same thing with brilliant mathematicians. You can't really hold their feet to the fire because they're going based off of equations that were presented to them in college and in university. So, I mean, it's the same problem where it's like these innocent, bright minds are getting false data to work off of and work with. So, it's a slippery slope, all of this. I mean, it's really tough to meet people where they're at because everybody's at a different place, and we have to try and stay mindful of that.
Yeah, which is why we tried to keep it basic, simple. And he kept saying it's not that simple, but it is that simple, actually. It becomes. Go on.
Well, I think people sometimes might be just so unconsciously defending the ball. They might think they're being logical when it's unbelievable to them at this stage, if that makes sense. It's like we planted the seed and that guy could come back in 8 months later, and
yeah, absolutely.
If you guys seen that documentary Heliosorcery, right? It talks about how the Jesuits set up an encyclopedia and science to be learning against learning. It's like counter what people are learning from reading the Bible, right? So, and one of their statements was Ignatius Loyola said that I want it to be the obedience of understanding, so much so that if we say white is black, then white is literally black to people. Like, it has to be that. We have to get to that level so that people will believe authority without question. You know, if we say 2 + 2 is 5, then 2 + 2 is 5. I think that's what's happening here, you know, where people immediately ask, you know, is it scientific? You know?
Yeah, it's definitely in practice because they come in with that mindset. Definitely, that's what they exhibit.
Yeah, and that's what all this academia does, right? You put faith in that, in that.
Yeah, I think Johnny also hit the nail on the head. You know, that they're expecting that these scientists know exactly what they're doing because that's their position. And even I fell into that 48 years worth, trusting them. You know, I had no reason to think that they weren't capable. No reason at all. But then I began to get suspicious, obviously, when I found out that the moon landings were a hoax. So when I say I'm quoting the experts, I don't believe what the experts are telling me, but I'm quoting what they have said. And what they have said begs the question as to whether NASA was prepared to go, for example. Yeah. So that's when I started to think, even the scientists are not telling the truth. I've got to be careful here. And then only to find out that the Earth is flat and not a globe. Well, that was it. Yeah, trust no scientist now. And then Michio Kaku telling us that, you know, no one in his field used the scientific method. Wow, what a revelation. We do it. We guesswork it. We're doing it by the seat of our pants. Wow. Okay. Cosmology is not a science. Astronomy is not a science. Wow, I used to think they were sciences before, you see. There's a lot of theories going on. I hate theories. Yeah. So, yeah, I was learning curve 2015, 2016.
Jin, when you're speaking about science, and mention theories in the same or the next sentence, a scientific theory has been proven by experiments. So what you mentioned, the astrophysics, or you mentioned what, astrology,
cosmology.
And what was the other thing that you mentioned?
Yeah, astronomy. Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff is basically pseudoscience, and there's no theories about it. In the science context, there is no theories for those because a scientific theory has been already proven multiple times by experiments.
Yeah. Yeah, I think when they prove a theory,
so there is no theory on those. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in the scientific community, though, when they've proven a theory to be a fact, then it should be a scientific fact because they've proven their theory. It should lose the theory aspect of it. It's a fact.
It is called a scientific theory. After it's been proven, it is a scientific theory.
Yeah, it's still confusing to me and to others as well, because a theory to me is an idea, a supposition, and if you prove your theory to be a fact, it's a scientific fact. It shouldn't be a theory anymore.
No, yes. This is why words are very specific, especially when we're talking about scientific things. The scientific theory is very specific. It must have gone through the scientific method. That must mean a hypothesis that's been tested through experimentation. And then you can base your theory on what you've proven. We run into this trouble all the time. We talk about ideas. I've got a theory. It's all colloquial. But when we're being specific and using the correct terms, then it's how I described.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I have a problem with that and disagree. I think it should be, once your theory, you've proven it, it should be a scientific fact because you've proven your theory.
The thing you prove in science is your hypothesis. You prove your hypothesis, your supposition into the cause and effect. You prove that through the experiment.
Right.
You then build your theory upon things you know. So that's a fact that you've demonstrated with
thank
your
you.
experiment.
That's what I'm saying. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
It's just the words are just not in the right order.
Exactly.
It's the hypothesis. It's not a theory. Yeah.
Because there's a lot of bamboozling going on in the scientific community, you see, and I'm trying to clean it up so that it's literally black and white. For me, anyway.
This is what we're doing. We understand that, the words science and theory get banded around all over the place, but when we get down to the nuts and bolts in it, we must realise that we've been tricked by this word science because we think that it proves things. Right? It does when it's applied correctly.
Yeah. 100% with that.
I just get confused too, and I just go like, why is it still a theory? That's why I always used to ask myself, why is it still called a theory though?
Yeah.
But I think it's to make room for like gravity, right? For all the bullshit they can't prove.
There you go.
Yeah, they'll take something that should be fact, they'll throw it into the category of theory, so they can also throw their bullshit into the category of theory and say, well, it's all theories.
That's
doesn't make any
exactly
fucking sense.
That is exactly my sentiment. It's like they're leaving, what I call it, they're leaving themselves a little get out clause. You know, a little bit of plausible deniability.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I hate that.
That's why I've muddied the waters with the terms that we use.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I heard. I think it was John mentioned that, like, somebody's been a carpenter for 20 years. Somebody's been studying astronomy for 20 years. That we should give them our obedience of understanding. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem with authority, is that it's faith. Once you get to a certain point where there's no connect, it becomes a faith. Like these, these numbers.
We gotta actually correct this theory thing, guys, because a scientific theory it's like an explanation of a sustained. After you do after you go through the scientific method and you demonstrate something to be so, right? You demonstrate that the cause of the effect is this. Then when you write it on paper, this is what we did. This is the experiment that we did, and this is the cause of the effect. All that writing, all that explanation, that is the scientific theory. Okay, that's after the that is the explanation that comes after a well-sustained when you well sustain the evidence and the testing. After you do testing, you explain the theory on paper, and what you wrote on paper, that's the theory. You get it?
Yeah.
And then the hypothesis is before the theory.
Yep. I've got some citations from Quantum Eraser. I'll put them in the side chat. I'll read them out to you. Scientific theory summarizes, like James is pointing out, a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. A scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported through repeated testing. A scientific theory is an explanation of some aspect of the natural world that has been substantiated through repeated experiments or testing. A scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which can be confirmed through repeated experimental tests. So hypothesis first, and then your theory. Your theory is based on what you have proven to be true.
Right. Yeah, I've got all that from Quantum Eraser in my collection. I still say that it should be finalized as a scientific fact. Once you've proven your theory to be proven, then it shouldn't be a theory, it should be a scientific fact. That's what I'm saying, that's all. In that sense, regarding that hypothesis.
that you've proven to be a fact through your experiments?
Because when you spoke about gravity being a theory, I think that is being used incorrectly though. Because gravity,
I said it's an unproven theory. An unproven theory is what I always say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because gravity, the what is written on paper, gravity is this warping and bending of space-time, right? No, that hasn't gone through the scientific method. There is no observation in the natural and physical world of that event happening. There is no valid hypothesis. There is no experiment. Therefore, no scientific theory. No theory.
That's right. Yeah, it's an unproven theory because you can't prove it using the scientific method. Can't be proven. Yeah. Yeah, I always say that. That's always been my position from day one.
It doesn't get to the stage of theory if it can't get past hypothesis and experiment. Won't even
That's
get
what
to
I'm
theory.
saying.
Yeah, I know that's what you're saying, Jamesy.
Yeah, it's not even a theory, really.
It's not even a theory because the theory will be after all the steps, after the observation, after the hypothesis, after the experiment, repeated experiment. Then you put it on paper. This is the whole explanation of all the events that happened that compose the scientific theory.
Yeah, if I can prove gravity, I would say, here's my hypothesis, here's my theory, and now it's been proven. This is a scientific fact that gravity exists. That's what I'd be saying myself. That's
Well, yeah. I mean, you can use the word fact when you've done the experiment.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'd say. So then I'd be dropping the theory aspect. I'd say my theory has been proven. It's a scientific fact that gravity exists, for example. That's what I'd be saying if I were able to prove gravity. But because I can't now, it's unproven. Gravity is unproven. You see? But they keep saying theory, don't they? The theory of gravity.
Yeah. Because they jump over the experimental bit. They do this with all types of science, right? They'll miss steps, they'll do like one step, they'll do lots of observation and then come up with an idea / theory about what they fucking saw, but they haven't done any of the experiments. So there's, like I said earlier, there's lots of moving around of the goalposts in this, and we have to be really careful.
Yeah, you really got to be careful, exactly. You really got to hold them to it. Hold them to the legalities of the words that they're using and the integrity at which they're using them, if there is anything there. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to do. Keep it clean, sweet, and sharp as I can with these people. So you end up saying it's an unproven theory because they keep using the word theory themselves. Well, it hasn't been proven.
Yeah, it's like Einstein's theory. Right? Yeah. Now, it has no scientific basis. It's all mathematics. It's a nice conjured idea within a mathematical framework where he gives maths the power to do shit when he tells it to, like maths bending space-time, because he tells the math it can. So, again, that's a different type of theory. That's nowhere near science. Wouldn't be a scientific theory. Nowhere near it.
No, it's pseudoscience, as Kemsey said. Yeah, definitely pseudo.
People get annoyed with us or pissed off with us because we're kind of staunch on this position, and we don't really need to get off of this hill.
No,
it's turned this way. It goes this way. If you don't follow those steps, it isn't science. It isn't proven. It isn't even the theory. Really,
that's right. Yeah, and that's when they start saying to us, we're denying science and all the scientists. They get exasperated and get upset, and they start accusing us of denying science and ignoring the scientists.
Maybe this isn't a good question. I'll see if it helps. When people come in and say you don't trust the science or the scientists, what's the first question we usually ask? I'll put it like this: do we ask for the hypothesis or do we ask for the theory?
We ask for the hypothesis.
Yeah, because that's where the science will begin. We don't run down the road and ask for the fucking theory, because we're going to come back to the start and ask for a group of hypotheses that has been, demonstrated through experimentation that you built your theory upon. We always start with the hypothesis.
Exactly. What's the observed phenomena? Let's go for it. Come on.
Yep.
Yeah. So and then I always say to them, first and foremost, do I not have the right to ask the questions to the scientists? Can I not check their work? Oh, right.
Well, this is it. Scientists do the scientific method. We don't have to trust scientists. We can just validate what they've done. A hypothesis that's been tested through experimentation, that's been verified by peers. Right? That's all we want to do. We want to be the verifier. We're the peers.
That's right.
That's right. May I ask Jimsy a question? Is he sure? Because I would like to cite to Jim. I think Jim said that when we have done all the scientific experiment, and passed through hypothesis and dependent, independent variable, after that it should be called a fact, scientific fact, and not a theory.
A scientific fact is called a theory, though. That's the thing. It's just the use of these very
But I think theory
strange
is something
words.
which is not proven. That's why they differentiate between theoretical physics and normal physics. And theory, the word theory, comes from the Greek, which means nothing else than to observe. It's part of the experiment, the observation. Theoreo, it means I observe. That means I look at something, but with more intense than seeing it.
Berserker, this is the whole point. This is the whole point that we're trying to bring, is the utilization of the word by its meaning and the way it's supposed to be used, right? So the theory is not something that you are just making stuff up. It's not a story that you're just making up. The theory comes after all the steps from the observable phenomena to the
I agree with you. That's why I said
to the
that's why I said
experiment,
theory.
to then what you write on paper and you call it a scientific theory. All those wordings, all those step by step, what you did from the beginning to the end, the whole process is the scientific theory on paper.
Yeah. But I think if it was me, I'd be writing down the scientific fact of etc. etc. So, with this the hypothesis, this is the theory, this is the hypothesis, blah 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 blah, or the other way around. Hypothesis, the theory, and then there you are. The scientific fact of this, once it's been proven, that is, and you're writing it down. Yeah. I just think it should be tidier. It's a little bit messed up, a little bit confusing, which leads to room for deception, trying to shut down the doors where they can't cheat.
Look at, let's say, for example, chemistry and biology that science deals with. Now, quite often, right, especially further down the line when we get deeper into the fundamentals of nature, it's not one cause that causes something. It will be a group of things that can cause something, right?
Yeah.
So this is why it's like when you've got a related group of these hypotheses, you can then build upon these bricks that you've started to build your thing with. These are the bricks that you build your knowledge on, your suppositions, your descriptions and explanations of possible inner workings based on things that you have proven.
Yeah, I can agree to that. But once everything's been proven, it becomes a fact.
Yes.
It should be real. I don't want to use the word theory now. I want to use scientifically proven fact. Here it is.
Yeah. Well, just have to remember in the world that we run in, right? We have these conversations all the time, so it's kind of upon us to be at least specific with the words that we use when we're trying to convey that we've been hoodwinked. This is one of the ways that they've done it. The usage of science.
Yeah.
The word.
You see, flat Earth. It's flat earthers holding the scientists to the highest standard possible. Brilliant. That's why they're scared of us. That's why they won't debate us. To do so would reveal so much to the world that, wow. I mean, the flat earthers have proven that the Earth's not a globe. those tinfoil hat wearers. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Some ways it's like legalese. You know, the language that is used within a courtroom between lawyers, solicitors, and barristers, for example, right, doesn't necessarily mean the same words that we would take it for in everyday language. You have to learn that language, right? It's the same type of thing in this. It's a very nuanced wordplay.
Yeah, like the word understand, for example, meaning do you stand under their jurisdiction, for example. That's a very, very tricky word to be careful of when you're in the courtrooms. Yes. And the legal fiction. Have to be careful of all those. You know, when you go in, for example, people, I don't know, Jedi, are you there?
Yeah, man.
Oh, okay, yeah. You just stopped abruptly there. I thought you'd lost the connection.
No,
Yeah, so there are
I
times
just
like when
muted
the
myself
guy's
when you were
trying to
talking,
prove.
dude. That was all.
Oh yeah, I was going to say to you that you got the individual who's trying to not pay his what's the word now? Poll tax, for example. Do you remember the council tax, right? And they've sent a letter to him in capital letters. Well, that's not him. That's the legal fiction, you see. So when he goes to court with that letter stating that, you know, this no such person lives here, and they say, who are you? Well, I'm here to represent this guy, this legal fiction. Here it is. So they're asking him, do you understand, blah, blah, blah. He'll be saying, no, I do not stand under your jurisdiction. And that's that. Got to be careful, literally. Yeah, the legalese is another language in itself, which is quite interesting. Black's Law.
This is kind of like the broader scope, right? They do hide pretty much everything in plain sight, right? They do say these things in front of you. The earth is obviously flat right in front of you. They have to hide things in plain sight, and they do it with the language, dude.
Yeah, yeah. It's like we're under maritime law, okay? So if we're under maritime law in a courtroom and you're on the land, you don't have to address anything they say because that's the law for the sea. But you're on the land, you know, the dock, the berth, these terminologies that are more associated with the ocean. So it's very clever the way they act, the birth certificate and things like this. Yeah, you know, it was really interesting to learn all this back in 2003 and 4.
I was just about to ask you when you started hearing about this, man. I was going to say about 20 years ago, around about 2005, 6 for me. Yeah, I remember when legal fiction was all the rage, dude. Wow.
Yeah. I was in Japan here, so I was lucky, you know what I mean, that I come across it and I go, wow, what is this? What is this I'm listening to now? This was, and then you know what I said? I said to myself, I knew there was something funny about the legal system in Britain there. I knew there was something funny, man. Wow, look at this. You know? And then I learned about Black's Law, that special legal dictionary.
Do you remember a book? I can't remember exactly when it was released, either before or just after the turn of the century. It was Dan Brown's Da Vinci Codes. Do you remember that book?
I've heard of it. Yes.
Yeah. I read that. I think I read it within the first couple of weeks that it came out. It was just in Waterstones one day, and yeah, that was one of the things that kind of started turning my eye to, you know, symbology and, you know, hidden occult esoteric crap and all of that type of stuff. And legal fiction wasn't far behind it, man. It was around that same time, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was Dave Murphy that I watched, and another guy. John Harris, that was it, who died of cancer, by the way, mysteriously.
Really?
Yeah, John Harris, nice guy. He was the guy I saw first, was John Harris, and then shortly after that, Dave Murphy, within months. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I thought, yeah, he died of cancer because he revealed so much to the world, to the working classes in particular. He was a carpenter, wasn't he, old John Harris? You know
I don't know. I don't remember the name, dude. I remember the first one that you were talking about, obviously, but not John Harris.
Yeah. John Harris was he started it all off, actually. You have to credit John Harris first. Really nice guy. A carpenter and that, and he was really laying down exactly how it works. And he was interviewed on TV. Do you know that? He had an interview. Me interviewed this guy. Yeah.
Wow.
And then he got cancer suddenly.
That's a shame.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Really nice guy. He's gone now, John Harris. They had a special memorial for him and that, the working class people, of course. But that was a loss. But Dave Murphy was following in his footsteps, basically. And Dave Murphy. I watched him right up till he got arrested by the police outside, like near Parliament Square in his car, because he was driving without the insurance, and because he was talking about being able to drive legally, because he's not actually in commerce. He's a traveller travelling, and there's a difference between having a car for commerce and business, and then driving as a traveller, using the road as your rite of passage, as it were, right? And he had it all sussed out, but they still stopped him on the road, and took him away as such, because he didn't have the insurance and that. Okay, but everything he said made a lot of sense. Okay, he did do it all well. I think the police were being unfair, but they didn't know the legalities of the situation, and you understand, the police themselves, they're not versed in that part of the law.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. I don't think cops, like your average cop speaks that language. Like they'll probably look at him like, yeah, let's just take you in and let those guys sort it out.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, and then there was a scene outside this really lovely house that this guy had. All right, and the bailiffs were coming in to maybe collect non-payments or something, right? And the police were there, okay? And then this bailiff was trying to get on the property, and he says, you have no right to be on the property unless you have an order by the judge that is signed by the judge, not a printed signature, a signed signature. He didn't have those documents, and he said to the police officers, your job is to facilitate to keep the peace, of course, and to ensure that the bailiffs don't violate the law. I'm within my rights. I've got my documents. I'm on my property. I don't want this bailiff on my property. And you're to ensure that he doesn't break the law because he doesn't have the right documents. And then the police actually executed the law correctly on that particular day, which I thought was smart. I thought, yeah, good. Makes a change, because usually the law sides with the bailiffs, and that's wrong. They're not to do that. They're just there to keep the peace. And it worked out nicely. So, yeah, I did follow that stuff for quite a long time. And then, I don't know if you remember the guys called the Love Police, them two guys that were going around getting people, warning people about capitalism and, things are going on. Do you remember those two guys, the Love Police, with their loud hailers all around the West End?
No, I don't remember them, man, at all.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were really good. There were two characters that were going around. First of all, they were in the West End. And basically, they were sort of like highlighting the fact that people are brainwashed into just shopping. And he kept shouting out, yeah, excuse me, madam, you haven't bought enough goods. You've only got one bag. Get back in that shop and keep shopping, yeah? Everything's okay. Everything's okay. And one of his colleague had the little placard saying, everything is okay. And yeah, basically, they were highlighting how silly life is around the world, and in Britain in particular, where people don't seem to be concerned with the corruption for the government. But as long as you're shopping, you're okay. Everything's okay. You're just shopping. Yeah,
exactly.
They were brilliant.
And that's kind of what's happened over the last 100 years. Right? Yeah. Between the two world wars, especially the last 80 since the end of the Second World War, right, is just entertain everyone so they don't actually realise what's going on. Just keep everybody distracted, even down with the minute details of your own personal lives and relationships with your fucking family. Your wife, for example, she's enemy number one. We'll start at the home. We'll start conflict between man and women. So they did that from the 50s onwards, destroyed the home. Yeah. So from that point onwards, dude, it's just been a downhill fucking slope.
Yeah. They went outside Buckingham Palace everywhere, and the police couldn't nick them because by law, they were not causing any trouble. They were informing the public to pay attention to what's going on around them. But this is where we are today. Flat Earth is the key, though. Yeah.
When was the last time you were in the? When was the last time you were back in the UK, Jim?
Oh, that would have been 2013 when my dad died.
Did you like the country when you left?
I love Britain in the way that I love the housing, the people that I knew and met, and the places that I'd visit. Yeah, no, I was a bit bored of it because I knew London like the back of my hand, so I wanted to spread my wings. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So with my motorbike and my mates, I was taking them all over the place. Wells, Peterborough, Exeter.
Yeah.
We went everywhere because I wanted to see Britain, and I loved it. Still do today.
I'm just down the road from Peterborough at the moment. No, the reason why I asked it is I'd be interested to know your view as somebody who's been out of London for the last years to see what it's like now. I'd wonder how you'd react.
Let me give you my reaction. Let me give my reaction. I went back in 2005 after leaving in 1999, and Brixton had become like Ukraine. There's a lot of Ukraine people in Brixton, so the demographics have changed. I noticed that immediately. But wow, where are all the black people in? What's happened here? Do you know what I mean? That was in Brixton because my brother was living in Brixton. You see, yeah. He bought his property there, right? He now lives in North London. Of course, he sold that and moved on to North London now, where he was originally living. So I thought it was a bit odd of him going south, but that's where the property was. So I noticed the demographics there. I noticed that the shoe cobblers, for example, your shoe repairers, that was a dying trade when I got back in 2005 because I wanted to have some of my shoes repaired. When you spend like 200 quid on a pair of shoes, all leather, you want them repaired properly, so you go to the cobblers. I had to go to Stockwell, nothing in the West End. Stockwell I had to go to find a decent pair of shoe repairers, because capitalism, everyone's just buying new shoes, aren't they? So in the West End, shoe repairers had died. So I thought that was odd, And then when I went back in 2013, it just got worse. It's just, in the spirit of England, lots of tension, drugs, fighting, knife wars, knife things were up, stabbings. Sorry to carry on.
No, you're fine. It's changed like that, but just got worse. We've even got lines down the street, big blue lines with writing across because of the amount of scooter mobile phone robins. So people riding around on e-bikes or scooters or whatever, and grabbing people's mobile phones or handbags or whatever. So now we've got warning signs down our streets, dude, to watch out for the pickpockets and shit. It's
really got bad, hasn't it? Really got
awful,
bad,
dude. Knife crimes through the roof, dude.
Yeah. Britain's got really bad. I have noticed it. I saw that on TV anyway. The drive-by snatchings, nicking your phone and all that. Yeah, I saw that on YouTube. Yep, on YouTube there. Lots of videos on that. That was back in around about 2013, 14. Yeah, I watched some of that stuff.
With the cup and ball game or find the lady, that kind of betting game. So that's on pretty much every single bridge in London now at the moment. So you'll cross any bridge and you'll find a group of just like Eastern Europeans, Romanians, somewhere around there. And they're all shilling with these cup and ball games and stuff, dude, like massive gangs of them. They're all over Europe. They're in London, they're in Paris, all over the bloody place.
What's going on?
Been invaded, dude. That's what's going on.
Yeah. When I said that if I came back to England, I wouldn't want to live in the West End or Camden Town. I want to go out to Richmond and Guildford and somewhere out there, because it's nice. Got the River Thames and that, I don't want to be living in the city. It was when I went back there, it was just ugly. Do you know what I mean? Just ugly, crap. Real, no genuinity. You know what I mean? Everyone's just faking it. You could see the tension on that. Cut it with a knife. So I thought, I'd rather go down to, Richmond, Kingston, all around there. It's quite nice. Out in the sticks, definitely better off. I did like going to Peterborough. I liked it out there.
It's a fucking shithole.
Well, probably now. You know what surprised me when I went to Peterborough the first time, was that the fashion that we had in London, what was in Peterborough was like a year behind. How could that be? And this is in 1988 when I first went up there. In 1988, yeah. I thought, how could that be? What's going on? And I was with my girlfriend Carol because that's where she was from. She lived here. I said, how comes in the shops? This is last year's fashion stuff. So what happens is the stuff that doesn't sell in the West End gets filtered up north. And I felt, you know what I felt? I felt that the people up north were being devalued. I didn't like that. Didn't make me feel good at all. Because I thought that everybody in Britain got the same stuff. When I saw there was a class, even with the fashion, it dropped my spirits a little bit. I thought, wow, that's not good. No wonder the people up north hate Londoners. Do you know what I mean? I really felt like that. Yeah. Fuck. Shocked me. You know, that you would divide the country even with the clothing. Wow. Why? Silly. But you say it's a shithole now, yeah? I'm surprised to hear that. Because quite, you know, what I saw at Peterborough was quite nice, you know.
I mean, the structure of the town's nice. I mean, it's got some lovely old buildings like most of the towns across the UK, right? It's just the atmosphere and the people, mate.
Yeah. What's the demographics now in Peterborough? Because when I was there was hardly any Indians there. Black, you know, I was like walking around. I'm the only black guy walking around.
Yeah, the demographics vastly changed, mate, especially over the last 5 years. Hugely changed.
Yeah. So what's it like now then? What's kind of nationality of people do you get living there?
For example, in the east of England, right? We had before Brexit, there was a lot of people that came over from that work in the farms and fields and stuff. Now, since Brexit, they're still here, but they're not working in the farms and fields anymore. They're, you know, got drug problems and alcohol problems and, you know, homelessness and all of this type of shit. So this is Romanians, Bulgarians, Hungarians, Latvians and Estonians as well. Yeah, a lot of Eastern European countries.
Yeah, we call it the Eastern Bloc. Eastern Bloc European.
Yeah. And and obviously mixed in with an awful lot of now, like, is it East Africans?
Yeah, the Somalians. I noticed that as well. Yeah.
Lots of Syrians around, lots of Lebanese around.
Right.
Yeah.
What about the Spanish community? How is there any big communities?
No, in Spain, you've got enough weather to keep you there. We in England go to Spain for our holidays, for our vacations. So the Spanish come to us.
Yeah, not in England. No, I mean, we do get the Spanish tap house bars. We got those in certain areas in England, but to say that there's a Spanish community, not really. No.
So most people, let's say migrants that go to Europe, they're probably gonna end up in Spain because it's easier. It's Europe.
Well, Spanish. Yeah, absolutely, because they're coming from what we call the Eastern Bloc. So they're coming from there and they're making their way, let's say, to England, and they might fall in love with Portugal, Spain, France, even Italy along the way. But yeah,
that makes sense.
Oh yeah, we don't get much. We can't say there's a Spanish community. No, not in England. I never come across it at all.
Hey, at least you got the Somalians and.
Yeah, but the problem with the Somalians now, because even when I was working as a youth worker before I left England, they were problematic in that they were very quickly to lose their temper, start fighting and that. And I said, that's not the way to do it. I'm afraid you're wrong here, mate, because you don't understand the language and you're already chucking your fists. That's wrong. You've got to calm down, all right? Or else you're going to end up fighting and you may end up being killed, stabbed up. So you've got to slow down. And from that, of course, you've got your gangs going on. So in Camden, you've got your Somalian gangs and other gangs, and young kids have been stabbed up and that, So it's got out of control. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because these Africans are coming in and they're trying to act like black American rap artists and stuff, rap stuff and that, and it's just silly. It's gone. I'm glad I'm not there.
Just want to point out, right, just because we have to be really careful with the language that we use, especially dealing with migration. Right, there's lots of people that legally migrate from African countries to the UK, and from Asian, whether it's East Asian or Middle Asian or wherever Asian countries, lots of legal migration. The problem at the moment is the illegal migration, And they're coming from lots of random countries, dude. Like I said, Syria, Somalia, all over the place.
Yeah, yeah. The people that I was referring to were legal immigrants from Somalia, and that because Britain actually opened the door just before I left Britain. So during the 90s, Britain opened the door to the applicants, giving them because there was political instability in African Somalian area. So they invited them over. Britain did. See what I mean? Yeah. I left just as that was going on. 1999. That's when I left. Anyway. Hoping to come back, of course. I wasn't planning to leave for good. But as you get a house, you've got a loan to pay for, kids are growing, 4 kids.
Don't worry about that,
so you
man.
end up putting
Come
roots.
across the channel, you'll get a house for free.
I tell you what, you're not lying.
No, I'm not.
You know, I mean, no, because they're getting it. Not only do you get a house for free, you get the money to pay for that house for free.
Well,
free food, free clothing.
It'll be social housing, so the rent will be paid for you. You'll get a benefits package, which will give you spending money for the month, somewhere around about £500. You'll also
to
get
£1,000. You've got kids.
Yeah, you'll also get cheaper access to your utilities. You'll get percentages off your council tax bill, your internet connection and stuff like that. You also get welfare packages of food and clothing as soon as you arrive. So these, I hate saying these people because it makes me sound racist. It's not a race issue. It's the people that are coming across are treating it like a free holiday.
Yeah.
That's what it is, right? You turn up to a country without anything. They provide you with a hotel, spending money, food, and clothing, and you don't have to go anywhere for 2 years. And if you do have to go anywhere for 2 years, that's if they find you.
Wow, man. And you know, that's what surprised me is that they could actually have mobile phones. They've actually got mobile phones. Well, how can they afford all this?
We give them
and
money,
I'm speaking to some of these people online on this British server that I'm a member of, right? And I asked them, you know, how much they giving? One woman's getting like £1,500. She's got 4 kids, house. So it's like £1,400 she gets. Single mother.
See,
Amazing.
I mean, you bring that up as well, dude. I know this is far off flat Earth, so maybe we should get back onto that.
Yeah,
but I'll say this. You bring up a point about a woman and children. Right? I mean, if we're escaping war-torn countries, then yeah, women and children first. It's just when you stand on the beach at Kent and you watch the boats come in, you don't see women and children. They're men. They're just men, dude. If it was any other time you saw boats on the horizon and it was filled with just men, you'd say we were being invaded. But this time, we're offering them food and board.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, they're coming over the horizon. Pun intended. It's all happening on the planet, ladies and gentlemen. That's the thing.
It's obvious they're trying to. It's obvious they're trying to piss off the people, right? I mean, it was like the same thing here in the States when they were giving the room and board to anybody who came over and inviting anybody who wanted to claim asylum to come over, and then they were putting them up in hotels. It was obviously making the taxpayers angry, right? So then, you know, in swoops in the hero to do exactly what you expect him to do and say, "Oh, I'm going to put a stop to all that," right? But I just like it in the UK. I just don't see it happening. I don't see anybody coming in to save the day for y'all. It's just like they're just trying to straight piss you all off and rub your face in it while they're doing it. It's kind of crazy.
Actually, pissing them off will be putting it lightly. They're actually being the whole population is being replaced almost. Like the I don't know, whoever has been in the UK for.
Yeah, the original demographics is definitely thinning out. You know what I mean? You know, that's definitely apparent. Yeah.
Social dilution. So it helps fracture a society when you add an outside agitator. And I say that specifically because this is going to turn into some kind of religious war at some point in this country and across Europe.
I believe so. That's a big probability of that. And and I think that, I mean, it's gonna be crazy because the amount of children that, you know, the Africans and the other people have, like They have way more children than the Europeans. Way more.
Yeah. Again,
what was I going to say?
This is part of the dilution process, right? Of building the population in. You get in with your first generation, and then 20, 30 years down the line, you're in second and third generation, and the family sizes are larger, right? And again, this is not something that you would generally have an issue with. People should have the amount of family that they want to have, but it represents 20, 30 years down the line, because it's a drain on the system. It's a drain.
I
on the
totally
society.
agree with you, Jedi.
It's
Another thing that's another drain is the actual authenticity, and Britain's history is being ruined, I think. Do you know what I mean? Because you've got these period buildings and that, but then if the people who are coming in not appreciating the history of the country, then you act different. Do you know what I mean? Because I think you should learn the history of the country to appreciate what the country has to offer. If you get what I mean.
This again, I think this is one of the things, right? If you're moving to a culture, right, to live there for the rest of your life, then you should. I would have thought adapt to the culture. I guess you'd have done pretty much the same kind of thing when you've gone to Japan, Jim, right? It's a different way of life. You have to change, with the tide, and you have to, change with the culture. But what we have at the moment is directly opposed to our culture. The people that are coming openly despise us because of our culture. They don't want to blend in. They want to change the culture. They want to change the culture to their culture. It's what they've been doing for the last X amount of years.
That's absolutely wrong. That is, because you go to another country, okay, maybe you don't like their culture, okay, but then it doesn't give you the right to be hating on them. Remember, they opened the door for you to come in, so you've got to show some appreciation. Come on. I mean, look at me here in Japan. I'm speaking the language, There are certain aspects of the culture that I don't follow, and that's my freedom of choice. You know what I mean? But I don't show any disagreement with it or air my disapproval, because that's not my place to do that as such. Do you know what I mean? I just don't participate. Certain foods I won't eat. You know what I mean? And that's that. But I speak the language. I've mingled in with them. I've informed them of the dangers and things and the history. I've even taught them about Pearl Harbor. I've had good interaction conversations with all the age group, and it's still like that today. So I have to. It's my job.
I think this would hit home with anybody, right? Even the guys, probably more so in America. You'd be really pissed off if this happened on your land. War memorials, right? We've all fought in 2 world wars. We have in every village and town across the UK. When you've got groups of illegal migrants drinking and urinating over a war memorial, people are going to start getting pissed off, dude.
Of course they are. Pun intended.
Yeah.
But absolutely.
It's the lack of respect for the society that you're trying to ask for help from, apparently, as you're fleeing your war-torn country. So when you come to this country that have opened their arms, it's probably a good idea that you spend your benefit money on alcohol and drugs, go down to the local war memorial, have a piss up and a fight with your mate, and please don't forget to piss all over the place. That's exactly what we do, right? This is the sort of thing that happens in Malaga when you go on 2 weeks on holiday, right?
I think a way to diffuse all this is to have certain film producers or content producers, either on YouTube as well as on the TV, showing this aspect of this disrespect to the country and the culture in a way. Should be done.
There's loads of it all over YouTube, dude. We got protests and stuff. We got the Million Man March.
Wow, Million Man March.
That's what I mean, man. It's about to kick off.
Million Man March. When's that happening?
September sometime, apparently. There's been gradual build-up of protests across the... the numbers have been getting larger and larger and larger. Some people have been saying that the estimates 6 months ago is they'll be lucky if they get about 500,000 people. Now the numbers are said to be swelling to, they might even reach 1 million people marching on London.
Well, there you go, you see. Yeah. And when I looked at the what was it they had some event recently where a guy got run over by a car. What was that event? That was the football thing. Was it Liverpool who won the league?
Yeah,
wasn't it? Yeah, and then and they were walking out of the stadium, and when I looked at the city layout, I thought, bloody hell, it's very tight in there. Man, they didn't even make it room enough for people to move around. Terrible. So even the organisers were wrong themselves. The city itself didn't organise that properly.
That type of shit is becoming really, really common. I watched a bungled one on YouTube the other day where these two Muslim women were driving like an old Ford van, like from the mid-90s type of thing. And they were driving at speed and trying to hit these. It looked like they'd veered off onto the pathway to hit people, but everybody got out of the way, and they ended up just crashing into the side of this building, falling out of the car and then running off. But they tried to, and these were two Muslim women.
What is going on? What is this? It's turned out to be like a biohazard, crazy video game, Britain. Do you get my meaning?
Yeah, yeah.
What is going on? I'm going to have to speak to my brother and get some more input into this.
GTA 5, Grand Theft Auto, the video game.
Yeah.
It's like, man,
Yeah. That's what it seems like.
This is GTA 6, actually. 6, not 5.
There you go.
There is an issue like in public bathrooms because there is certain cultures that they don't use toilet paper, and they wash their feet in the
basin.
Yeah, in the wherever you wash your hands, people are washing themselves.
The basin, yeah.
The sink, yeah. And also when they go to the toilet, they're cleaning themselves with the water of the toilet. They don't use toilet. They don't. I guess it's a belief that they don't use paper. They gotta use water. So when they're splashing the water, they're splashing water all over the place, on the floor, the sides of the bathroom, the whole toilet.
Yeah, that's annoying. That is. Now that would be annoying, wouldn't it? There's certain things you can't do. Okay, so if it's a Muslim person and they want to do that, I think, come on, Allah didn't teach you to make a mess for the next person coming in. Now that does, because in Islam you have to be hygienic and clean. Okay, but then you don't leave the place a mess. So the next person coming in, it's walking into a swimming pool. What's happened there? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They forget their manners. You see, that's the problem.
I would say most people do have manners. When I go to public bathrooms, I've noticed a few messes, and it's always been the case. But whoever has manners, doesn't matter what their beliefs, they're gonna do what they do, and then they're gonna leave it as clean as possible. Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not beyond cleaning the public toilets just so everyone's comfortable. In my case, we went camping one time near the Fukushima area. All right, we were meant to be going there this weekend actually, but because it rained off, couldn't get my kit together, so we're going to go hiking instead. But just
don't make a mess out of the place.
That's right. We went camping, okay, and now the toilet areas, they're these what they call these portaloos, plastic things, okay. Now the Japanese, they're using it, but they're using it terribly. You walk in and the ammonia just kills you. You got to hold your breath because if you breathe it in, it's stinging your nose as you're breathing, and because the sun's hitting it, and there's a pressure build of the ammonia, right? So what did I do? I thought, right, I can't have my family being subjected to this, because otherwise they're going to hate camping forever. So I actually opened the door of the two toilets, the male and the female one, and I grabbed the buckets that they had there because it was on the lake anyway.